let's see here. Oops. Yeah, so we're gonna do. Well, we're not gonna do our reaction. We're gonna do a restream of Nick Rekieta's locals exclusive content because I don't want to sit and do 5 hours like live reaction to it. I'd rather just play video games and like work on my book and like clean my house and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna like let it run and just so you can just so it's out there and available for the public because like there's no reason for people to watch this shit. There's no reason for people to watch this nonsense because it's Nick and he's a piece of shit. So yeah, here is the footage. Oh, whoops. All right.
Hypocrisy.
And I'll just let it run.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Law Explaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law. I should say that more articulately. Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing, chat? We have something a little bit different today. We have something a little bit out there. It's 1,000,000,000 degrees. I just showered, so I look all shiny. Sorry, I'm still probably soaking wet. Like a woman in the presence of Bill Clinton. But here we are. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna talk for a little bit. Locals and YouTube are the only platforms that this will be aired on, and that's only because there is not a convenient way to switch to members only on Rumble, and I'm really sorry about that. I don't know. I've looked around for it. I can't find it. I can't find it like in Rumble Studio. I think you can do it, but I'm not using Rumble Studio, and I'm not planning on using it right now. So the 4 cents a viewer ad reads, just they're not that enticing for me as a creator right now. But so we'll be on YouTube and locals. Anyone, I'm going to switch eventually to members only on YouTube. Right now it's public. Everything's out there and everybody can chat, but we will change to members only in a little bit. I want people to have time to filter in, and then we will switch to the video, and we will switch to members only. So just rolling up my sleeves. We're gonna get to work. We're going to get to work. Okay. Yeah, so if you're not a member, if your name is not green in the chat, you are not a member of the channel. So if you want to continue on with us, I'm giving you a chance now to sign up. I'm gonna just say it. This is partially, what is this hairdo? Get out of my face. This is a grift stream. And I'm going to explain why, and I'm going to explain the rules of everything in just a second. But I don't do open grift. Like, I am a grifter, obviously. I'm on YouTube, and I accept money from people for blabbing in front of a camera. But I don't sit and ask for money very often, and I don't really know how to do that. So what I figured is this will be a way to do that. This will drive some new members, and I am going to turn on super tips with the ability to interrupt the show. That will be fully available. We'll pause the video if a super tip comes in and interrupts it, so you're welcome to do that. But there's a person out there who has taken out a restraining order against me. And I want to be clear that that person is not invited to this stream or anything like that. And I immediately disavow and disclaim any contact, comments, chats, anything, towards that person. Nope. I have never, ever, ever called for people to do that. I will not ask people to do that. I don't ask people to do that. I ask people not to do that. Do not bother this person in any way. And I mean that deadly serious. I'm not fucking around. I never would on something like this. This is a serious legal matter. I'm not joking. And so I'm not in any way like having a gas or anything like that. It is just that was funny. I'm not having a gas or anything. Like there's no comedy to what I'm saying. It is just straightforward. No. There's a restraining order involved. That restraining order does not prevent me from talking about said person, although I am going to try and avoid direct mentions. But as you'll see, this person will be, included in the video content because part of a restraining order is coming to it with clean hands. And it's hard to ask for a restraining order when, like, let's say you instigate the contact, communication, or conversation over and over and over again. So when I was served this restraining order, it was absolutely shocking. Like, I didn't know what the paperwork was going to be. It's just like, oh, hey, Nick, this is the sheriff. Need you to come down and pick up some papers. And I'm like, oh, God, like, what? Who knows? My past, over a year has been a little bit hectic. And so it's like, oh, God, what did I do now? I don't even know. I thought I got rid of everything. But so I had no idea what it was going to be. And they won't tell you over the phone. They won't just say, yeah, you're getting served a restraining order from a person or something. Or they won't say, like, oh, we've just got a subpoena for you. They don't tell you because that would potentially be legal advice. And so for liability for the government agency, they just don't do that. That's fine. That makes sense. But it's nerve-wracking as hell because you're like, I don't know what this is going to be. So I show up, I get it, and I'm dumbstruck. I'm like, you've got to be joking. Like, this is, there's no way that this is serious. But it is. It's serious. It's right here. It's right here. And what it says, the order says, I am not to have any direct or indirect contact or communication with this person. I'm to stay 1,000 feet away from their house. Okay. I'm fine with that in general. Like I don't reach out to this person and I don't go to their house. So those are easy terms to follow. However, I will be contesting this as soon as possible. I'll talk about the process real quick before we go into members only mode. The main reason being, if you have a restraining order sitting over your head, you have a reason to be arrested sitting over your head. And I will not tolerate that. It's absolutely frivolous. It is nonsense. And so I'm fighting it with maximum, with maximum defense here. This is about something that I don't do being claimed about me. And that's not tolerable. And it has legal repercussions. So what I did was I reached out on Twitter and I put forth a proposal. The proposal was I will give the first person who can do it $1,000 to produce a video. And the video is just once per day from April 11th, which is part of the restraining order, until April 11th, 2024 to yesterday. Once per day, this person bringing me up without my prompting. Like I'm not there. I'm not like I'm not in the room. I'm not in the ceiling. I'm not in the corner chair or whatever. None of that is happening. And I'm being brought up on their own thing. And then they say various commentary. This is over the period of a year. So there are various phrases. I put it out there. I said, the first person who can do this, I'll pay them $1,000. And I had a couple of people reach out to me. And then one person who I do have permission to say who it is Win by 2 Radio. He said, I can have you this in the morning. And I said, I'm sorry. Did you take your autism pills today? And he's like, no, I can have this done in the morning. No problem. And so I said, okay, well, I announced on Twitter that I had retained someone to do it. I said, I'll see what you got. He asked what I wanted. I told him, and he went straight to work. So this is his production. I'm greatly appreciative of it. I haven't watched all of it. I've watched most of it. He did say, I'm going to say this is, I don't believe this is the final version. I do believe there will be a little bit of revision before this video goes to the judge. But some version extremely similar to this will go before the judge. I will be requesting to play it in court. It's 2 hours long, so I don't think they're going to let me play the whole thing. But I think the point will come across really quickly, and I think that's fine. And I'm sure some poor judge's clerk will have to watch it. Have to watch the full 2 hours, leading up to the hearing. Sorry, I've been out in the heat, so I'm very thirsty. That said, here's how the process works in Minnesota. So to get a restraining order against someone ex parte, which means just one party is petitioning and making the requests and laying out the facts, a petitioner, in this case, not me, I'm the respondent, but a petitioner sends to the judge a list of facts. Facts in law don't mean truth. That's something people get hung up on. I want to be clear on that. Just because they're called facts doesn't mean they're true. A fact is Joe walked across the street. Well, but if Joe didn't walk across the street, that is a fact that might be evidence, but it might not be true. So there may be some other fact that says Joe was sitting in a chair at that time, so he couldn't walk across the street. Now you have a fact finder, who's either the judge or the jury, to determine which fact is more likely to be true and to convey the truth of what actually happened in the past. So a list of facts are written down by the petitioner and sent to the judge. And with the judge, their job is to say, this person is reaching out to the court for protection. We will broadly construe the facts before us and read them in a manner favorable to the petitioner. And we will, they have kind of broad authority to grant these orders. And the orders, however, the trade-off of that is the orders have to be constitutionally permissible. So they have to be a low restriction. They have to be the least restrictive means of achieving their purpose. So that's why, for example, there's no prohibition on me talking about this person, is because that would be a huge infringement on my First Amendment rights. And so without actually analyzing the facts and giving me an opportunity to respond, infringing on that First Amendment right isn't what the court wants to do. But the court has an interest in preserving public peace and the safety of the people under its jurisdiction. So the courts will broadly grant ex parte restraining orders, but they have an expedited process to remove those orders if the person who is being restrained disagrees. And the way you do that is you petition the court for a hearing within 20 days. And it's either 5 or 7 days after that, the court must give a hearing. So you have 20 days to do that. Now, this is only to vacate the order on the expedited process. If you go past that 20 days, you can still have the order vacated. It's just going to take a month, maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months to do so. This is a fast track to do it. So you go, wait a minute, this is bullshit. And you go before the court and you have a hearing. And that's what I'll be doing. I'll be working on drafting that petition or my response right now. Now, there are other things that can happen at this hearing, and those will become apparent in the paperwork. But you are allowed to present evidence. You are allowed to examine and cross-examine witnesses during these hearings. They're a full proceeding. I have done them before, both sides. I don't know if anybody else has, and that's fine. But then when you go in, the petitioner must make their case, by I believe by preponderance of the evidence standard. They make their case that there are grounds for a restraining order, and then the defendant or respondent has the opportunity to answer and say, that that's bullshit, right? Like that's what they have the opportunity to say. And so I will take that opportunity to do so. And we'll see what happens after that. Everybody approaching the court is under oath and has a duty of candor to the court in both their filings and in the things that they say in court. And so it's important to always be truthful. I thought, well, what better way to be truthful than to take the words of the person who's making the claims and put them into a video? But I, of course, don't have the skills to do this, and so I'm very, very thankful to Win by Two. He seems to have put together a really, really great video, and yeah, much more skills with me than me, and he put it together super fast. So again, in light of all this, I will be encouraging people to use super tips, supertip.gg/RL. I'll pin that chat in just a second. Use super tips, enjoy the show. We're going to be here a while. Once we turn on to members only in just a minute, we're going to be here for quite a bit. It's a 2-hour video. There's going to be pauses and stops. So hang out with me and help me pay for this damn thing, please. That would be really, really nice. No one wants to get hit with frivolous shit. I have been accused over and over and over again of, let's see, of frivolous litigation. And the interesting thing is I haven't filed any. I haven't filed any litigation. I haven't filed any motions. I haven't participated in any litigation. But I've been accused and am accused in the restraining order of participating in frivolous litigation, which is a little bit weird because the only litigation that I'm aware of that involves this other person is the state of Minnesota through Stearns County, pressing charges on them for a gross misdemeanor or a felony. I think this person might think that like I have something to do with that, which I don't. Let's see. I do have, let me get my windows set up here. We do have a super tip that was, I missed this at the end of the last show, but here's what the super tip looks like.
Let me at them with my expert scissor hands.
I need a ham sandwich. I'll allow it.
Amazing. Amazing. Let's see. I need to, do one thing. How do I do this? Oh, here we go. The one thing I am going to do is Are you serious? Does it do it that way? Well, nothing. We'll just leave it be. That'll be fine. I am going to block a certain name in the YouTube chat because, again, I don't want any illusions about that. I prefer until this is resolved. Once this is resolved, I'll put it back. But until this is resolved, you know, I'm not gonna allow bullshit to get in the way of my life. Here we go. Just take just a second. Did YouTube change everything? They did. The fuck is this? Pop out dashboard. What happened? What is this shit? I don't want this shit. Well, this is weird. They changed all the settings. All right. Well, I don't care that much. I won't be participating in that anyway, so no big deal. I'm not going to ban a name in the chat, but I'm going to ask you guys not to use it, please. Again, not a term of the restraining order, but a term I'm imposing going beyond the bounds of the restraining order and just politely saying, please do not, address anything to this person at all. I think I still have the mic gain way up so you guys could probably hear all the gulping. Sorry about that. It was intentional.
Yeah, over here.
just ban the words? I would, but I don't know where it went. They went away. The banning of the words. Maybe if I go into the YouTube studio, I don't know. What a waste of time. I'm not saying them, so I don't care. I'm gonna give out. Can I not go? What happened to this? I thought I could gift. I thought I could gift memberships on my own channel. I've been able to before. God, this is dumb. Everything changed. It's all gone. Gift 1,000 memberships. It's well, I'm not, Derek, I'm not banning words because I can't find it. This is the best reason. Oh my gosh. Okay, we have a lot of members that have joined. Holy shit. I just wanted you have to join at the $5 level. I mentioned that in the description, and I think I mentioned it early in the stream. But if you're not at the $5 level, join at the $5 level. That's where this is. That's what this is about to go. You bastard. Yeah, damn right. This is that's how it goes. Like I told you, this is a grift. Okay, here we go. Let me put this in. Keanu's butthole is banned? No, I don't think so. I mean, you can't post pictures in the chat, thank Christ. But no, I don't care what you talk about on that front. Let's see. Let me send this. Try out. It's been a while since I've done a long stream that wasn't a trial, so this will be fun because we should be having a good time with this video. It should take a bit to get through. If you subscribe, do you get to see the body cam footage? No. Okay, so we got the super chat or the super tip message pinned. Of course, any super tips, any super chats will be addressed as we go. Thank you all for joining up and supporting, and hopefully, you'll enjoy the content you'll want to stay a member to. So here we go.
You've fallen for my plan to make Ryan the editor look bad. Another win for the toe, crooked peen.
That's true. That's true. But really, I didn't need to be swindled into that. It was part of my plan all along. Ow! Sorry, I saw movement on the stairs. I was like, what the hell is that? Who's that? Who's that? Okay, did I get... So this is from Anonymous. I saw Scott on Melton stream. Scott is a national treasure. Scott is a genuinely nice guy. I always, enjoyed going to his gym and hanging out there. And when Melton and I went there, to talk the other day, we were of course very friendly. Scott shook my hand immediately. I wasn't sure how that was going to go because I haven't seen him really since being arrested, and I know there was some tainting maybe of reputation that happened, and I didn't know how he would react, right? Who knows? But he was very nice. He came right up to me, said, "Hey Nick, good to see you." Shook my hand. He didn't care about anything that had happened in the past or anything like that. He was just very encouraging, and he spoke to Melton and I. He spoke to Melton mostly, and I talked to the guy who does those live streams from the gym. We each just talked to them for a while, and they were very, very nice. They were, I have nothing bad to say about that gym. I enjoyed going there. I think Scott's a good dude, and I think he puts on a good program. And I miss going there. It was a lot of fun. That being said,
We'll be lurking, but hope you're doing good, sir.
I am doing good and I'm doing well. How's it going, man? Hope you're doing well as also. You know what I mean? All right. So with that, we are going to move to supporters only. That's going to happen on. It's already happened on locals a long time ago, but it's going to happen on YouTube, like now-ish. And so you can join as a member and have access to the show at any point during the show if you haven't pulled the trigger yet. But I'm going to switch over and we're going to start the video. You know what? Why don't I tease the very beginning of the video first? Because that's the better move, right? We'll tease the very beginning and you guys can see what this looks like as we go. That's smart. All right, where's StreamYard? All right, so this video is an hour and 54 minutes. Or you play 2 hours of Nelly? Don't tempt me. Well, this is going well. Oh, hold on 1 second. I know the problem. So as a reminder and a primer, this person has taken out a restraining order on me. Some of you may not even know who this person is. I rarely talk about this person on my show. I have talked about this person on other shows. Absolutely. This person suggested that on this date, 4/11/2024, that I texted him and said, do the world a favor and kill yourself, which I did. I did do that. That was over a year ago. I said that, among other things, in the text messages. And he has proudly boasted that he just said, okay, addict, and blocked me. And that was the end of it. And that's fine. That was the end of it. That's the end of the conversation. And I don't reach out to him. I don't try to talk to him. I have nothing left to say to him at all, except what I will say in court. That being said, this person would go on for the next now 14 months, I think, and talk about me almost every day. No sound. I'll fix it. Don't worry. He would talk about me almost every day. And I'm going to work on fixing that real quick. So it's amazing because like I don't care to talk about this person. The only thing I would like from this person is that they would abide by the requirements that the court imposed upon them. But that wasn't me. Like that's up to the court. They didn't ask me. They're not like, Nick, we need advice on how to handle this person. They deal with people who commit these kind of crimes all the time. And they did their thing. I'm just a humble super chat merchant.
Would we be getting you in trouble for sending in tips with the voice of that person? Thank you for not killing yourself.
It shouldn't, but I would prefer people not use it. Again, it's not about this. This isn't about that at all. This is about laughing at the absolute disconnect from reality that's been going on for a year now. I'll replay the beginning. Ava says, okay, grifter level upgraded. Yeah. Get grifted, girl.
Okay, you're one hell of a grifter, you asshole.
Look. This is it. And the reason, there's one specific reason that this is members only beyond money. And that is that you know, this is not the normal content that I do. This is for people who are invested in this particular type of content involving this particular thing. I'm trying to run my regular channel as you know, legal political commentary with comedy and watching Kurt cook. That's it. What are you doing? No, just a second. Let me turn off the camera. Okay, come here. Now give me a hug. Love you. I'm sorry. All right, have fun.
The record will show the plaintiff enjoys same-sex butt sex and his shit is retarded.
Oh, so there we go. Thank you, Ronnie. Okay, I thought that this would present that audio, but in the way I did it, but I'll just do it a different way. You know what? I have an even better way to do this. Give me just a second to download this video. Uh. 20 seconds left. Holy crap, do we have a lot of new members. This is amazing. Thank you, guys. Megan texted you instructions on how to gift memberships. Megan, you're so uncool. I was lying. I know how to do it. I'm just kidding. Go to your stream like you're a viewer. Okay, we'll try that. Everything about this is clunky. Why do I have to do it this way? Go to my screen like a viewer. Okay, here we go. There we go, membership gifting. I'm going to gift out the 10 gifted memberships I have for the month. And then, just because, I'm going to gift 10 more. Do I have to join my own channel? No, wait. I don't want to join my own channel. I'm not a member. I'm going to give 10 more memberships. I have to pay for this. I should be able to gift all of these things. But I'm personally gifting 10 extra memberships, so. I don't have any way to pick them. So there's 20 new members in the chat, and there we go. Thank you to everyone. I'll try and get all the gifted memberships and stuff at the end. Jim tells you, says, what up, my Nika? Can't wait for an opportunity to stream with you. I'm trying to focus on news and politics while being funny and engaging without gay. Well, you can't have me on. Pin King 554 says, without too much detail, how are your kids handling all the stuff that all of what's been going on? They're great. Like, we had, as far as the kids go, you know, our family was very disrupted by the arrest. You know, and like, I have a long time to atone for my decisions that led to that, right? Like, that's a long road. But my kids' relationships with us are great. They're fantastic. They're my best friends. I get to spend a ton of time with them, and I love that. And that said, like, most of this stuff doesn't affect them on the day-to-day basis. Like, it's so far out of their realm. I know that everybody's always like, oh, these kids see all this stuff and they're watching everything. They really don't. Like, you know, they're not interested in this type of stuff. It's not entertaining for them, and it's kind of painful probably. So they don't pay attention to that shit. Cindy Lou what says, almost 2 years. Oh, how time flies. Thank you. Trying to get to all your member chats and everything. And like I said, I will try and read all the thank yous to all the member joining We've got Chinadator says, "Oh my God, I've been waiting for you to go live for so long. I was just live with Turtle Boy a couple days ago, which was a great interview, if I have to say so myself." Master Chief says, "This will pass my time till 2 a.m. UK time till I get picked up for the airport. I'm off to Morocco, 6 a.m. flight." Thanks, Nick. Love to the family. Thank you. And I think that's about Scott Christy Jones this evening from across the pond. Methinks custodial. And then I think that's it for now on that one.
Yo, Honor. Nick, lucky I can't stand bent button. Shit. $6.99, that shit unseemly.
Okay, let me pull the video file. We'll run it straight through StreamYard, and that should cause no troubles at all. He says, as his entire life is destroyed.
We're also doing an evening show tonight.
Okay, so here we go. Now we have the video that I think the audio is coming through. Island says 2 months, already longer than my last relationship. Oh no. Oh shit, we've got some big tips, just the tips over on Locals as well. Steve Sue says, "Had these coins in my account for over a year. Thanks for trying with the gifted memberships. Missed me, lol." And Lord of the Ree says, "You're not a piece of shit. Thank you for not killing yourself." You're welcome. I, don't want to do that at all. All right, so here we go. We're gonna switch to members only in a minute, but I wanted to give you guys a preview of the video.
I will probably, I know I'm going to go hang out with Nick and his family today. So I think I might just hang out there for a while, seeing as we're heading into Rumble Friday, and my Thursday nights are usually a little later. They're later evenings. I think I might go hang out there today and go do some stuff. I know I want to help them with a tree. It's a weird thing to say. There's a tree that they need, pulled back.
Okay, so I have to tell this story just a little bit. Once we switch to members only. But this is it. So again, this is going back to the first date, April 11th, 2024. And then we'll just see how often I'm brought up. Win by Two, who did the video, and I did not ask for every mention of my name. Like, I didn't ask for that. Just one a day. There are many, many more. His estimate, and I'll leave you with this to the public who is not joining, is that he has mentioned me since then over 40,000 times. Over 40,000 times. Eric Duff says April 11th. You remember your first date with the toe? No, this was, so he's saying that he's going to go hang out at my house. This would be the date that he was told to not come back. Shortly after this stream. So yes, just going ahead and reiterating the estimate. Don't have an exact count, but the estimate of mentions of me since April of 2024 is over 40,000. I'm a fucking Warhammer novel. It's unreal. I get told that I'm obsessively obsessive about this person all the time. And I'm like, I rarely talk about it. And you have to understand the context of like, I don't bring him up on my show often at all. And when I go on other shows, yeah, they're specific and they're about something he did or some old story. Sure. But it's not even comparable. It's not even fucking close. It's embarrassingly different. So anyway. Anonymous says, the Dabbleverse, which is a horrible name for anything. And I hate it. All right. So here we go. We're going to go to... How do I do this members only thing? I think I just switch it here. Customization. Members only. Well, that's just the chat. Save. And there's a way to. Oh wait, I remember. I don't remember. Where the fuck is it? Visibility. Here we go. Members only. Here we go. To everybody who's about to be gone, I love you all. Please join the channel and you can join us for the rest of the show. Otherwise, see you soon. All right. What's up, guys? Wow. It's peaceful in here without the riffraff, I guess. Hello. It's just members. And of course, Locals has been on members only for a hot minute now. Love you guys over on Locals. And I'm going to make sure that I have the Locals chat readily available right by the YouTube chat so I can see you guys and your lovely little words. Okay, so this is kind of the format that we'll be going through this video. I will, on occasion, stop and tell little anecdotes and stories about this. This one was funny. So if you remember, just before we switched over, he was talking about how there was a tree that we need help with. And needing help is a weird way to put that, because like there wasn't help needed. It's like help was appreciated. But the tree is a I think it's a lilac tree or something. Lavender. I don't know. It's a smelly tree that blooms once a year. And it's very fragrant for like 3 days, has these purple little tiny flowers, and then they turn brown, they go away. Well, this thing got bogged down with snow and it's pitched forward at like 20 or 30 degrees off of 90. And so, you know, we had talked about like, how do we get this tree to be straight up and down? We didn't want to lose the tree. Kayla loves it. But we just had this really heavy wet snow that weighed it down. And so, you know, April and I had talked about getting basically some stakes and some ratchet straps and pulling the tree up and then tightening it up and then, you know, letting the dirt resettle so that it wouldn't be pitched forward. So Aaron, though, goes to the hardware store. He doesn't confer with April on this and buys these satin ropes, red satin ropes to tie around the tree. And it's like, this don't work, man. Like, what are you doing? So it was just wild. And it was emblematic of his inability to do anything that involved fixing things or manual labor. It's really funny. John Cook says, hey, just bought a membership. Need to let you know, as a non-member, it did not kick me out until I refreshed. So. Riles, yeah, about 6 hours, probably. But yeah, so the satin ropes failed. Like, you can't even tie them. They don't tie. Like, there's not enough friction on the rope itself to tie and hold things. It just kind of falls apart. You know, they're for like they're for being visible, right? Like you would rope off an area with bright colored ropes. That makes sense. They weren't work ropes. And so, you know, like got rid of those and got some good old, you know, sturdy rope and some straps and ratcheted it to these things and pulled it back up. That's not that great of a story. It's just what happened. Oh, here we go.
Back and straightened out that they have, and I want to do some tree straightening. I love doing shit. I love doing like backyard projects.
3 people straighten this tree, and that person isn't one of them. It's amazing. Now, of course, at this point in time, he didn't know he wouldn't be straightening the tree, to be fair.
Boo says the current rumor is that April missed her court appearance today and is sleeping with Nick Rekieta.
Wow.
Oh, dude.
What?
I believe Mrs. Rekieta is going to be very upset.
these are all things like I'm not in control of what this person says. There's a part of my life that was supposed to remain private, and it was not left private by this person specifically after a promise to keep it private. So I do apologize for some of the stuff that's in here. It's not I'm not in control of what other people say.
If that's the case, I better give her a call today and say, I don't know if you heard, but the woman up there right now is apparently over there at the same time. She's a goddamn fuck ninja, and she's fucking the two of us. Wild, right? What? No, honey, that sounded like a knife coming out of a knife block. Honey, put it. No, Mrs. Rickett, no, put it down. Put it down. Don't. God damn it, internet! Look what you did. Actually, you know what? Now it makes sense why they're doing it. That's kind of the ending that they're looking for.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, this is the new rumor that I heard. April just hired Nick for a lawyer. No, months ago, April got a speeding ticket, and we went, oh, well, we handed it to Nick, and we said, this is the wrong make and model and the wrong license.
Not true. It's not the wrong make and model or the wrong license
plate number. Do you think we can get out of this ticket? You're a fucking lawyer. And he goes, yo, do what I can. And then people are like, they hired Nick. I mean, I hate
hired.
I hate to blow up Nick's spot. Didn't give him any money. He was just a friend that happens to be a lawyer. I have another friend who's a lawyer. And if Nick would have said no, I would have ran it to him. I would have said, do you think we could,
right.
We can get this
it's not anything.
Nick and my wife had traffic court, and they fucked it up.
I was deathly ill. I was dying, like close to dead the day that we had traffic court. And I worked it out, worked it out with April in the way that, was amicable. She knows I was deathly ill. She was there. He's like, they fucked it up. It's like, sorry. It was really bad. Muted Growl says, kudos to Win by 2 Radio. Kudos. Anonymous says, win by 2. He goes hard in the paint. Call him Blade. Is like, why? Why would I call him Blade? Do I not like him?
That's fucking great. I would expect that if I missed traffic court, the entire world would be telling me what a stupid piece of shit I am, and we'd all laugh.
Yeah, and everybody did, and I was like, yeah, that was bad, but we got it taken care of afterwards. It was fine. It just was like, well, I was really sick. That's why I missed it. Sorry. But my client wasn't upset.
Guess you're just gonna pay the ticket now.
But then the other one was
just gonna pay the
when
ticket.
I was saying that Nick looked like, because I was talking about how I'm a bigger guy.
Yeah.
And I was talking about how Nick's like skinny and gaunt. I was talking about how he used to come to the gym and they'd all watch me spar and shit like that. And I was making fun of him. I was like, oh man, he's ugly, he's hideous, he's rail thin, and Kiwi Farm's like, oh man, he's really shitting on him hard. I'm like, I'm a chubby wide guy making fun of the tiny little pixie guy. Yeah. That's what big.
Call me a twink. Just say it. I don't care. Guys, I'm skinny. I've been skinny for 43 years. It's always been this way. It probably always. Well, I don't know. I've been eating a lot of ice cream.
Your guys do to pixie guys.
Two different body types.
They bully them.
Yeah, one body type is fucking fat.
I was sitting next to Ricada at an event. We were at an event for his kids.
Yeah.
And he goes, one of the guys that's here just texted me. And he was like, are you sitting next to Aaron from Steel Toe? And I looked at Nick.
Yes. One of the people. One of them.
I go, still got it. As his audience is sitting there like many, many times bigger than our audience. And I'm like, got one. Yeah. Fuck.
Feels good to get that.
How do you like that, lawyer guy? And then he's like, Oh, look, I got my 9 millionth follower. Here we go. That guy from the gas station knows me. I went to his house one day. I was cocking off to him because I went to one day I went to the A&W in Richmond on my way to his house, and the person working the drive-thru was like, "Oh, I love your show." I was like, "Oh, thank you very much." And then I went to the Casey's the next day. The theme here is I'm a fat shit. And the person working the counter at Casey's go, "Oh, I love your show." I went, "Oh, thank you very much." And I went to Nick and I said, "You know what, Ricada? You might have a lot of followers, you might have a lot of viewers, but Richmond, Minnesota is steel toe country." And you want to know something?
Huh.
He didn't seem that impressed.
Weird.
Yeah.
I don't stop in Richmond usually. Well, I stop there from time to time. Casey's there is nice. I guess. Strawberry milk for the kids.
Hurt my feelings. I was like, you know what? Pretend. Just pretend. Dad a bitch. Hey, can we vote on something else? Oh, Cocktiff says the show fell apart when you started partying with Nick, in my opinion. I'll say this. I think we got distracted with our new friends. I do. I mean, I think everybody could see it, and I think he did too. I don't think it's a one-way street. I'm not sitting here going, "Oh yeah, we started hanging out with Nick and them. Oh yeah, our show really suffered." His did too, man. His show suffered big time. I remember.
My show was suffering before that and during that and after that because my life was in a fucking downward spiral. Partly the product of my own choices and decisions, and partly just some bad timing on shit coming to a head. Like that's how life goes sometimes. There was a 2-year period where my life was a river delta of shit. Like it just happened that way, and some of it spilled online, and some of it I was able to keep offline, and some of it was I was able to keep offline and then got spilled later. But it's like that's how it fucking goes sometimes. And I've talked about it. The show suffered a lot because of me not wanting to deal with stuff and not knowing how to deal with other things. So yeah, sure, of course. Your show suffered because it wasn't any good in general.
He'd be taking days off and shit like that, and as we're all hanging out and having a good time. You're right. You're absolutely right. And refocusing your efforts and making sure. And when we met them, like the trajectory that both of us were on was really, really good trajectory. Like he had the whole Rumble thing going and all that. And
I think the Rumble contract that I had is the biggest mistake I've made in relation to the show. I think that is the number one mistake that I made.
Oh, so he's gonna try
to the show.
What?
The Rumble contract was a very beneficial thing at the time that had long-term devastating consequences that, like from a business perspective, that I have to rebuild. And that's not Rumble's fault, by the way. Rumble, Rumble honored their part of the deal, and they were good to work with. That is not like them. It was just the terms of what I had to do in that contract did long-term damage to the.
It actually do work. Wow.
The only way it would have worked is if the contract were renewed every year going forward. And that just wasn't a proposition that I had thought through at the time, because my contract was based in part on the idea of bringing people to Rumble. And I have over 150,000 followers on Rumble. I brought a lot of people to the platform from YouTube. I did that. That's what they asked me to do. They're like, bring people over. So I said, okay, let's do it. And we developed a strategy to do that, and it was pretty effective. Like that's a lot of people who will tip and chat and watch and consume ads forever. So that was what Rumble got out of it. They got what they wanted. As far as for me, it crushed my channel's algorithmic response and on YouTube, because you'd only run an hour of the show on YouTube and then switch to Rumble exclusively. Well, that's great if Rumble can keep up, but the Rumble numbers themselves never were able to keep up to a YouTube video. And in hindsight, what I should have done was just stayed on YouTube and broadcast to Rumble, like without a contract or any obligation, and certainly not impacting the YouTube show. That was a big mistake that I really that's one I wish I could go back and undo.
We talking to Leighton and all that, and we both kind of fell off with keeping open the lines of communication to those places. Now I think we've been refocused. It's it's odd. It's almost like a relationship. Well, when you first get into a relationship and you're like hot and heavy into it, and you like ignore a lot of shit going on around you.
Calm down, tits.
I think that's, and then afterwards you settle in and you start to refocus. And you're like, all right, I got to get my shit done. I think that's kind of what happened. Or, here's one from the last 6 months. Nick Rekieta and I are fucking each other.
Right.
Is one I've read over and over. Fucking each other's wives, fucking this person, fucking Gino, Keanu, fucking them all day long. Just apparently I'm slaying pussy.
No, no, you were getting dick down. Remember? Nick and you were fucking. Oh my God.
It's like to say I'm not fucking Nick Rekieta in the ass.
He didn't deny the other way.
Mouth or any other orifice, as it were. Nova says Nick Rekieta.
That's the words of a bottom right there. Oh shit, what the fuck just happened?
Well, fair fight.
Battle
15 against fucking
Hold on. I gotta fix that. Sorry, it skipped forward.
country. And you want to know something? He didn't seem that impressed.
It's sorry. The video controls on this suck. Wait, was it this gag me again, Daddy? Was this where we
Our
were?
new friends. I do. I mean, I think everybody could see it, and I think he did too. I don't think it's a one-way street. I'm not sitting here going, "Oh yeah, when we started hanging out with Nick and them. Oh yeah, our show really suffered." His did too, man. His show suffered big time. I remember he'd be taking days off and shit like that, and you know, as we're all hanging out and having a good time. You're right. You're absolutely.
Don't blame the controls because you suck. Facts. Look, I'm sorry.
Absolutely right. And refocusing your efforts and making sure, and when we met them, like the trajectory that both of us were on was really good trajectory. Like he had the whole Rumble thing going and all that, and we talking to Leighton and all that, and we both kind of fell off with keeping open the lines of communication to those places. Now I think we've been refocused.
Mm-hmm.
It's odd. It's almost like a relationship. Well, you know when you first get into a relationship and you're like hot and heavy into it, and you like ignore a lot of shit going on around you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's, and then afterwards you settle in and you start to refocus. And you're like, all right, I got to get my shit done.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of what happened. Or, here's one from the last 6 months. Nick Rekieta and I are fucking each other.
Right.
Is one I've read over and over. Fucking each other's wives, fucking this person, fucking Gino, Keanu, fucking them all day long. Just apparently I'm slaying pussy. And I just like to say I'm not fucking Nick Rekieta in the ass.
Wait. So if you're fucking pussy, and you mentioned Gino and you didn't disclaim that one, so I guess that's true.
Mouth or any other orifice, as it were.
Yeah, we just watched this, but
Nova says Nick Rekieta says he used to fight and spar in college. You should have a fun boxing match for a fundraiser. That wouldn't be fair. No offense to Nick. That would not be fair. And Nick has said the same thing. Would not be a fair fight.
I have? I don't recall ever saying it wouldn't be a fair fight. What is he talking about? This is the first of the power fantasy, the power dynamic fantasy, where he fantasizes about beating the shit out of me or killing me or whatever, and he'll say both at multiple points throughout this video. All I've said was like, yeah, I used to spar in college with my friends, and I did martial arts for years. So like, I know how to throw a punch. I know how to not get hit by a punch, and I know some jujitsu and various other martial arts. Like, I don't know how a fight would go with anybody ever. I don't fight people because I'm a grown ass man and I'm old. Like, I don't want to, I don't need to go in. Do you see this nose? This thing would break immediately. I don't want to go get my fucking nose broken by anybody. So I'm not like, I'm not big on the fighting thing. I don't understand challenging people to fights on the internet. And I always find it funny, but I'm not like afraid of people. If someone came at me, I would defend myself. And I might do okay, or I might not. Like, who knows? You never want to, like, you get to a point in life where you just don't want to be in a fight because you get hit, you fall down, hit your head on cement, and you're done. John O'Keefe.
215 against, fucking okay, what? Jesus Christ. All right. We got
215 against 180.
Gotcha.
Although, to be fair, at the time I was about 155 pounds because I was really sick and on a bunch of cocaine.
Versus like, I think 140, 145 soaking wet. I don't think that would be.
55. Come on.
Plus, he's like, what, 40 something? So college was a long time ago.
Open as something and then it never did.
No, it's in Sauk Rapids.
At a normal speed.
Pure pleasure.
Yeah.
Right. There was 2 pure pleasures, right?
Nick Ricada took us there.
Do you know there was 2 pure pleasures on Highway 10?
I did not know there were 2 pure pleasures.
More shows with Nick now.
Look at that.
Let's see. Should we? You know what? Let's sit down and answer this question. Fine. I believe, without saying too much, that Nick and I became fast friends. We did.
Licked your face.
Anytime there are families, couples that become friends, and there's a divorce, it makes things weird.
No. Not any time that there is a divorce when there are couples who are friends does it make things weird. Sometimes it does. Its ability to make the entire world conform to whatever reality he's in is amazing.
And that's all I'll say.
Oh, okay.
Am I against doing shows with him down the road? No, I'm not. There's a conversation or two that would need to take place. But am I against it? I ain't rushing out to do one with him right now. No, absolutely not. But that's just because.
As a reminder, in the restraining order, he said he's been scared since I told him to kill himself on April 11th of 2024. At this point, it is now May 15th, 2024. And he's like, yeah, like whatever. Well, we could talk again in the future, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
You're caught up in the middle of something. Not even necessarily your fault, but caught up in the middle of something. And like I said, there need to be some conversations. I'm not like an everything is permanent type of guy. I'm very much like Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon always said, hey, if it makes dollars, it makes sense. Or, if we can work together and draw some money, we'll work together and draw some money. And that's where I'm
Vince
at.
McMahon, to be very clear.
I would love to. I mean, it would be nice to, help him kind of learn how to do stand-up and
retard anywhere
do all that. And,
it's possibly the single worst mistake of this entire ordeal.
I will say, he didn't act like this.
Have him be an asset to steel toe comedy shows and things like it. But, yeah, there would need to be some conversations, I think. Oh, sounds like a series of texts between me and Nick Ricada. Jesus Christ. Oh, people have this thing where they want to
You guys have seen some of those now. No one had back then. They were the ones about you hating your kids?
Correct the record all the time.
Everybody wants to win and be
Right. And it's like, no correcting the record. That's why I said last night on my show, and people thought I was talking about Nick when I said I'm getting texts about, I'm a bad person and a monster and this and that. Not from Nick at all. No, Nick, like I said, Nick hasn't texted me in over 6 weeks.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. So I haven't been reaching out and contacting you? That's strange. That would carry on through today. I don't reach out and contact this person. I have nothing to say to them. Again, outside of anything that may need to be said in court.
Wasn't going to go over what Misery Loves Clips posted of Nick's show last night. But then Elisa Clips sent me a DM.
Elisa?
Of Nick saying something about me that mildly pissed me the fuck off.
I wonder what I said.
Because if I were him.
Oh, wait, what's this? Is this a threat?
Thank God. But if I were him, I wouldn't talk about him.
This is 2 days before my arrest. And it's kind of amazing because what he's about to do is a classic either blackmail or extortion.
All right, let's go in. Let's just jump right in.
Oh, of course, the clip was cut short. I wouldn't, if I were him, I wouldn't talk about me. And then I believe that he went on to say how he had all these embarrassing names and places and et cetera, and all this private information that would come out.
Into it, shall we? So I saw this clip of Nick's stream from last night. He'll say whatever he wants. Nick, sweetie, baby, first of all, get help.
What?
Second of all,
I don't want any.
You better hope. And I said this last night. You better pray to God.
What's that?
I don't say what I want.
Oh, why
If
not?
I said what I want, motherfucker, that's Mount Vesuvius. Like a lot of this is like, oh, Aaron, he'll say what he wants. Let's make.
Yeah, you will. Like he's proven. He went on to prove that he would say what he wants. Again, 14 months nonstop talking, but this is a threat, right? Like this is a threat about me saying anything. Then he'll prove me right by saying what he wants. It's amazing.
Make a quick rule for Nicky boy here. You keep my name out of your fucking mouth in ways like that, and I can promise I'll be as good a boy as I can be. You fucking crack whip with me. You know that guy, like Lefty Rosenthal, he had all the accounts. The guy who was Ace Rothstein in Casino, he knew everything about the mob and all their dealings and everything else.
Sure.
You want to keep a guy like that happy, right?
This is blackmail and extortion. Straight from the statute.
Because he could blow up your shit.
Right. I'm actually, give me 1 second. I'm writing this down for my tell-all.
Thank you.
I'm going to write down. And I'll do a tell-all. And remember, I'll make that comparison. Right?
Nikki.
It'll be joint written by Gino and I.
Yes. Nikki.
We'll tell all we know.
Now, mind you, I would be arrested the next day, and then I was quiet, and his whole threats, he just went ahead and did them anyway.
Nikki, remember, I'm Lefty Rosenthal.
Oh, are you?
Okay? Be good to Lefty. Now, Nick, would the world really be a better place if I killed myself? Would the world be...
Yes, dummy. Oh my God. But this it's in the wrong spot. It was on the tip of my nose. I still don't know what it was. It might have been Coke. I just literally don't remember.
They would have missed that. They would have missed this. Somebody says, how did you ever meet Nick? This was really sad. I talked to someone the other day. I talked to someone yesterday. And they said, how'd you meet Nick and Kayla? And I said, well, I met them in October at the show we were going to do with Chrissy. And then, of course, the tragedy with Chrissy's family happened. That was so sad. And Chrissy booked Nick to do a guest set Or did I?
Chrissy did. Drive-by says, congratulations to Aaron for being Minnesota's biggest loser of all time. Yeah, Chrissy booked me. She's like, hey, I'm going to be in Minnesota. I'm doing a thing. Maybe we could hang out. Maybe you want to come do like a little comedy set, stand-up comedy? And I was like, I will be bad at it, but I will try because that sounds stupid. So let's try it. Let's have a good time.
Boy, I can't remember if it was Chrissy or it was me. Could have been either one. And we met them there. And we talked. We hung out after the show. We went to a bar. It was a great time. They came over the next morning. We hung out. We watched a movie, everything else. And then we started hanging out with them after that.
I mean, sort of. That's not quite how it went. April started hunting on our land for a couple months, and then we started hanging out. But other than that, relatively true story.
About, if you haven't heard by now, Nick Rekieta got his fucking family arrested, and my wife arrested.
I didn't really get my family arrested. I got me arrested, and I guess Kayla arrested, and April arrested. I mean, there were other people involved in that. But I don't think my kids were arrested. I should ask if they have any prison tats.
Another thing that I will hold Nick Rekieta responsible for until the day he fucking dies.
Carlos Ramirez, I'm not acting righteous right now. I'm not acting righteous at all. I'm just saying that the restraining order is bullshit, and it's silly that a person who would speak so often on their own about me would ask for one.
Which, if he doesn't get help, will be soon. That is, if he avoids a lengthy prison sentence, which he may not. Guns and drugs together, they don't fuck around on. Like, if these three don't think they have...
Yeah, that lengthy prison sentence, I guess, because of all the drugs and guns together. Good prediction.
Have a problem, nothing's gonna matter. And I worry about Nick's part, because Nick is the classic addict who is too fucking smart to, get clean. Too fucking smart to admit he's got a problem. I don't know. Everyone's assuming online. They're like, oh, this is a wake-up call for Nick. I've gotten to know Nick over the next 6 months. I can see him explain his way out of this. I think everyone in that group should go their separate ways.
Everybody got pissed at me for saying in court that my whole life, like, people had told me I was smart, but they have. Like, it's not my fault. I was saying that to say, but I was really, really fucking dumb. Like, I let people's praise plus, temporary success get to my head, and I made bad decisions because of it. I became stupid. That was the whole point of that speech. But even he agrees. Nick's super smart. He's so smart, he'll never stop being an addict.
All the way, every single platform. Just get on there. Because you know what? Because Nick is smarter than everybody else.
I know.
And Nick's going to be able to get on, mere mortals, they go on and stream and go on Twitter. That's fucking stupid. And the lawyer's going to tell you not to, because it's a really dumb thing to do.
Don't do it.
You see, Nick is different.
Yep.
Nick is really, really smart.
I know.
In fact, I'm going to say Nick probably set up this whole arrest just so he could show how good of a lawyer he is when he beats all of the charges.
That's what I did.
He probably set the whole thing up. He might have only bought the cocaine so that he could get caught with it, so he could show everybody what a brilliant lawyer he is. It's probably all just 4D chess. See, now do I sound like a law tuber? I feel like I sound like a law tuber now. Because that's a...
This is his initial impression of LawTube, and I find it hilarious, actually.
About how fucking dumb these people sound. I tell you what, I wander into communities doing this show, And every time I wander into a community, I feel like I go, I've wandered in to the den of the dumbest motherfuckers who have ever walked the earth. And then I go, I feel like I'm in the right place. Because these law tuber guys, I don't know if they're like shitty lawyers who, like Nick, like he sucked at being a lawyer, so he just started a YouTube channel.
That's
or
what
if these guys, or
I was like, you know what? I'm really bad at lawyering. I'll go on YouTube. That's the plan. That's exactly how it happened. It's amazing.
some of these guys are really good and they do the YouTube thing on the side. I don't know. But some of their shit is so fucking stupid. Like, I've got some people I'm watching, and they're going, oh, I think Nick beats this by pointing out that they over-searched the search warrant, and they'll get everything that they found thrown out. And then one guy asked...
So one of the things... I can still appeal the search warrant. That's actually the interesting thing about my plea deal is I can appeal the search warrant still. I believe we're in the window without jeopardizing the plea deal, because you can make an appeal of a constitutional issue, not a fact issue. And so I technically still can appeal it. I don't know if I'm going to or anything. I haven't made any decisions on that at the moment. But one of the things that is really interesting is one of the statements that's relied on by the police in making in executing the warrant is that my children were reported by the quote unquote preschool or kindergarten teacher at the church of being hungry and dirty. In the interview with the pastor that happened after the warrant, the pastor was very clear. They said, I don't know how that statement got attributed to that person, but she didn't say that. So as part of the warrant request, a statement is made, and that statement is the opposite of what actually happened. This happens a lot. The officer, and I'm not claiming any malice. Maybe it was a mistake. I don't know, but they wrote down the wrong thing, and they didn't use the recording to make the warrant request. They used their own notes, and their own notes were wrong, and the pastor corrected them, but he corrected them days after the arrest when they did the formal interview that was recorded. So it's like there were things about that warrant the frustrating thing is when you have someone else involved in helping you do something, like you hire someone to help out. And I like my lawyer a whole lot, but I have some disagreements about how the Franks motion was drafted and how it was handled. And that's one of them. I feel like they left out stuff that was pretty important. But some lawyers, have a strategy that focuses on focusing in on a couple high impact issues and maybe not having everything. My strategy is a little different. But it doesn't really matter at this point, but it might matter on appeal. Who knows?
That lawyer, so the search warrant affidavits come out, and the guy's like, no. It's like, motherfucker, then how do you know that's what's going to happen? These guys are actively rooting for a guy who had almost 27 grams of cocaine in his house and a gun under his bed.
It was less than 20 grams. Just to be clear, that's the actual official weight.
And loose ammo with 5 children in the fucking house. And they're rooting for that guy to get off on a technicality. What?
You don't get off on a technicality. The loose ammo was in boxes. It was in retail boxes for ammunition. Like when you go buy 20 rounds of 45 millimeter, not 45 millimeters. So 45.
How long does he spend coping and seething? Right? I knew it'd be forever, but man, I'm you got it done with cleaning.
Like it's cool.
Man,
and
maybe I'll go out and
boxes,
I don't know.
They were nowhere near the handgun. The handgun was in a safe in a completely different part of the house. And
yeah, I think I will go out. Let's see, how much longer is the video? I think I'll keep it going and then bounce.
Completely different part of the house. It was completely inaccessible to anyone other than me. And So, like, when they
I
said
was only talking about him because he made me think about him all the time, Your Honor. You see, it's.
Yeah, I think if I go out to
I
bounce
can't keep him out of my mind. I love him. That's what I was going to say in my letter.
Holy shit! I lost my train of thought entirely. That was too good. We'll just keep going.
Fucking
everything is my
These
fault.
guys are so far up Nick's ass, you'd think they're my wife's thumb. And here they are sitting there going,
I couldn't track what I was doing. I had something up and I forgot about it twice.
Don't disparage. We need to only stick to the facts of the case, and we need to talk about this purely in legal terms and not moral terms. And then the first thing out of these fucking tards' mouth is, well, you know, Nick can get off on a technicality on the validity of the search warrant. And we're like, oh, so we have the search warrant affidavit? That would be sticking to legalese. And they go, no, that hasn't come out yet. Well, then shut the fuck up.
That was funny.
These guys act like they're the holy grail, the Rosetta Stone of deciphering the hieroglyphics that is the legal system. And then when it gets into them ball-washing Nick, all that goes out the window and they're just operating on their field.
I just have to say, I got the cleanest balls in the business because apparently everybody is ball washing all the time. So these babies are polished and glistening. Thank you for all of that.
Their feelsies are, oh, I think I can probably still get... You know what's funny is I get accused of being a clout chaser. I burned this motherfucker down. There ain't no clout chasing. I didn't get a single follower from being friends with this guy. I was just friends with him. And these guys...
The delusion of saying he didn't get a single follower from being friends with me. Like, tons of followers. Like, not in the way that maybe you would think traditionally you go about it, but... you know, he inarguably received people who followed him after this thing.
Accuse other people of being clout chasers. Meanwhile, these guys will throw 5 innocent children under the fucking bus to side with a guy who got found with 27 grams of coke, ketamine, and a gun under his bed.
4 guns.
With 5 children in the house in a disgusting, and guys, the police report does not do it justice, a disgusting mess of a home.
Wow.
A disgusting, embarrassing mess of a home. And I don't want to say went through. I want to say done.
Don't talk about my garbage igloo that way, you asshole. Rude.
Did.
You got to sleep in the garbage igloo?
Okay.
I want to say the things I've done. I did this to me.
Yes.
Nobody made me do it.
Right.
April, Nick, Kayla, same thing. Nobody made us do anything. But, my emotions will change day to day, and I want to be as honest with you guys as possible. So, since this morning, I know when I read that affidavit, I was very mad at Nick. I yelled at Nick a bunch.
What? Rude.
I was very hard on him. And now this afternoon, my emotions have now become, God damn it, I want that guy to get better. God damn it, I want that guy to get help. I want him to go to rehab. I want
You tried to make me go to rehab, and I said no, no, no.
him to go to therapy. I think Nick Rekieta.
At this point, he's saying this. I'd been in therapy for years. Like, he knows that I've been in therapy for years. I recommend therapy for pretty much any adult over the age of 5. I think it's always helpful to have a person that you can talk to that's outside of any circle of friends or family or other social groups. I think therapy is just useful for people. You don't have to have a problem for it. I had several issues that my therapist has been fantastic in helping me with over the years. Obviously, drug use wasn't one of them, right? Like I didn't talk to my therapist about drug use. Okay. I do now, right? Like you talk now about how I'm doing and stuff like that, but that's how it goes. It's like, I want him to get therapy. Like you, motherfucker, I had not hung out with you sometimes because I was talking to my therapist.
Could benefit from therapy as much, if not more, than I have. I think he could use it. It's a humbling experience.
Might even get more out of it.
Frustrating. You've got to stick with it because I'm learning better ways to deal with myself that I'm not good at. I mean, some of these guys you watch and you go, Jesus Christ, do they owe Nick money or something? Like, are they on the payroll? Are they on the like that Robert Barnes guy? is a complete lunatic.
Yeah, Barnes Barnes is compromised by me. I bought that motherfucker a long time ago. I was like, go long on Trump. Back in 2016, he's owed me ever since.
Like, that guy was like trying to talk about it like it's some kind of government conspiracy, like anybody gives a fuck about Nick Rekieta.
Now listen, guys. You got Nick Rekieta. He's out there, small town Minnesota. He's loud. He's a big voice. He's saying all the things. He's a danger to the government. I love Robert Barnes. He's a hero. What a Superman.
In the fucking Justice Department or the State Department. That guy was fucking embarrassing. Like, there were that uncivil law guy who's been kind of defensive of Nick even came out and said the warrant is unattackable. Like, you've got, you know,
the warrant's unattackable, and please eat my pizza casserole right now with cocktails. Emphasis on the tails.
All the villagers are going, dude, this is fucked up. There's smoke signals coming up from everywhere. We can check to see if there's fire. And, you know, that Robert Barnes guy is just sitting there to the bitter end. Like, again, he's in the bunker in Downfall with Hitler, you know, telling him that Steiner's column hasn't been destroyed.
What?
You know, he don't want to break the news to the Fuhrer. But this Nate the lawyer was just like right down the middle with it, man. He was just analyzing it. Thank you for
Of course. You know, Nick's my boy. And we got to look at this because you got a warrant request and you got probable cause. And so you're going to have the police. They're going to go in there. They're going to clean it out. You know, they're going to look around. If they find something, you know, then what you got to do is you got to go outside the warrant. You got to look into other things. You got to find out if there's a way to attack the warrant. Like,
$10. I appreciate it. Just remember, Nick needs help, and the kids need their father. Hopefully, this ends with everyone in recovery and putting this behind them. Yeah. I mean, I can't echo that sentiment enough. But then again, but I will say this is where I maybe need to work on myself as a human. If they don't get help, on the flip side of that, I'm going to be really fucking pissed and mad and angry at them. You know?
But you can't control it. What are you going to... You can't control what people are going to do. If they don't want to get help, they're not going to get help. It's as simple as that.
$5 from Viking says, Aaron may be hiding Nick's blow in his ass. Search there, detective. I mean, they can.
Why would you say that?
I'd rather they didn't.
Sure.
People have been circulating that clip now. It's been on all of the shows of Nick and April being on Simpcast back in 2022.
We played it on our show, too.
Yeah, this was the episode I remember Alex Stein being on. And
we've been at this for a while, and we're still on May 30th of 2024.
I remember Nick and I messaged each other after that episode. And I remember April telling me.
We did not message each other after the Alex Stein episode. This is like not a thing that occurred. I can't remember. I couldn't find a message to him. I thought I may have reached out, but I think I just told April. I've said this openly. At the time, I didn't know April or Aaron. And I thought that Alex came in a little hot on April for being mad at Aaron. And then I thought the way that he talked to her on that show, and mind you, I'd never talked to this woman in my life at this point. Like, I never met her, didn't know anything about her. I didn't know that she was a podcaster in Minnesota or anything. I just thought that, like, he was kind of going hard on her when Aaron wasn't there. And I was like, well, that's kind of lame. You know, like that was just my initial impression of Alex Stein on that live stream. Alex and I have talked since then. Like, I don't care anymore that was the case. It was just my initial impression.
Nick hates Alex Stein because he was mean to me on that show. And from people who have messaged me about Nick throughout this whole thing. And this is not to torture myself. This is like, what's done is done. I'm getting divorced, whatever. But I did think to myself, I bet he reached out to her. I bet messages started being.
This is unreal. I have never seen this clip, this particular clip. And when I saw it, I was like, are you kidding me? For the to be very clear to those in the back, I never reached out to April following the time I was on Simpcast with her in 2022. Messages did not start in any way. I was on the show with her, and then the next time I encountered April was at the stand-up comedy show. This is this is an insane theory that he has, like that this is all some setup starting from way back. Like, it is crazy.
Exchanged even back then. Not saying April ever did anything wrong in our marriage or anything like that, but I guarantee there was an effort made. There was an attempt made. By
guarantee it.
You went to the Nick Rick.
Guarantees it. Like, no, what are you talking about? Again, this is just some woman with a husband who lived an hour away from me. And like on the show, I don't know that we even interacted much on the show. Like the panel was like 7 people, right? And I didn't know her, but I knew Chrissy, and I'm trying to think who else is on the show. Alex Stein did a lot of the talking, and he, at the time, his mic was so bad, and he would come on to live streams and his volume was way higher than everybody's. And so I just kind of like sat back or whatever. For most of it, I didn't mind. I don't remember who else was on that show, but I feel like I had another friend on there. Maybe Nina Infinity, or maybe Star Wars Girl was on that show too. I don't specifically remember. People could go check the roster. But no, I never reached out and messaged April after that. I was just like many other shows. I was on a show with someone, and then I wasn't, and that was it. And he guarantees that an effort was made. Like, what are you talking about? Where's that come from?
Ada school of talking to your lawyers.
Oh God! Please tell me your lawyer isn't Nick Ricada.
Oh no!
I've been having a lot of late night conversations with Nick, and he gets a little slow for a minute, and then he.
Yeah. So my actual best grift of all time is I put on a bunch of makeup, and I'm actually Johnny Crutch's doctor, which is why he's not getting any better.
He pops off to the bathroom, comes back with a whole lot of energy. I like that man. He's a spit.
Yeah, he's a comeback kind of guy. I have seen people actually posit the theory that the small town Minnesota church and police force are corrupt, and they have it out for Nick, and they're trying to destroy him.
Who said that?
I don't know, man. I've been watching the streams. I didn't think he needed help destroying himself. I thought he was pretty much on the... If you wanted to destroy Nick, all you had to do was sit back and watch.
Yeah,
He was going to the point where he was probably going to die soon.
Yep.
They could have fixed a lot of problems. I told people, I'm like, you'll never fuck my life up worse than me. I'm way better at it than you. What are you doing?
That was also the Judge Schneider that had been assigned to this drug, guns, and children case. He had gone on that shit-faced extreme.
Yes.
And he had accused her of having, like, liquor pouring out of her vagina. See, Nick isn't a funny guy. He's just vulgar for the sake of being vulgar. He's always really uncomfortable when, like, Kayla and I would be hanging out. Nick would come.
I love this next thing he's about to say. If anybody is familiar with his current content, I really want you to focus on this next criticism, because this is amazing.
Come upstairs for his break. You know, the one where he said he was saying goodnight to Lady Ragged?
Yes.
But he would come up and he would say things like, "Oh, I told this really funny joke," and like it was just after they came out of the bathroom and probably maybe engaged in some, I don't know. I'm congested.
Yeah.
But he would come out, "Oh, I had this really funny line," and he would say the funny line, and I'd be like, "This is fucking uncomfortable. Fuck. It's just dirty for dirty's sake. It's not whatever." Haha, yeah, Jacob Blake, I get it. Black people, am I right?
Imagine the audacity of this person going, "Yeah, wow, what a joke. Black people, am I right?" Like, unreal levels of disconnect. Holy criminy. Yeah, Jacob Blake, am I right? I wish I remembered the Jacob Blake joke. Oh, wait, no, I have one coming up.
Fuck, dude. And now I guess anybody who's criticizing my old friend, there's like you know, my buddy Donnie, he's my old friend Donnie. He's like my old friend from back in the day. Nick is my old friend. Like, used to be, like, not currently
Former.
friendly,
Former
old
English works.
friend.
Former.
We shared a bond deeper than brothers share.
That's a good thing.
But he's been, as they call it, sweeping for Nick hard, like delusional.
Sweep the leg, Johnny. Sweep your own.
And now he's comparing people who aren't sweeping for Nick to Nazis or people living in Germany who would have turned in Jews. Can't kill me. Nothing sticks to me.
Not even come.
Who's Nick's other woman? There's a video on NatClo20. What? Nick has another lady? Boy, for a big fucking drunk, coke-addled dork, he sure can pull some bitches, huh? Camelot sitting there talking about...
No, because he...
Pulling bitches, what, like in a sled? Like, what are you talking about, you weirdo? And some big girls can't walk.
Can feed them drugs.
That's a good point. Like, Camelot was on his stream saying, oh, yeah, Nick's told me about how he's been with lots of hookers and shit.
I love how the misunderstanding of Camelot's jokes has led to this one. No.
And you're like, what? What the fuck? Well, hookers, I guess you pay them. So that,
yeah.
That doesn't matter.
I'm addicted to your past disco.
I'm addicted to disco talk. But like Nick would do this a lot, and then over time, April would just kind of become that person too. You would make a point, and they would take one word you said while making that point, pick it apart, and go, "No, you said this," and it's like, "Hey, fuckheads, retards! The main thrust of the point was this. Fuck that word. It doesn't matter. Pick a different word you want me to use."
So this is amazing. This is a person defending their communication style, and their communication style is what I say. The words I say don't mean anything because you should know what I feel. And he actually said that to me multiple times. Like, no, but I meant this, and this is what I felt. I speak emotionally. Like, yeah, I get it, but like you'd say words and they do exist. Like you should acknowledge that they have meaning.
That's the one I'll use. The main thrust of the point is this. People, dumb people. This is a tool dumb people use to feel intellectual. Is they'll hear someone make a point that is unassailable. That is 1,000% right.
No, but you can't hear someone make an unassailable point if you use words that don't mean what the words mean. Right? Like, if I say they went to the library and they actually went to the park, and you're like, well, what I meant was they went out. It's like, okay, but did they go to the library or the park? Like, which one is it? And dude just never had the concept in his head that the word that you use actually matters because we have a system of ordered language with definitions so that everybody understands what's going on, rather than trying to discern your emotional response.
And because you have to be a contrarian, emphasis on the cunt, you have to pick one word and go, well, if I can pick this one word and I can isolate that one word and I can show that that word's not exactly the right word to use, well, then that takes everything else they said and makes it null and void. No, you're a retard. Like Corey used to argue that way with me, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, you know,
the list of people who argue with him and say, no, can you just tell me the word that actually happened? Like, can you do that one? Like, the list keeps growing. It's like, yeah, this person did it too. It's really crazy of them. Like, all right. No, you just emote like a woman.
Remember, I'd argue with Nick and Corey. I'd say this a lot. I'd go, Jesus fucking Christ, you know what I mean. Year, 2 years, 3 years. There isn't one. There's a reason for that. Society's not as fucking stupid as you think they are, Nick. It always fails.
Prove it.
Somebody has got to go. I don't know who. I don't know when. All I know is, fuck, this story is going to get really good. Somebody did say in the chat, Johnny Arcade said, being arrested brought them all closer, trauma bonding, and a common enemy. This is real. Kayla's Hallway Snatch wrote something really good. April over there means that the case against Nick is super solid, and Nick dangled the coke-covered carrot to April so all three of them can synchronize their stories for any future trial or questioning. If you don't think Nick is playing Godfather over this whole thing, He's not even letting Kayla get a fucking lawyer. She filed her papers for the judge motion pro se.
They had to be filed that day. They had to be filed that day to bounce the judge. That day. Not the next day, not the Monday, not some day later when like you could hire someone or whatever. They had to be filed that day. So yeah, she filed pro se and everybody's like, oh my God, it's not letting Kayla get a lawyer. We had to find a different lawyer for Kayla. Like, I mean, I know a bunch of lawyers, but I know them all around the country. Hold on one second. You know, like I don't know and hang out with a bunch of local defense attorneys. Like we're not buddies. I know some, but getting them on the phone and seeing if they have something in their schedule, finding out what their retainer is, you know, like that took time.
Which means no attorney. Alan Powell, the real AP with $2, says, wish her well, but only after she ruined Nick's life.
But I love the notion that I prevented Kayla. It's like I was trying to get her an attorney as fast as possible. But that motion had to be bounced, or the judge had to be bounced right away.
Look, guys, I think Nick's capable of ruining his life all on his own. I really do. That's why he needs Aprils of the world around him. So
wait,
he
I thought
can
I
go,
could do it on my own.
well, I haven't totally fucked up my entire life. I mean, look, this person's here.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys can fuck up your lives together. It's totally. I mean, problem with Nick is everybody else's life gets fucked up before his totally goes down the drain. So it's, you know, there are victims.
And he's still dragging people, as far as I'm concerned, still dragging people down with him.
Oh boy.
Don't go down
and
alone.
I'm, and I'm the one. Well, that's why he reacted so strong when I distanced myself. And it would have been over with. Super happy fun time said Nick said.
I love it. Remember, reacting so strong is I sent a text. That's it. That was the strong reaction he got.
The guns were Aaron's. No, he didn't. Daniel Newman says Rekieta won't say anything direct or substantial until after the case is done. Jimmy says you can't screenshot encrypted apps. The fuck I can't. I've already got them. I mean, I could get more, but I've already got them. I've got the big K yourself tweet from Nick, or signal from Nick.
I got that tweet.
That guy's awesome.
I endorse. I lost interest.
He does an amazing amount of work for all of us, and we should be grateful.
I like him. Yepem says, I watched Nick's last broadcast. I don't get it. He is gross and creepy. He looked old.
Yes. Gross and creepy. No, I'm insane. What's wrong with you people? Get it right.
He looked very old, but you want gross and creepy. Oh, my God. Keanu is like chomping at the bit to get on this week.
You want gross and creepy? Keanu is chomping at the bit to get on. Sometimes things come out right.
Like on Thursday to do Gossip Girls Thursday because she got Instagram messages from Nick. And the way she's described
She's threatened to release him so many times.
Them to me. They sound like the most cult leader shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, when I said, hey, I'm not in control of April's phone. I don't send messages as her. I've actually been encouraging her to contact her friends because Aaron is a monster who reaches out to the people around his targets, and he tries to isolate them with misinformation. So if your friends don't hear from you, then they're going to think that, like, you know, the other person's story is correct. So you should reach out and tell your friends you're okay. Like, oh my gosh, they're worried about you. That was the cult leader message that I had. And again, reiterating, I've never been in control of her phone. I barely, like, she handed me her phone maybe 3 or 4 times to look at something. I've never authored a text or sent a message from April's phone. That's insane.
So, like, Nick knows that Keanu, because I think Nick is a narcissist enough where he's watching everything about himself.
Just enough of what?
Which I hope he's not watching the keynote.
How would you recognize that at all as a trait that a person has?
I don't
How would
watch
you know?
any clips on myself because I have something Nick doesn't, which is called shame. Why would you do this?
This has been a treasure trove of like these old statements, and then you listen to things that he says now, and you're like, holy shit! Like it's night and day.
Thomas Michael says, if you had to choose Mersh or Nick to take the little girl's place, who and why? Ooh, I don't know.
I don't know the context of this.
I don't know.
Mersh is just a dumb internet guy. I think there's more problems with the other one.
What me and the Rackets did was bad.
Uh-huh.
Regardless of the good times we had. Nick did all the drugs. Now he can't give kids hugs. It turns out Aaron was a much better dad.
Oh.
I think in this last stream, he got a little closer to humility, and I'm going to give him a little bit of a break because Nick's a broken dude, and Nick can imitate emotions. He can't have them.
I don't have those. I went to the emotion store and I'm like, I'm poor. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to even buy these things. Where do you install them? Is like, do you put a thumb drive in your ass? Like, what do you do? How do I get these emotions into my body? Nick can't have those. He can only intimidate. I'm a ton of fun.
He can have. I've seen him have rage. I've seen him when he doesn't get agreed with or people don't go his way. I've seen him just flip and just fucking spiral and turn on that person. Actually, I have to thank him a little. He did help me with something. I saw some of those tendencies in myself sometimes in my worst moments, and I have checked those to no end. And I have not been that guy. Carlos Cameo with 199 says, April and Nick seen at Golden Corral in Shoreview, Minnesota. Oh, rub it in. Rexstart parody account with $2 says, where in the world is April San Diego? J. Brock Contrarian just saw Nick and April at the local gas station asking people for change. Roots Calhoun.
Uh-oh.
Says, wait, I just saw Nick and April at the Tasty Freeze on Lawrence Avenue on the north side of Chicago. They were eating each other's peanut butter parfaits with their arms intertwined. Elza Belza, April and Nick were seen at the Wilmington repair shop.
So the context of this clip, very briefly, is that someone emailed him and said that April and I were spotted at the DQ Grill and Chill, and he like breathlessly reported on it. It was really weird. He just believed it inherently.
Dropping off their MacBook before venturing off to play pretend hunting. God damn. I had no idea that we were going to get all these sightings today, Johnny.
I didn't realize how fucking around April and Nick are getting. Like, this is
maybe they're on
a lot of travel.
Maybe they're on stimulants and they're just zooming from destination to destination. They're everywhere.
Travel works.
Yeah, I discovered teleportation.
Yeah, if you do enough stimulants, then you can actually move from A to B faster than the rest of reality. It's amazing.
Not sure. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that the people telling us this are full of shit. I can't say that.
You can't prove or disprove it.
I can't prove or disprove any of these allegations. So a Subway in Rochester, a barbecue in Edgewater, Florida, a Golden Corral.
Dagger to your heart.
Oh. Thick Cheney with $5 says, word is that Nick and April were spotted on the grassy knoll in Dallas. Oh, boy. Well, at least they're taking in some history.
But all my guns were taken, so I didn't shoot him.
Don't worry. The way they shake, I don't think they could keep their shooting hands straight. I don't think they would have been very dependable. Plus, Nick lost all his guns.
Yeah.
What's he going to do? Linda Pepperton says, tell us about the DP and the buy stuff.
Gross.
Nick and I never did any buy stuff.
This is a person with just no regard for anything. The discussions like that he has and the commentary that he has is not only like non-consensual, it was specifically Like, we're not going to talk about anything at all because it's nobody's business. Nobody on earth. Some of the shit really pisses me off.
I'm sorry. Oh, no, I shouldn't have. Oh, no, that's going to be on Red Bar now. He's going to say I took a liar's sip. That's not what that was. There was no, there was never any buy stuff. And there was never any DP either. I didn't want my balls and dick. I will defend Nick in this regard with our cuckoldry and foursome and fucking wife swapping shit. He and I are both pretty homophobic. Now, when it comes to what we have coming up today, we have Keanu's perspective of things. We have another person coming forward and going, here's my dealings with Nick. And in listening to Keanu talk about her dealings with Nick, it's actually been very therapeutic for me because I'm like, okay, so he doesn't just do that like when I'm around. Like, I'm not the only one who's seen that. He's doing this to other people now. Like, this is just, when you have a call, when you have a diagnosis of who someone is, and then you get third-party confirmation, you're like, I feel much better in the diagnosis that I've made. You know, like, it doesn't make you happy because it's a fucking guy doing drugs and drinking when he has 5 kids who have been taken away from him. It's bad enough to do drugs and drink and not take responsibility for what you've done when there's 5 kids in the house. Now the state has come and taken them away and given them to someone else, and you can't have them. And there's very little reason for any of us to believe that the behaviors have changed. That's fucking insane. Remarkable. We've also got one of the big reasons Keanu's on the show today is because Nick responded to her. And not only did Nick respond to her, but Keanu has started like a Me Too movement.
Yeah. Like a Me Too movement. That's a great way to describe Keanu Thompson. It's perfect. And in fact, with no basis in fact, every basis in fantasy, with spurious claims that won't ever be proven or borne out. Shocker.
So she gets these messages that are highly manipulative.
None of this
remarkably manipulative.
Or came
and Keanu doesn't play that shit, so it doesn't work on her. So you just look like a retard trying to do that. And then, like, 2 more women come forward to Keanu and I.
These 2 mystery women have never, appeared at all. Unless it's like Alyssa and Farron, who dumped DMs. Although those DMs do not have me engaging in any sort of inappropriate activity with them at all. So, like, I'm not sure what this is ever in reference to because it never came out.
Came to me to say, can I get Keanu's information? Like, they wanted to go right past me, which I actually think is really cool. And they're like, I want to talk to Keanu about my experience.
One of the women was Gabe Hoffman, probably.
With messages and streams and things like that. And I'm like, ooh. Like, Keanu's like the Hannibal Buress to Nick's Bill Cosby. All right, let's get down to it.
Yep, that's how it went.
Quick update. Apparently today, Nick was convicted of what, 3 or 4 driving offenses today? I knew about this one, and I thought there was a second one. Like, he got a couple of violations in close succession. So this might not be the only one we hear about.
Yeah, I was pissed about getting some of these tickets really like close together. That was a really shitty time.
In the next week or 2, Nick has been driving one of his vehicles. I can't remember which one. With old tabs.
It might have been the SUV. I don't remember.
Carrying with him proof of insurance.
See, the way he phrases this is Nick had been driving. The day I got pulled over, I didn't have my wallet. Not Nick had been driving this way. That drive, I happened to not have my wallet. That's it. It was that simple. Like, I had insurance and a license. I think that the tabs were expired or whatever. But it's like insane proposition. Like, well, he'd been driving like this. No, I drove like this one day. Thank you. I drove like this one day, and I happened to get pulled over that day. But this idea is like Nick had been driving like this. Oh, okay.
and he hasn't been carrying with his driver's license.
With him.
So he got busted doing 95 and a 70. Like, we've talked about it enough, and then the Keanu thing, and that she
95 and a 70. I know what car I was driving that day.
bailed, and that's why Nick's trying to be so controlling of who she talks to. I don't agree with that. I think April has been beaten down confidence-wise. I think the arrest has really fucked her up, and then the drugs and the drinking has fucked with her head, and then, of course, Nick's fucked with her head. I think she believes, and Nick isn't doing anything. Here's why Nick's such a bad guy.
Terrible.
He will never tell someone what's best for them if that includes something that's not good for him. Like, a really good friend will tell you, here's what's best for you.
Okay.
Like, I'm not a really good friend of hers, trust me, but I will give her the advice of, you need to get away from all of us. Like, you probably would have been better off not meeting any of the rest of the three of us. In fact, everybody in this situation would probably be better off if they never met each other.
Yeah, it'd be great not having.
That's a very easy thing to say because it ended with arrest.
Weirdo.
Nick would never give that advice.
Well, buddy, this person once had
Nick,
the nerve to compare himself to Johnny Depp when details of an HRO against him became public. The court documents detailed a discussion between two of his wives discussing his physical abuse. They both agreed the term that best described him was monster. Instead of apologizing, this person took the opportunity to say his second wife abused him mentally and emotionally, that she was Amber Heard and he was Johnny Depp. Though just like proven abuser and defamer Amber Heard, he filed a meritless ex parte TRO against someone who wants nothing to do with him. Where's my dinner triangle? Can there be any louder retard alert?
That seems pretty accurate. That's a good summary. Thank you for that, Just Jewel. I appreciate that.
April arrested, as Gino says, in a house full of drugs, guns, and children, is trying to convince the rest of us, and he's probably already convinced her, that he's a hero because she didn't get charges. First of all, Nick didn't get charges yet.
I didn't say I was a hero. Like, this is such a weird fantasy. All this stuff is such a weird fantasy.
That's the other thing. This ain't over, in my opinion. I'm just going through the list of things I want to say in my head, but I can't say on YouTube. Nick, don't stream tonight.
Don't do it.
Or fucking do.
You know,
Or do.
Whatever.
Or fucking do.
Go on and talk about this, bud.
Yeah.
Case type, CHIPS. That's a Child Protective Services thing.
Oh, I know.
Matter of the welfare of the children of Kayla and Nick Rekieta. I'm hyperventilating a little. I'm so fucking angry. I want to hear all the sweepers, please. All the Nick defenders. Go ahead. Talk about how I'm the bad guy still. Go ahead. You know, my kids never did test positive for fucking coke. You know why? Because I never did coke around my kids. My kids were never around cocaine. Almost, what, 2-3 weeks now?
Oh, yeah.
You really don't care. Nick, no, you don't care about your kids. Fucking fight me over it. I don't care. You don't give a shit about your kids. I cared more about your kids than you.
Yet another challenge, like to fight again. Weird internet dick slappery. Fight me. No. What are you talking about?
You have ever cared about your children. The document that was leaked to him.
Mind you, this person had texted me multiple times about how much he hated being alone with his kids, hated his kids, and would have traded his kids in entirely for just April. So something I can't even fathom saying ever.
Probably by someone from Nick's hometown. And I have the document and we'll read it. I'm not going to put it up on the screen. My copy is not redacted.
It's not redacted.
But it is the Rekieta Child Protection Order. And we're going to read it on the show today, start to finish, with Keanu. And we're going to react to it, obviously. But it was a document that was leaked that states one of Nick Rekieta's children in their hair follicle test by CHIPS by CPS tested positive for cocaine. And now, look, you can, your child. First,
here he's about to do what he does all the time and talk about something that he has no concept of how it works, like as if he does, as if he understands drug testing or any of the problems with it, particularly hair follicle testing amongst children, particularly with cocaine and the specific metabolite that was found, ignoring the 7 other metabolites that should normally be found in an active user of cocaine, like, and how none of those were present. And how this one actually forms outside the body on the scalp in multiple studies, and how the washes can actually push this into the hair. If this is even an appropriate hair sample, all of these things prepared to fight on, and we're ready to go fully to trial against the county. But here's the deal. Here's how this works. The county never accused us. The county never actually accused us of doing this thing, ever. They never said, you guys gave your child an illegal substance. All they said was, we have a test that shows that your child was exposed to this illegal substance. I said, that's bullshit, it's impossible. I demanded a retest. The county said no, they are not interested in a retest. At the time, I did not have custody of my children. I could not order a third-party test. Couldn't do it. Since the county did not use that in court, other than we need, basically, so this motion was for them to have more time. Now, we had followed everything that the county had asked us to do. We had done all of the cleaning that they asked us to do, like, because if there's, drugs are chemical, and so they want to make sure that there's a chemical neutralization process that happens. So you have to use appropriate types of cleaners, and they have guides on how to do this. And sometimes you may have to hire a company. We didn't, but they want to make sure that the house is completely clean. And at that point, we were trying to get them to come to our house. Like, we have done all the things you want. Please come to our house and check it out. And they did not do so. Instead, what they did was use this test solely for the purposes of extending the timeline. And in doing so, they did not accuse us of any inappropriate behavior, because they had no facts surrounding that at all. Because of that, you don't get to fight it. There's no challenge. What is there to fight if the county doesn't do this? Later in the case, the county, not on this issue, but on a different issue, we were almost done. And the county they took umbrage with something, and it almost blew up the entire arrangement. And we could have fought that too. And we were ready to fight that too. The problem was, if you fight, the 6-month window that you're on becomes a 12-month window or an 18-month window, because they have your children and they just don't give them back. So instead of fighting, we worked out a deal, which honestly, there's legal advice, right, about chips cases and all of that stuff. There's legal advice about it. And then there's the practical. And the practical is, do you want your kids back? And if you want your kids back, if you have any prospect of getting your kids back, the fastest and best way to do that is to be amicable with the county, to make friends with them as best you can, and to show them that you're doing everything in your power to provide a healthy environment for your children. That's the best way to do it. There's no way around that. Otherwise, if you don't have a prospect of getting your kids back, fight guns blazing in court, because you're not getting your kids back. But one of the things that CPS does often is they will target one of the two spouses or one of the two parents and try and get them to flip on the other one. And they'll do that by leveraging pressure of keeping the kids away from both of them. And they'll, hope that one gets tired of it and that they're not in unison, they're not together on the issue, and that one will start to get frustrated, right? And they'll go like, I don't want to fight, or I do. And that didn't happen in our case, thank goodness. They never found any time when we weren't in unity about about getting the kids. Our focus was always get them back as fast as possible. Like, we will cooperate, protecting our criminal, the criminal charges at the time, but we will cooperate as much as we possibly can. We just want our kids back. Like, that was terrifying. But you don't get to fight. And if you don't get to fight, you don't get to do anything about it. But there's so many problems with that hair follicle test, and it's been brutal. The hair follicle test is something that at some point will have to be dealt with. The best way to do that, I don't know, but it's a long way out.
Well, your child testing positive for cocaine. Fuck you. End of story. Just fuck you. I don't care what kind of spin you put on it. I don't care what kind of public persona. I don't care how you play it up for the Jannies and the sweepers. And as much confidence and belief as I have in my own show, I can't wait to see Keno Casino's take on.
Like, what if someone else exposes your kid to the thing and they're like, fuck you? It's like, but I didn't. Right? Like, we didn't do that. So.
On this. But I think they coined the term Jannies and sweepers. I don't care how much sweeping you try to do on this one. This is fucking disastrous. This is evil. This is evil. And if you make excuses for this, you're evil. And if you listen to Nick and you get brainwashed by his horse shit, evil. It's all evil. It's all rotten. It all needs to be burned to the ground, figuratively speaking, and restarted. These are people that need to abandon whatever lives they have and start new ones.
Notice what he did here. This is actually really interesting, but you have to be deeply entrenched in like all of this side lore. He adopted PPP's vocal inflection and vocal cadence and delivery without thinking about it right here. Like this bit that this section, he sounds exactly like PPP. Like obviously the tone of the voice is different, but how he's saying it sounds exactly like PPP. It's kind of funny.
Because there's no part of this that's redeemable. There's no part of this that's salvageable. If this were a vehicle, it's a total loss. There's no repairing it. You have to burn down who you are and start over. And Nick, I heard the little shots that you took at me yesterday. I cannot think of a source that I would respect less when it comes to any kind of criticism. He goes, when things don't go your way, you just went and... When things didn't go my way, I stood up like a man and I admitted what I did in the public square, laid bare for everyone so I could face my criticism, the wrath that comes with it. And by the way, to the people saying, oh, she'd be dead if it were that much. That's fucking bullshit. Nick said that to Josh. We'll go through that in a little bit. When Nick left that bullet of coke next to my daughter, and then I threw his ass out of the house till April said they should come back. Yay, teamwork.
He did not throw me out of the house. Never. Not at all. Every time he says, oh, I threw him out of the house, that's a lie.
When that happened, Nick dared to try to defend himself by saying, oh, I don't think that much would have killed her. And now this time, his kid tests positive for coke, and he tries to deny it to Josh from Kiwi Farms by saying, oh, if it were that much, it would have killed her. That's another lie from Mr. Ricada. Let's keep chalking those up. Lie, lie, lie. Most of you don't even know how many lies he's told because I was there. My memory's a little bit sharper than his was.
Sure.
I loved his cope last night, too, about me. He's like, you're just lying to cover up your failures. He thinks that me leaving a coke den polycule and attending to my children and starting new healthy relationships, that's one of my failures.
You didn't do that.
He sees my toxic marriage ending as a failure. That says a lot about Nick Ricada. That, I gotta tell you, I like that you guys are now seeing the real Nick. Because the guy I'm seeing on these streams, and the guy you guys are like, oh my God, I can't believe this. That's the guy I know. That's the Nick I know. Wait a minute, someone's breaking from my narrative? Quickly, gaslight them. Tell them they're crazy. Wait, now build them up by pretending they just don't understand it.
You're crazy and you're all dumb.
I'm watching. You guys are watching going, man, he's losing his mind. Man, he's cracking. No, this is him. This is the guy I remember.
To get the scene done.
I'm the exact same. I didn't lose my mind. In fact, I found it twice.
And they're just not giving you enough energy. You just got to cut up a little line of go powder. You know what I mean?
Go powder, you say?
I call it Mickey's magical dust.
So you're.
Oh boy! What a shit impression! Go powder, Mickey's magical dust. Come on, Johnny.
You're still sweeping for Nick Rekieta.
Oh, sweeping for Nick Rekieta. I'm hoping to catch a little extra of that magical dust off his floor.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a great environment for mice.
Honestly, no, I haven't seen a better home for rodents since the Mickey Mouse Club.
Thank you, Mickey. It's always nice to get your opinion on
Glad to be here.
Lilu, it's another $5. Says, wait, what until April's pregnant with Nick's baby? Because it's going to happen. The baby will be out of there as well. Hey, you know what I love about...
Give that baby cocaine.
This is my favorite part of the show. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Not my pig, not my farm. I'm free. All right. Thank you guys very much. We're at an even 300.
Okay, just the random question for the chat. Which song was that? Was that Free Falling by Tom Petty? Or was it that I'm free to do what I want when I want any old time? I think I got the lyrics wrong, but you know what I'm saying. What I'm free was that? Or is it a different I'm free?
For today's goal, thank you very, very much.
Falling, you think?
I want to do this Keanu thing, then we'll get to the Nick clips for today. We got 2 of them, and then we'll move the fuck on, I promise. So all of this is very interesting, and as we learn more and more, and as I was thinking about this yesterday, Nick has pulled off the legal hat trick. Nick has pulled off, he has a civil case with Monograph,
by Van
a criminal
Halen.
case with the
For not
search
knowing
warrant,
his mind.
and a CPS case with his children at the same time. Nick has 3 different cases in 3 different forms of the court system at the same time. After
Not
like
the
a day
same
or two,
time.
you know, it blows over with Kayla and I. It's not a big deal, not a problem. Nick is incensed about that. How could you forgive him? You would never forgive me that easily. That was always a big thing, too. Nick's like, she looks at you in a way that I don't... And, like, I thought April and Nick had something that was pretty special to them, but you don't see me fucking crying about it, you know? Like, she...
Don't see you crying about it, really. Wow. A year has gone by. I mean, not at this point when he says it, but now he's still crying about it. It's amazing.
He's got his watch, and they're doing all kinds of shit together, and I'm like, I don't fucking care. Like, that probably says a lot about where the relationship's at that point, where you're like, I don't fucking give a shit. Leave us alone. But, like, it became a fight that she forgave me over the doggy book. Like, they kept having fights about the fucking doggy book. So that was my drama. Like, every 4 or 5 days, it seems like somebody was in crisis mode. And it was always Nick and Kayla are fighting. April's mad that Nick did something. April's mad that Kayla did something with Nick. Or, you know, I told April to stop doing so much cocaine, and then we started yelling at each other and blah, blah, blah. So every few days there would be this drama, and I just kind of got used to it, you know, that this big explosion would happen. So now I watch people kind of following this thing, and they're going, God, Jesus, it seems like every few days there's some kind of, you know, crazy Nick stepped on his fucking dick and screwed things up and looks like shit, and now there's...
I can't help it. If it drags on the ground, I'm going to step on it from time to time. Gosh, it's not my fault. Poland made me this way.
This big drama over there and all this, and I'm like, guys, this is normal. Like, this is just how I got...
Just making it to the internet now.
Right. This is just how I got used to living for a long time with, you know... You get 72 hours, and then you go, I can breathe. Things are good. And then, Kayla went in Nick's studio. She doesn't really care. Why do we
No one
fucking
knows
give
at
a
all what
shit?
he's talking about.
I was at boxing, you crazy bitch. Why do we have to fucking care about who's in the studio? So then this hot mic moment comes out. We'll talk about it later today. And then last night on Kino Casino, and by the way, if you're looking for Rekieta stuff, don't come to me. Because all I got is stories about the...
This might be where he does another PPP, like accidental impression.
Past. The Kino Casino boys are fucking killing it with this Nick Rekieta shit. I mean, they are all over it. You know, and shit. I demand misogyny. Also,
right. Wasn't there.
Can I get a drunk Nick? All right. You're like a fucking seal.
Dance, monkey.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, like, you can see a drunk Nick for 7 years on YouTube.
There. Now, I'm sorry, Tone. So is he going to go the full Rekieta and go like, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? You got to remember, there's a mountain of evidence that shows you what Nick Rekieta is about, shows you what he does, everything else. Drug possession. I mean, who knows what kind of state they're in? All this stuff is flying around. I'm saying what I'm saying. No offense. I don't want her in the house. I don't want her in the garage. She can say that's me, and Nick can say I'm a horrible guy. Fine, I'm a horrible guy. I didn't trust them. I don't trust them. I don't want them in my home. I don't want them in the garage. I don't know what they're capable of.
I didn't even go to this. Like I didn't go to this.
So I put the stuff in the driveway. I don't want I lock all the doors. I don't want them doing any of that shit. So they come by, and I also told my lawyer, I don't want the Requetas at my fucking house. I don't want these fucking people there. I don't know what they're capable of.
Literally have spent the past, 2 months now at this point, telling people you know everything about the Requetas and you know exactly what they're capable of. So that's, that's a little bit insane. But I wasn't there. I didn't go.
Nick's a fucking lunatic. He's a narcissistic sociopath, in my opinion. I don't know what the fuck the guy's capable of. Not worried about handling myself. He's a fucking twig like that if you had to, but that's not what I'm...
Your hands wouldn't even fit around my legs, you liar. He's not worried about me, though. Remember, this person is requesting a restraining order based on the fact that he is afraid of me.
I'm talking about if I'm not home, who knows who goes where, stuff gets vandalized, what have you. And it's wonderful to be here for Gossip Thursday, and I do have some gossip items today.
Ooh, gossip.
I was talking about it. I think you were probably getting ready, but I was talking about it, and I was like, God damn, that hot mic April Nick moment is the last, gossip thing that came out, and it feels like forever ago, and I was looking back, and it was Monday. We were talking...
I don't even remember this hot mic April Nick moment. I have no idea.
Talking about
I know.
it, and it feels like
wild.
Yeah, it feels like forever. And then I was talking last.
I'm not saying it didn't have. Oh my gosh, it's a bad look on Keanu right there. That's unfair, even for her. I don't think she's that pretty, but whoa, it's a nasty pause. Sorry, wasn't intentional. I mean, I vaguely remember a hot mic thing. I don't know if it was actually April. I have no idea. I don't remember the details of it. I just remember that there was something. I wish I could tell you more.
Last night, I was on Twitter, and there was this rumor out there. One guy wrote to me, and he's clearly a Nick defender, and he wrote to me, he's like, and you're garbage. You kicked her out of your house and threw all her clothes out in the rain.
Oh, he's been peddling that story around to people like I told you, right?
No, but I'm like, wait a minute. No, even...
It's the furniture.
That's not even the story. If you want to go with the rain story, they got arrested the day she was supposed to pick up her stuff. I brought the TV and the electronics in, and all the other stuff. I'm like, I'm not going to sit out here in the rain picking up other people's shit.
Ugly Dance is also, side note, Keanu is hot. Let's not lie. I just I don't find her attractive. I didn't say anybody else could or couldn't. I don't care what other people like.
Because they got fucking arrested. I'm not doing that. My shitting on people moments, and I'll have more shitting on people moments. We'll watch, a clip that Will Heron TV put together of Nick on the debates last night when every time he went to his chat, it was just people shitting on him. Every time he went to read super chats, it was people shitting on him.
Every single one of those.
We'll talk about that. We'll watch that. Yes, I'm going. that it's not a clickbait title. I'm going to defend Nick a little bit today because a lot of people are going after him real hard about the way he talks about me. What do you want him to do?
Again, where am I talking about this man so much? Like, where is this happening? 7-2. Maybe I went on Melton's show or called into Melton's show, or I was in a chat answering questions and making jokes. That's possible. I who knows? But it wasn't like on my show, I don't think, because I'm pretty sure I have avoided him on my show the whole time. But maybe during I think I did 3 or 4 streams after getting arrested until I came back at sentencing or after sentencing. And I did not do very many streams on my channel, and I don't remember talking about him a lot, but I don't remember. It's been a lot, so I could have.
Dude, people were sending me clips. They're like, "Oh, Aaron, Nick's insinuating that you're a liar." Well, if Nick's defense is that he never did drugs and this is all bullshit, what do you want him to call me?
But that was not my defense ever.
What's he supposed to call me? What's he supposed to do? Say, "Oh yeah,"
and that's not what I was saying you were lying about either.
Yeah, everything Aaron said is true. He did all the drugs he said he did. He did all the things he said he did. He brought his kids here. He made SpaghettiOs. He did all this. He did all that. We slept 4 to a bed, for months. Yeah, it's all true. First of all,
we did not.
Sleeping 4 to a bed, like the wife swapping, all that stuff. That's not illegal, but it's humiliating. It's embarrassing. The fact is, guys, he and I are in 2 different positions. I have nothing to lose. He does. I thought about this Will Sasso clip when I was thinking about whether or not I was going to talk about, because Nick passing out on stream was
Right.
me kind of first telling the story, because I had already talked about April and I getting divorced. And I was like, well, the rest of the stuff we went through, I'll kind of keep that under wraps. But then Nick, he didn't keep it under wraps. He fucking showed up on stream with powder on his nose. And I'm like, all right, look, guys, here's what's going on.
Still don't know if that was
Because again, every time something would happen with them, I got people coming to me going, what's the deal?
I'm not even denying.
I'm like,
it.
all right, here's what's going on. Then they got arrested, and then I had my Will Sasso moment where I was like, get out in front of it, tell the truth, just say what.
I mean, he's like, well, they got arrested, so now I have to get out in front of it and blow up the privacy of 3 other people. Like, they got arrested. It's like, how does this make any sense? It didn't affect you. You weren't there. Oh man, I got to get out in front of this. Get out in front of what? You weren't in it.
Happened, or don't. Groomer. Wow. Remember, Keanu called Nick a groomer, and people went, whoa. But you know what? Usually, if you hear people out, there's a nugget of truth in there. They're onto something. Let's hear him.
So if someone says something and you just hear him out, there's a nugget of truth in there. It's not possible that someone's completely fabricating something.
I'm out. There's question with that $5, Rusty. So I don't know. I don't know what it said. It said something like Nick said that you did coke too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you said that a lot.
I believe I fucking said that.
A lot.
I did it. Three or four times.
Yeah. 3 or 4 times.
Total of about
no, you've been
4 or 5 bumpskis.
You've been pretty open about that.
That's a pretty boring story.
Pretty sure it was 4 or 5 bumpskis on my birthday alone, brother.
Story at this point, boys and girls. So yeah, if Nick said, well, Aaron did coke. First of all, Nick would never say Aaron did coke too. That would be the dumb.
That would be implying.
Nick never said that because that would mean that Nick is admitting he did coke.
Aaron did coke too.
And the whole crux of his thing is he's saying coke. I don't even know what coke is. Coca-Cola? I don't know. That's his whole gimmick right now. So he can't go Aaron.
It's not a gimmick. I had been charged with a felony, and I couldn't come out online and make admissions about it. I just had to wait. Once I exercised my constitutional rights, challenged the warrant, the court did not agree, so I went in and pled. My story was consistent from the moment of arrest on. I just couldn't make public admissions about it, and making public admissions about it would have been ridiculously stupid.
And wouldn't that be fucking terrible? That's also why if I were him, I wouldn't do shows right now. And again, I hope he's healthy. I hope he does well. I see he's been putting on a little weight. He does look a little better. I think that's a positive thing. I mean that. Another relationship. Then I met with Kayla one day, and she said to me, April said that she's never having another relationship again after Nick. She says that she told Nick, and Nick told me that this is the last relationship she ever wants to have. And I went,
well, that didn't pan out.
I've heard that before. Hunky says the most common sound during sex when Aaron was at.
Saying like, this is what I want. Right? Like, oh, this is what I want. I don't want anything else or whatever. Doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen or that that's how things work out.
At the Ricadas was on guard as Nick and Aaron foreskin fenced. Then it ended with docking like they did on Avatar. I am going to beat this rumor that I had gay sex with Nick. It did
Avatar docking is the worst.
It did not. I did not have sexual relations with that man, Mr. Ricada.
He had sex with me.
Never once. Never once. Red Fox mad with $4.99.
The fact that he so adamantly and ardently defends against this accusation is the funniest thing to me. He's like, I didn't have sex with him. One, no one would give a shit. But two, why are you defending this so hard? Like all the time. Like, brother, let it go. We did not have sex. Oh my God.
Says Aaron, you should have stayed with the first. I would have stayed with the first one. She was and is way better than the second one. Well, I mean, hindsight and all. Hindsight 2020. Lost Chaos Synthesizer says you beat off the Nick rumor all over your face. No, they kicked her out of the partner program for harassment. And I'm like, that's fucking horseshit. Now, I don't know who did it. A lot of people are saying, oh, Nick did it because she released this big docu thing on Nick versus Nick and showing him like like later Nick versus younger Nick.
Yep.
I guess.
I will say this. I know the man. I don't think he did it.
Why would
the guy I knew, and granted, he may be different months down the road now after everything
I don't know
that's
if
happened.
the guy you knew is the guy who still exists, sir.
That's fine. But the guy I knew would not be flagging her channel. He might be like calling her obsessively when she says something bad about him.
I did not flag the channel.
We're like trying to convince her, hey, I'm one of the good guys. You should be nice to me. He might do that, but I don't think he would flag her channel for harassment. The only that he's doing this thing where Nick goes, all right, I feel confident again. I feel like the storm has passed. I feel like things have calmed down a little bit. I'm going to stream tonight.
Yeah, I think he's right about this. And then you find out that you're wrong in your perception of how things are going.
And he'll announce the stream. And people will go, all right, Nick's coming back. And then this MN Public Records goes, just wait a fucking tick, please. And then he releases a shitload of documents. Hey, look what happened with Nick's kids, or look what happened with Nick's criminal case, or look at the new.
They release public documents. I mean, I guess
new revelations we have. Like I'm just waiting for the night where Nick goes, I'm going live. Fuck you guys. I don't give a shit. I'm going live. And then that's the night the body cam footage gets dropped.
He has been waiting anxiously for the body cam footage since July. That's the first time I heard him say it. July of last year. It's like, I can't, the body cam footage is just going to get dropped. Okay.
Without telling anybody. Which, by the way, Nick's I'm going on liar on record. Nick's a fucking liar. He totally knew she was doing that.
Yeah,
He's
I don't
a lying
think you.
Sack. He's a lying sack of shit.
I don't think you suddenly find out that your side piece is moving in. Like
I do believe my side piece didn't know because
I had no idea. He's talking about the night April left him. I had no idea. I actually, April and I had a fight over that because I thought it was really inappropriate how she did that. Doesn't matter anymore. It really ultimately didn't matter. But yeah, I had no idea.
They treated her like a mushroom, feed her shit and keep her in the dark.
Yeah, no, I think she found out after it happened.
Yeah. And then she came over she wanted to come over the next day, but Nick wouldn't let her go alone, so he had to come with her. Fucking pathetic. Nick and Kayla got. Well,
false.
Nick and Kayla live in the house where almost 27 grams of cocaine and ketamine and everything else were found. They can't, it's not April's legal residence, although Kayla did tell Alicia Sweep she's our live-in nanny. Nick,
to be clear, the falsity is like the entirety of that whole. She wanted to go over alone. Nick wouldn't let her. Blah blah blah. That whole thing, like that entire phrase, is false. Also, Kayla didn't tell Alicia Sweep that we had a live-in nanny. Sometimes things are like a game of telephone. Alicia Sweep asked about a nanny, a former nanny, and then asked about April. Alicia Sweep inferred on her own, based on her own experience, that a nanny meant a live-in nanny, and then passed along that we had a former live-in nanny and then a new live-in nanny. We have never had a live-in nanny. That's not a thing that we've had.
I remember he was cocking off to Keanu and going, "There's a reason April's not in jail or she didn't get charged," and he thought it was because of him. Nick, sweetie pumpkin. Oh, sweetie pie. No, you had nothing.
No, it wasn't because of me. It turns out that April wasn't charged due to a clerical error. She was supposed to be charged, and they just forgot to write the paperwork, so she was let go the next day, and that's why she was recharged later. They were like, "Oh crap, she was supposed to be charged with fifth-degree possession." It had nothing to do with the tattoo convention or any of the other stupid rumors. It was literally just they forgot to charge her, paperwork error, and so she got to be let go at the beginning. Since she was not charged, they could charge her later. It wasn't double jeopardy or anything like that. Excuse me. I never took credit for her not being charged. I said that, to my knowledge, there weren't any statements made by me or anyone else that would place her in possession. And so that's what I assumed had happened. No one tells you. I just assumed. I'm like, oh, they must not have had sufficient probable cause to sustain the charges, so they dropped them. And I figured that they would probably, investigate the crimes further, and then see if they could build a case against her or save the charge to try and leverage her to roll on me or Kayla or both. That was what I thought was going to happen. It turns out it was just a clerical error.
To do with it. They were
I knew
always
I had
going
nothing
to
to do with it.
charge her. These charges were always coming. This was just a chance for you to stroke your fucking mythical ego one more time and go, "Look what I done did." No.
My ego isn't mythical. It's very real and it's monstrous.
Oh, stupid. This was always happening. You got her charged. Nick wrote to Keanu. He said, it wasn't Aaron who prevented her from getting charges. It was me. Hey, retard, if she would have listened to the advice I gave, would not be facing charges right now. Remember, Aaron, big, bad, abusive, terrible, horrible guy, Aaron.
Yes.
If she had listened to the kind advice that I gave her, even after she had been a fucking bucket of shit to me, after she got out of jail, and I showed
her,
and I showed compassion. And I said, go to your parents, get away from these people. They're going to be the end of you. You're going to be in trouble. Charges were dropped. I'm not an addict. Someone did this to me.
Fact. Her charges were dropped at the time. She was not an addict, and someone did that to her, yes.
Lie. Well, third one's not a lie. Nick did do this to you, but you'll never admit that. Fifth-degree possession. That's a Nick Rekieta level move right there. I've told you.
What did I do?
I'm tired of being fucking right about these people. I told you she's little Nick Rekieta now. She's a little manipulator, sociopath, cult leader.
He puts the cum in Kumia.
Person. Wow, is that fucking awful? The day she finds out she got a felony charge for drug possession, while she she abandoned on socialist media, says, I thought Nick was the only one with brain damage. Seems
He's about to be really shitty to April there and say that she abandoned the 3 kids. He didn't give her an opportunity to see those kids. She was really, really busted up about it. Cried about it all the time. She really loved the children and had a good relationship with them. And that was one of the worst things for her about the divorce.
Keanu does too. Yeah, and as far as Chrissy's interview with Nick, people were accusing Chrissy of, sweeping and get a broom, and she's covering for Nick and running PR. Maybe she is. Maybe her and Keanu are in constant contact with them, and they're like, hey, get this message out for us. Get this message out for us. I don't think that's the case. I watched it, or at least I watched clips of it, and I just think Chrissy doesn't know much about what's going on, and she's just kind of taking Nick's word for it. And I think Chrissy's interview style is not a confrontational one. It's I'll ask a question, I'll let him answer, I'll let the audience decide. And
I love that. He's like, look, I think her interview style is she'll ask a question, she'll let them answer, and then the audience can decide. That's an interview. Like, that's what it is. But he doesn't know how to do them. He's so bad at interviewing. It's amazing.
The audience decided that Nick is remarkably full of shit. They had to turn the chat into subscriber mode. Because they talked about Nick being high on air and having the power.
It's not that you have to turn a chat into subscriber mode. It's that turning the chat into subscriber mode, which he has done for a really long time, encourages people to subscribe. It's literally help boost YouTube numbers. The dumbest thing ever.
Powder on his nose and everything else. But they also talked about, like, when they were getting the search warrant, and then Nick ended up texting Josh from Kiwi Farms. Like, Nick does this thing where Kiwi Farms will start saying shit about him, and he'll feel the need to write to Josh and say, this is what you all have wrong. Like,
why do I type on my phone like this? This is what you all have wrong. No, he's referring to the infamous shower text, which I wasn't in the shower when we started. It just took Josh's autistic brain so long to get to the fucking point. I was telling Josh that he is autistic, and he's in an insular community of autistic people who don't understand regular human interactions, emotions, and conversations. And so sometimes they miss facts, and because they're insular, they keep those facts within them, and the missed fact becomes real. This happens on Kiwi Farms pretty much every hour. And I was just saying, Josh, you're my friend. I want your analysis to be as clean as possible of whatever's going. He wasn't analyzing me at this point. I just was like thinking about this. I'm like, hey, I think I see one of these recurring problems, and it happens sometimes with me, and it happens with other people that I've seen. And I'm like, again, it's similar to the county. Like, there's a game of telephone that happens, and then something becomes real, even though it never happened at all. And I'm like, some of this is based on just misunderstanding of how people are. And in Josh's case, he doesn't understand clocks or calendars. Like, he just does not get that some things happened in the past, other things happened in the present, and those two things are divided by a period of time that has passed. And sometimes it's like a long time, and someone's telling an old story, and he'll be like, I can't believe he does this. And it's like, but no, it's like, this is a story about something that happened a while back, and this person doesn't do this anymore, or it was like something that happened to them. And Kiwi Farms like just routinely doesn't understand these types of things and gets these things wrong. But then they become these cemented facts, and if you try and argue against them, they fucking lose their minds because they're children.
Guy cannot handle people having their own thoughts and their own ideas that aren't somehow directly influenced or affected by what he's trying to tell them. So Josh, of course, takes these texts and
puts them online,
puts them out for everybody. So that's another one where I kind of hope Nick is doing drugs, because if
he should realize this isn't going to help him.
Well, if you're not doing drugs and you think texting the Kiwi Farms guy is going to be a winning move. Fuck off, dude. Clean your house some more. No disrespect, but both Nick and Kayla need a mommy and a daddy.
Wow.
I don't, them having kids is babies raising babies.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if they never had to be responsible.
Mind you, we have a 17-year-old who's a National Honor Society. Who's a National Honor Society member, plays several instruments, is a writer, is an animator, is an artist, also is a physicist, and is brilliant. Like, I think our track record's okay, Aaron. We've been doing it a while.
For their own children, they had to be at some point, right? But yeah, it would be good if the kids are back there, but like the grandparents are there, because Nick does need mommy or daddy to look over him. Big time. And then public records drop. I mean, what's in it is sad, because not that you feel bad for Nick, but you get an idea of where he comes from and the lack of accountability he had growing up. And it makes all of his lying and obfuscating and all of that stuff, it makes it more understandable. You get an idea of where Nick came from. And you know what's crazy? The MN Public Records dump is Nick's dad's testimony at that child protection hearing.
Mm-hmm.
I got to know Nick's dad. I hung out with
No, you
Nick's dad.
didn't.
I talked to him a few times.
You didn't get to know my dad. You hung out in his presence, maybe 3-4 times, something like that. And he's like, look, I got to know him. We're best friends.
I never figured him for an out-and-out liar.
He's not.
But, I mean, and I hate to call this out, but like, when I'm in the same room as someone and I see what they see, and then I hear that they got asked a question and they just fucking out-and-out lied, when I've physically been in the same room as that person and saw what they saw, that's fucked up, dude. And then when they asked him about April and that relationship, I mean, the dude's in a group text with her, or at least he was in a group text with her the last time I was there. Supervisor says,
yes, my parents who were watching the children had a group text with our nanny who was driving children during the day so they could coordinate moving the children. Last time I was there, they were in a group text. Okay, that's weird.
I guess that much like Summer's Eve, April is still up in that bitch. Nick had his realtor pull the most scrutinized photos from their Zillow listing and replace it with generic drone shots of land. Did he really?
No, I didn't do that.
Did Nick have... No way. Nick did not have pictures of the listing pulled.
Correct. I did not do that.
Oh, that means April read some shit. Does he have her...
April may have. I don't know.
Reading Kiwi Farms now. Nick, don't do that to people. I know you read your Kiwi Farms religiously. You can't help it.
I can't
Don't get other people.
You read my Kiwi Farms religiously. The Aaron reads Nick's Kiwi Farms graph is the most insane thing ever. It's unreal. Like, you cannot believe that this actually happened. He's like, I know you read your Kiwi Farms. I actually don't. It got so impossible to follow. I used to years ago. And like, I checked it, like 2 months ago for like a day to try and catch up. And I was like, nope, there's no possible way to do so. So it's like, you read it on Kiwi Farms. No, I don't. You can actually not check on me. I don't have an account on Kiwi Farms, but you can check on you.
Reading your... It's bad. They're talking about April having a stinky pussy and all kinds of other shit on there.
You talked about that.
Fucking brutal.
That was you.
Don't have her read that shit.
You went online and talked about it now, but you also would continue to talk about that for months. And you know it's not true. Stop being such a cunt.
What the fuck is wrong with you, you goddamn narcissistic tard?
Remember, that entire rant was based on the premise that I forced April to read Kiwi Farms, which is insane. Like, where did this even come from? None of that is true. It's like, I can't believe you, you evil narcissist. Like, that didn't happen, dummy. Where are you coming up with this shit?
I don't know. Anonymous says Nick is coping so badly about his Coke stream, saying the cop watched someone else's stream. The link to my stream is private. The cop could have watched it on Odyssey. Well, the cop said that he got a video that was taken from Nick's YouTube and Rumble channel. That's true. If he watched...
No, it isn't. That's still not true. The cop watched a video from someone else's YouTube channel. They sent it to me, actually 2 different people's YouTube channels. They had to provide in discovery which videos they watched. I also have the analytics from all of my channels, and I know that once I pulled them down, they didn't get watched. The cop did not do that. The cop didn't say he watched it on Odyssey or somewhere else. The cop said he watched it on YouTube on my channel. That was a lie. There's no way around it. I don't think it got worded the best in the Frank's motion, the Frank's hearing motion request. That said, the cop did lie about that. They provided the videos. Those videos were not from my channel. No one to this day, not a single person knows if that video matches my video with no evidence. Like no one knows that. No one has gone through and done any sort of analysis on it. No cop has done that. No judge, no lawyer, not even me. I have no idea, because it doesn't actually matter if the videos matched or not. That wasn't the argument. The argument is that the videos might have been different, and there is no possible way that the officer could tell if those videos were different at the time of the warrant request. So when the cop said he watched Nick Recada's video and he told that under oath to a judge, he can't do that. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. I don't know. The judge doesn't know. No one knows if there's anything different in those 2 videos at all. At the time that he is making that request, no one on earth knows that. Nobody.
The video of Cog, for example, that Cog reposted, that was from Nick's Rumble and YouTube channel.
We don't know that. Again, I don't even know that. I mean, Cog says that. I don't have a reason to necessarily disbelieve Cog, but again, the argument isn't whether or not they're the same. The argument is, can the cop who is saying under oath that they're the same possibly know that to be true? And he could not, because he watched Cog's video, not mine. If he had watched Cog's video and my video, or even skimmed my video and said, hey, based on my training and experience, watching videos and reviewing it, I've taken several samples and I've determined that this is the same video and it is representative of the video that is currently private. He could have said that. He didn't. Because he didn't look at the video on my channel. Like, it's flat out a lie. That will always be a lie. There's no way around it. The fact that it wasn't argued well or articulated well and the judge didn't understand, or the judge just ignored it, like, I don't know what the answer is, but that is an actual lie told by the officer. And the judge, in his ruling that we don't get a Frank's hearing, specifically says social media videos should be dealt with extra scrutiny and are not to be trusted out of hand. Which is insane. Like, it's an insane thing to write after saying, this is fine, though. That is a lie. I'm sorry. And maybe it's an unintentional. No, it's not an unintentional lie. He knows he didn't watch the one from my video. It's got Cog's watermark on it. That was a really, really fucking frustrating thing to see. But we may have lost. The judge could have still, like, granted the Frank's motion, then come in and determined, yeah, but this doesn't matter. At least we would have gotten a hearing. And so to have that lie stand is a pain. I can appeal that, and I might. I don't know. I haven't decided.
Reposted. The basic lack of reading comprehension from this guy who allegedly went to, I mean, forget law school. Did he go to grade school? Wasn't he an English major?
Yes, which is why I know the definition of words, and I don't like go off of emotions. I go off of words, words that matter.
It's fucking reading. It's left to right. It's top to bottom. It's the police officer saw something from a video taken from Nick's YouTube and Rumble.
That's not what he wrote down. And also, it's impossible. He could not have taken the video from Nick's YouTube and Rumble. Again, neither could Cog. Cog recorded it, I believe. I believe he screen recorded the video. Who knows what happens in, in the screen recording and the encoding that's done there versus YouTube's proprietary encoding? Does it come out the same? I don't know. And the cop can't know. That's the only thing. It may come out exactly the same. It may be the exact same thing. Doesn't matter. The cop can't know that because, one, the cop is borderline retarded. He doesn't know anything about how video processing works or anything like that. But two, like he wouldn't have had time. And the judge didn't review it either because the judge approved the warrant request in 4 minutes. I don't think she even read it.
Even the clip that I watched was taken from Nick's YouTube and Rumble. That's where the person who made the clip got it from.
How do you know that?
It's remarkable to me. September 5th, it seemed like last night I was watching Sean's stream, and then he turned on Nick for a little bit. And it did seem like Nick was frantic, and the bags under his eyes like he hadn't slept in days, and he was not in a good place. I don't know if he was expecting more from today. I don't know if he's just on the internet too much and watching people and reading people.
Read people.
But it was weird. It was strange to watch.
Strange.
And then the girls started talking. Boo, Aaron, come on. You know what? Low-hanging fruit. Not proud of it. If I was Nick, I would have paused and taken a sip. It's low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit. But there was a lot of, April was mad because Nick probably told her this would get dismissed. And then April's probably running around, that isn't fair, and it's not right. Because here's what I know about April and Nick. Nothing they've ever done has ever been their fault.
Facts.
Everyone is always doing something to them. Even when
True.
April got arrested.
Yeah, well, the cops did that to her. She didn't arrest herself. That's silly.
First thing she texted me, because I told her, I go, now it's never been more evident. You have to get out of there. This is going to drag you down. And we were getting divorced. There was no reason for me to, sugarcoat it or anything like that. I'm like, you gotta get the fuck out of there.
Correct. There was no reason for you to do anything. You should have just stepped away.
I don't know what you're doing. And she just wrote back, my charges were dropped. I'm not an addict. Somebody did this to me. It's like, you got arrested with cocaine with your fucking name on it, on your cards, and you're still not going to take any responsibility for anything. When I would text her and say she's got to get off of drugs, she would never even acknowledge she's ever heard of cocaine ever. She would say, I'm healthy. I'm a healthy person. I've been gaining weight, blah, blah. It's like,
all that was true.
You can't talk to that kind of a person because they're just not square dealing. They're just not honest. You're sitting there going to a person, hey, the shit you've been doing is unhealthy. What shit I've been doing? And you're like, all right. And then you start to resent them because you go, now you're treating me like a retard. Like I don't know what the fuck is going on. Stop. And so April was seething her fucking ass off and blaming anyone she could yesterday. So Nick felt like he had to go on stream to protect his main girl, April. Sorry, Kayla, you're not. Not at least in his mind. So Nick goes on stream and again fucks himself and his case.
I did? That's amazing. How did I do that?
To make April feel better, which I guess in a way is kind of sweet. I mean, when you're dealing with people with this low of an intellect, I guess that's sweet. This would be.
How did I fuck myself in my case? What is he talking about? I love this because so my sentence has gone in this person's mind from, oh, this is a sentence everybody expected to happen, to now my parents have bought off the entire county for the miracle sentence that I got.
Like if Jenny and Forrest were both retarded, and Forrest went on and was just like, she got molested by her dad, and just told the whole world that. And you're like, Jesus Christ, dude, you don't need to. There's no reason to talk like that. Elijah was also a close contact of Nick Rekieta. Why do you think he had signal? Well, I mean, Camelot came out recently and said Nick was sharing a lot of shit.
That's not true.
Via messaging. I don't know. This is Camelot said this. I have nothing to fucking do with it.
It's a silly place.
It is. Yeah. On second thought, let's not talk about Camelot. He is a silly place.
It's a silly place. Okay.
And I can't stop. So here we go. Nick had this thing where he wanted to. Oh, by the way, Gray Duckling brought it to 185 tonight. Go ahead and knock that out, and then yeah, let's just make a ton of money tonight. Because then I have to ask you guys something about this thing I'm bringing up. So Nick has his big drug arrest, and he's going through that whole process now. And my attitude on the whole thing has very much been there, but for the grace of God, go I. And now, this case that we're about to talk about has nothing to do with my. Well, I mean, if you're a bit jaded and you're a bit what's the word? Skeptical? Not skeptical. You're a bit. There's a word for it. Cynical. If you're a bit cynical, you would say the two are related to each other in a very big way. I'm not saying that. Other people have. Yeah. I certainly am not. Nick has his case with second-degree felony drug charge, and then a couple of gross misdemeanors tacked on for the child stuff, which I'm surprised. I would like to talk to Sean or somebody about whether or not that kid testing positive for cocaine is ever going to elevate that child endangerment charge or bring with it a new charge, because we have.
Spoiler alert, no.
Haven't gotten anything.
Haven't gotten it. We haven't gotten it.
I'd like to ask Sean about that, but obviously I'm doing something at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah, okay.
Nick has his case, and at his omnibussing. Now, at my omnibussing, I just said, not guilty. Let's move on to the next phase. I got no search warrants, nothing like that. It's not very complicated. Yeah. So, Nick has this search warrant where they found drugs and guns, and they tested his kid's hair, and there was cocaine in one of his kid's hair, and there's ketamine, and...
Wait, was it in my... It was in my kid's hair? Was it... Okay, so he's saying it was in... Was it in my hair or in it? I don't know. I don't know what he means by that.
The unknown brown substance and just all
DMT.
Kinds of shit that you don't want.
They never figured it out, I guess. I don't know.
Found in your house by police. Yeah. It really, really sucks for Nick on this one. He had three main points of why the warrant should be thrown out. He accused the officer of lying. He said,
that's always a good idea.
Yeah, that Pomplin was lying. Now he's accused other members.
Pomplin did lie. So did Alicia Sweep. A couple specific times, yes.
Of the county of being lying liars who lie.
I didn't accuse them of being lying liars who lie. I said they lied about some things in the case, which they did.
To which I would say, takes one to know one.
So do you know that I'm a liar? So that means that you are? Like, that's weird.
Nobody has lied during this whole thing more than Nick has.
Literally untrue, but okay, that's weird.
And the poor guy, I don't even know if he knows he's a liar.
I have no idea.
I think he is so...
Or was that a lie?
So wrapped up in his own reality, I think that he convinces himself that the things he says are true. Well, say.
Oh, no! Fuck.
It's retarded, and...
God, I hate these controls. Shit, where were we? We were in September.
For Nick on this one, he had three... I
don't think... Oh, my God. I hate these controls so much.
Said Nick was sharing a lot of shit. Cynical. If you're a bit cynical, you would say the two are related to each other in a very big way. I'm not saying that. Other people have. Yeah. I certainly am not.
I just accidentally clicked the
Nick
stupid
has
bar.
his case with second-degree felony drug charge, and then a couple of gross misdemeanors tacked on for the child stuff, which I'm surprised. I would like to talk to Sean or somebody about whether or not that kid testing positive for cocaine is ever going to elevate that child endangerment charge or bring with it a new charge, because we haven't gotten anything for that. So that's interesting. I'd like to.
By the way, you're all. I haven't pumped it this whole time. I figured I probably should. You're all welcome to use Super Tip. Go to supertip.gg/RL. It's in the pin chat on YouTube. If you want to interrupt the show in any way with AI voices, go ahead and do that. Or you don't have to use the interrupting feature at all. You can just send them in and I'll play them. This is a little bit of a grift stream, and I've been really, really bad at grifting it. But if you want to fuck around with those, they are fun. So I just reminder that they're there. Hold on, there is one chat over here on locals. Short Bus Dave says, I don't know your state, but in New York, you can get a restraining order and then make defamation statements online. I've seen people, people get sued in my town. Yeah, you can do that. I mean, you can always make statements online that can get, that can be defamatory. What you put in a restraining order is typically privileged from defamation, unless it's knowingly false, and then it typically has to be shared by the person who made it.
Ask Sean about that, but obviously I'm doing something at the moment. So Nick has his case, and at his omnibussing. Now, at my omnibussing, I said
right about here.
guilty. Let's move on to the next phase.
Yep.
I got no search warrants, nothing like that. It's not
I know, Allie Drew, I suck at it.
So Nick has this search warrant where they found drugs and guns, and they tested his kid's hair, and there was cocaine in one of his kid's hair, and there's ketamine and the unknown brown substance, and just all kinds of shit that you don't want found in your house by police.
Yeah.
It really, really sucks for Nick on this one. He had three main points of why the warrant should be thrown out. He accused the officer of lying. He said,
I had many, many more. We used 3.
That's always a good idea.
yeah, that Pomplin was lying. Now he's accused other members of the county of being lying liars who lie, to which I would say takes one to know one. Nobody has lied during this whole thing more than Nick has. And the poor guy, I don't even know if he knows he's a liar. I think he is so wrapped up in his own reality. I think that he convinces himself that the things he says are true. That's how you can be such an egregious, obvious liar. Because remember, when this whole Frank's challenge came out, people said, this is fucked, you're done. Like, this is embarrassing, this is terrible, this is awful. All these lawyer people. And Nick went on.
I was really rude to my lawyer. They're like, look at Nick's thing. It's like, I'm not the lawyer, Jesus.
On his stream, and all these lawyer people are stupid, and if you listen to all these fucking lawyer people, you're an idiot, and all these people are retarded, and blah, 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 blah. And the Kiwi Farms lawyer people are retarded. Well, they all ended up not only being right, but I think they ended up being more right than they thought they would. And this whole thing has tentacles that reaches out into everything. So the judge on all 3
tentacles
bitches, on all 3 complaints that Nick had. Number 1, hey, Candy, Ojai County Health and Human Services said that when the pastor wanted the house checked on for child abuse, Candy, Ojai County didn't find sufficient evidence to go and check on the child abuse thing. So
that's not the argument. The argument was, and this is amazing, they put the pastor's report as the primary thing. It's the first thing in the warrant request. They had sent the pastor's report to Candy, Ojai County Health and Human Services. They reviewed that, and they sent an official letter back to the Candy, Ojai County Sheriff's Office that said, even if all of this is true, none of this is a crime. None of this rises to the level of child endangerment. So even if everything that you say from the pastor's report is true, it cannot be criminal. And then they took those accusations that cannot be criminal, and they put them at the top of the warrant and said, we want to go search for evidence of child endangerment. That's in the warrant. That's in there. And the judge said that's not what they were doing. That's insane. Like, that is, again, that is fucking insane when you think about that. They have a letter from Health and Human Services that says this is not under the statute criminal. And then they said, we want to go search for evidence of these crimes. This crime we need to search a house for. They lied. Like, again, there's no argument about this. They lied. Because the officer put in there that he was looking for evidence of criminal activity. But all of that activity was evaluated by the department who would look into this, and they said, not crime. So he can't say he's looking for criminal activity or evidence thereof. Warrants have to be specific. You have to be specific about what evidence you're looking for what criminal act. There were no criminal acts in the pastor's report, period. Putting it in the warrant was a fucking lie. There's no way around it. And maybe the judge just didn't get the argument. Maybe it wasn't communicated well. That stuff happens in court. But there's an actual letter from the county that says none of this is criminal. And then they said, we want to look for evidence of these crimes. And the judge's like, that's not what they said. It's like, literally, it's right in there. We want to look for, it's actually before the drugs. In the letter, or in the warrant request, it is before the drugs. That's, I believe. It says, we're looking for evidence of child neglect and abuse and narcotics. That I had the stuff there, but that is the first argument. That is insane that they got away with that. Dabble Babble says, the quote, kid tested positive for cocaine has been the I saved those children trope since the Poor Me YouTube channels tour. Allegedly, you were providing coke ass therapy to your child. Look it up. No, I think you mean coke as therapy, not coke ass therapy. That's horrifying. Yeah, no, I know, which is crazy. My children have appropriate prescription medication at the hands of medical professionals as needed. They were never, ever, ever exposed to any sort of narcotics. Debbie says, you got this, Nick. Don't let anyone bring you and your Ohana down. I will not. Thank you, Debbie. And many blessings to your Ohana.
Therefore, Deputy Pomplin lied when he included the pastor and all that stuff in the warrant. Well, the judge said, yes. Whoa, no. Deputy Pomplin did not lie about that. That was included as part of the reason to go search your house for...
Which you cannot do. It's unconstitutional. You can't search for evidence of something that isn't a crime. You can't do that. Like, and the idea that everybody's like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. That's not fine. That should bother everybody. Guys, if they can write down activity that is non-criminal and use it as justification to come search your house for evidence of your non-criminal activity, you should be fucking livid.
Drugs. And then there was the video of you. And then there was Aaron's video of you. And then, there were all these other things. That was just part of it. And just because Candioi County didn't see a reason to go to the house and check on the kids doesn't mean that it wasn't reported to the authorities. It absolutely was. So Nick got smacked down on that account. Then there was, and I think this is the most embarrassing one, where he's accused Deputy Pomplin of lying because Deputy Pomplin said that Nick and myself had a falling out, that we were friends and we had a falling out. And Nick said, well, he's lying because it was way worse than that.
Yes. Yeah. You see, when you use the words or the statements of a person who was actually involved with the person who you're trying to search in some way, like if they're friends, whatever, doesn't matter. And they have a professed profound animus towards this person. And they maybe have made literal public threats days prior. That should go in the warrant request. And to not put it in the warrant request is dishonest.
It was way... God. Yeah. That sounds gay, dude.
Yeah, that sounds like you were in love.
Yes, that sounds like you were in love.
Sounds like you were in love.
And Nick has only provided more evidence of that as time has gone on in these videos because I'm in the motion.
I was just saying a falling out doesn't adequately describe the fact that he on camera made threats days before the warrant in the videos that Pomplin would claim to have used. Most people may not have heard this and whatever. In a supplemental evidence report, there's a supplemental evidence report of the videos that Pomplin claims he used. He claims he used these videos to generate his information for the warrant. All of those videos were published after I got out of jail. After I was out of jail, Detective Pomplin apparently watched videos that would then be published and then went back in time and applied them to his warrant application.
The thing.
Supplemental report 8.
Supporting actor in this whole deal because Nick's heartbroken. Nick lost his boyfriend, and Nick coped about it publicly in documents over and over and over again.
Huh?
Well, it is literally. So Nick made a really shitty joke about Sean, and I don't mean shitty like mean, shitty like most of Nick's jokes. They're non sequiturs and.
Every joke I made about Sean is adipose central.
Ridiculously not funny.
Terribly unfunny.
Oh, God, I remember.
I'm a fun guy, though. I'm kind of fun.
When he used to come upstairs and he used to go, you should have heard this joke I told. It was about, like, Jacob Blake or something. And it's like, he's like, dude, you understand that's just a non sequitur. It's nothing.
Again, he's like, God, joke about a black guy.
You just wanted to try to be edgy talking about a black dude that got shot. Like, what's really gross about it is, what's really offensive about it is, like, those can be, you can do something funny.
He's still going?
Yep.
What the fuck?
I thought the cops did.
I was out for like
something, I don't know. Where
how does he do this every night?
Conversation on Twitter between Nick and I.
The fuck?
And then I blocked Nick or Nick blocked me or something.
I went out to the arcade, got some Pokemon cards, went to the bookstore, like
the night I left, which was a well,
how?
I left, but the night I announced I'm not
okay.
Coming back.
How much longer do we have? Another hour?
April, whatever that Friday was, I believe that would have been April 11th. And that night, Nick went on a fucking tirade. Yeah, it was the 11th, and I think that was the night that Nick streamed for like a minute and a half, and then was like almost in tears, and then fucked off. That's when I said I'm not coming back. I'm getting divorced. I'm done. Nick went on stream for like a minute and a half, and then bailed because everybody was crying. So
that's not
because of me. And then after that, Nick had told me to K myself, and he was unhinged and just losing his fucking mind, probably on coke. Said,
unhinged and losing my mind. Like, what are you talking about? You weren't there. You have no idea.
Like I said, I'm not going to get into what other people might or might not be planning to do. But I know that he and his buddy Nick have been working, working together in their chats and all that stuff. They've been DMing each other. Patrick says, and again, this is Patrick. He says that Nick has DM'd him about my children, which I think is kind of a really disgusting thing. But then again, you look at.
I don't know if that's like Melton makes a lot of jokes. I don't know if that's even true. But the only things I've ever said about his children are very nice things. Like, my kids miss his kids, and I won't say anything negative about them. I always enjoyed the time that we had around them. That's all.
You look at, Nick's record with his own children, and you can't be surprised that he wouldn't have respect for others. But
my record with my own children? What are you talking
about? It was a personal decision on my part. We went over the Chad Zumach complete nuclear desolation of Nick. Nick came into
I've been nuclear
Nick came into old Mud Shark's chat, and he thought he was going to get an ally in his WCW Taskmaster Alliance to end Hulkamania.
No, I don't have references because I don't know.
Paul's getting text messages, getting emails. April, okay. So I checked this guy's attachment, and it's a bunch of April's tweets, and she's professing her undying love for Nick and how she wishes she could be with him and
those tweets were wild. They were so funny to me.
wants to see him and this and that. And they are, and it's her first tweeting since February. Like, she hasn't tweeted since February.
Oh my gosh, she hadn't tweeted since February. Somebody call the police.
It's her first tweeting in over 8 months. And
people called, like, we're talking about calling the police and calling wellness checks because April started tweeting. They're like, oh my God, she's tweeting. Somebody call an ambulance. It was wild to watch.
I'm reading these and I'm like, oh shit.
Oh shit. God.
And at first when I saw them, I was, oh shit, in like.
He has been divorced from this woman at this point for 4 months, I think. 3-4 months.
Like, oh shit. Like, I was like,
whoa.
At first I thought it was Nick tweeting for her. Like, Nick, I thought, oh my, because Nick's been losing his mind now for a while. You remember last Monday he was in our chat and
I'm losing it. Like, I'm in the process of it going away, I guess. Like, I don't know how that works. I thought you just lost something or you didn't. Losing is a weird verb.
Been losing his fucking shit for a while now. Like, this is a man.
We all wanted to lose our shit. Like, that's weird.
You know, southbound train on a hellbound track kind of a thing. And so I'm thinking, uh-oh, Nick's tweeting for her. Because it was crazy. And it was written in Nick's voice. There were at least 2 people that Nick said he would pay for doing the Rittenhouse and the Depp trials. And he never did. They never saw a dime.
I never said I would pay a single person for Rittenhouse or Depp, ever. I said I would stop by people's, or I would gift people things in private or in public. Like I would go by, and I sent many super chats to people who joined me on stream for significant periods of time, and all of them got huge boosts in all of their numbers and made a fucking fortune. So I'm not sure what we're talking about.
Legal Mindset also told some stories about people being told that they were going to get a gift or money or something like that, and it never came. And that kind of
literally went around to so many channels giving super chats.
Broke up LawTube, and then Nick kind of fucked himself because he tried to go his own way and be a personality.
That's not what you promised. Like, you promised that you would share your money with other people in LawTube. Like, it doesn't mean, like, oh, but they got a lot of views. You're basically bragging about giving them exposure. That's not what he's saying. Like,
problem is, if you've ever
no, oh, I hate this.
We kind of have a chicken and the egg argument. Some people say, because Nick's been losing his mind now for a while. You remember last Monday he was in our chat and he's been losing his fucking shit for a while now. Like, this is a man, you know, southbound train.
Just to be like very clear, I never said I would pay or compensate anyone. I don't do that. I don't pay or compensate people for show appearances. I don't ask for money for show appearances. This is crazy town. Crazy. And again, I went to people who I thought contributed and were on a lot, and I made lots of super chats. I super chat all of my friends with frequency
on a hellbound track kind of a thing. And so I'm thinking, uh-oh, Nick's tweeting for her, because it was crazy. And it was written in Nick's voice. There were at least 2 people that Nick said.
They were not written in my voice. They were written in April's voice. The thing that always pissed Aaron off is that April and I communicated very similarly.
He would pay for doing the Rittenhouse and the Depp trials, and he never did. They never saw a dime. Legal Mindset also told some stories about people being told that they were going to get a gift or money or something like that, and it never came. And that kind of broke up LawTube, and then Nick kind of fucked himself because he tried to go his own way and be a personality. The problem
is crazy because not doing LawTube made me a fucking fortune and got me more subscribers. LawTube is and always has been gay, and I want nothing to do with it.
Liz, if you've ever watched any of the streams,
huh? relevant. What is he trying? What?
And I'm sorry, but he's not very funny, and he doesn't have a good kind of out there personality.
Yeah.
He's just kind of a weirdo and a kind of a pencil neck geek in a way. He's not particularly. I mean, now he's interesting. This is the most interesting he's ever been. This is the most entertaining he's ever been, unfortunately for him. But he was such a good program director, as we call them in the radio business. You know, he had this idea.
So this is the funniest thing ever to me, because if you know me at all, I am the worst program director. I am disorganized. I'm inconsistent on time and like adhering to schedules. I change my mind on everything. I don't plan stuff out. I speak off the cuff. I don't write things down. I don't generate ideas. I just do stuff. Like, that's what I do. And I laugh and I try to have a good time. So he's going to tell like, oh, he had this idea to do this. Like, no, I had an idea to bring my friends on to watch the Kyle Rittenhouse case, because sometimes trials are boring and it's fun to have another person on. Nate was in the chat. I invited him. The next day I invited Legal Mindset and Legal Bites. And then, you know, like people were like, hey, can I come on? Can I come on? Can I come on? I'm like, sure. And like this thing built up. And it's like, all I wanted to do was watch a trial, but I was a little bored for parts of the day. So I invited people on to talk about it and bring more expertise. And it worked out fantastically. It's like, yeah, he's a program director. Like, oh my God, I'm the worst at this stuff.
I think it's his idea. I don't know. I never got into the law tube stuff. But he had this idea that he'd put all these lawyers on a channel. They'd all watch this trial and they'd all give their takes and tell.
This is not how that happened at all. He never knows what he's talking about.
Some jokes and everything else, and it went gangbusters. Now, we kind of have a chicken and the egg argument. Some people say, well, Nick gave them exposure. Here's what I always say to that. Bullshit on the exposure thing.
Yeah, all their channels were doing gangbusters before that. Nick didn't give them exposure. I have 50,000 people on a live stream. That's not exposure. It's them who did it. Wait, what?
Same thing in comedy. Somebody tweeted.
It's amazing. Like, and you can still go. I don't like the numbers comparison, but most of the people in quote unquote LawTube did not do well during the Karen Reed streams. Emily Baker is not in LawTube. Emily Baker is a fucking force of nature on her own. Like, that's what she is. The people who were in LawTube did not have very powerful streams. New lawyers do. Melanie Little, great streams. Andrea Burkhart, AV to the Seventh. There were other people out there who had very large streams that were lawyers, and then there were a bunch of non-lawyers just fucking cleaning house. The Karen Reed trial was more about the true crime audience, I believe, than like the LawTube audience. I think the LawTube audience itself, I think whatever LawTube is, has fucked itself, because no one wants to stream together. They all want to sit and make their own money on their own channel. They all think they're going to get a Johnny Depp moment, right? They all think they're going to get Kyle Rittenhouse and that they're going to make $100,000 or $200,000 or whatever on a trial, but they're not. And they don't understand why. They're like, no, it's just my turn. It's like, no. You're like, there were so many magical things that came to a confluence in those moments that made that happen. And a lot of it has to do with streamer personalities, and a lot of it has to do with just opportunity. A lot of it has to do with just, the people ended up in one place and then they stayed. Legal Bites had it going really on lock for a long time on Johnny Depp, until she threw Larry out of LawTube inexplicably, like whatever that means. But she did that and people were like, whoa, like that's some bullshit. And then the next day my stream skyrocketed and hers plummeted. That's just the way it goes. But it took a massive event that was disruptive to get that done. Like it wasn't something that was going on. Like, people were watching her channel, and like these bigger streams and the way YouTube recommends stuff, they just grew and grew and grew. But that was Legal Bites' work. Like, she earned that. She did it. It's crazy to be like, oh yeah, everybody else on her panel built this. No, they didn't. She did. I'm not a big fan of her presentation style, but so
the video of Keanu kind of exposing Nick, and for
I
the
know,
lies he's
exposing
told.
myself,
And
like, what the
Nick tweeted, "On the list of things I care about, what Keanu says is pretty low." Keanu
That's true.
responds directly, "What I say, your countertops and your children have that in common then." Damn, bitch. And then
she got me. I mean, not really though.
That's a burn.
SP wrote, "Okay, this deserves credit." So we've got that for you later today. Nick Rekieta got some bad news as well today.
Gal 515 says he said earlier that April became you and talked like you, and you became like the same person. But he says you must have wrote messages for her because they don't sound like her. That makes no sense. Yeah, he holds to disparate thoughts in the same sentence. April and I talked a lot alike from the get-go. Like we just communicated in the same way. Which it's not like a unique, special way of communicating. We tend to communicate directly, with an emphasis on facts and the meaning of words. And Aaron communicates emotionally, as he said. He's like, "Well, it's what I meant, what I felt." It's like, okay, but that makes it difficult. So, like, that's what I mean when I say we communicated very similarly. It's because what is said and what that means matters, and some people don't believe that. Dabble Babble says they slung so much mud from the arrest date to 2025. You were a cult leader, abuser, and who gave your child coke. Everything. Eventually, the mudslinging made it clear who the jilted lover looking for revenge is.
But where I want to start, in many ways, he and Nick are made for each other because they're the same kind of. They got those narcissistic tendencies with the gaslighting and all that. Not speaking
just have
directly to Nick, because that's going to fall on deaf ears. He creates his own world and then he lives in it.
That's an amazing clip. Holy shit.
It's a small place to be. Says, will Nick plead guilty? I think he's going to take it to trial. I think it's anyone's guess. I was thinking about, somebody else asked me that today, and they went, well, you know him better than most of us do. And I thought about that. I didn't say this to the person, but I thought about it. I was like, no, I don't. And correct. I think he portrays to people what he wants them to see him as. I don't know if there's a real Nick.
I don't even know if there's a real one. No. I'm just a fucking nightmare, apparently. I'm not real.
Really don't. Own problems. I wouldn't really look over in my backyard. He's melting down and panicking as it is. Hey guys, we are doing overtime. Like I said, nobody would be in any of these problems if Nick hadn't given April coke. That's plain fact of the matter. You can't get around that one. You can't lie your way out of that one. You can't excuse your way out of that one. That's the dirty truth about the whole thing. Vadam says Chrissy thinks Nick did nothing wrong. Someone did tell me they watched a clip of like Keanu and that Courtney girl bagging on Nick, and like Chrissy just sat there.
What does bagging on even mean?
Quiet the whole time. On Simcast, Nick tried to talk shit to some Christian lady. Great look. And the Christian lady just knocked him out, just flattened him. And Chrissy, I don't really know.
I think he's talking about Carrie Smith. And yeah, I took umbrage with some stuff Carrie Smith said, and I shared my thoughts with her. I guess I was flattened after that. I don't know.
I'm not sure. I'm like, really? Because I feel like I called April out because her and I had a really nice exchange last Thursday.
You called her out?
And then she needed to impress Nick. She needed to show off for Nick. So she blocked me and then said, oh yeah, my family would never, because I said, somebody's family contacted me to talk about how worried they were about their family member. There's nothing I could do. I told them I have nothing to do with that person.
She had to impress me. What are you talking about?
And she goes, oh yeah, Nick, it would never be my family because they know what he is. Are you sure?
Are you sure your family knows what I am? Like, it's not what he says. Remember, it's what he means. But imagine making that comment. Oh, your family knows what I am? Are you sure? Like, you look insane. What do you?
Are you sure? Because the conversations I've had are, the quote said to me directly was, I know who she is. I know who she's been for a long time, unfortunately, and I just hope this gets better. He leaves, says, good night, take care. Nick sucks. Well, don't say that because Nick's got an Aaron obsession as it is.
Unreal. It's amazing.
Somebody asking if Gino Bisconti was making grilled cheese sandwiches at night. I don't know. Thank you, All's Fair in Love and War. You're now at 320. We appreciate it. And now we're at like 275 for tomorrow morning. Plus, we've knocked out the 90 from yesterday. Thank you. And as far as Nick sucks, like, Nick's in a hell of his own making. And, like, I got to say, I was pretty entertained by what he said on Juju the Cow's show, where Nick projected the fuck onto me. Aaron doesn't think about the future. He just acts in the now.
So real quick, on Mad at the Internet, the Kiwis are all very mad at Aaron or something. Josh was saying, he was squeaking it out. And Josh's comment was, Nick played 4D chess on Aaron, and I guess it worked. Nick doesn't think about the future.
Says the guy who's done mountains of fucking blow and has made every decision like he doesn't think he's going to live another 5 minutes. Jesus Christ, it's embarrassing. And then Aaron's weak and he's intimidated by Nick. You used to sit there and watch me fight with grown men for 10 rounds at a time while you couldn't do a pull-up. But just stop. I'm not saying I'm the toughest guy.
No, I watched you spar a couple people for a little while. And bro, I was on Coke and Molly. I could do literally unlimited pull-ups because your muscles just tear and you don't give a shit.
Guy on the block, but you, the term light work doesn't cover it. No Pen 15 Fathead with $2 says, whose cum tastes better, yours or Nick's? I have not tasted either one, I swear. Once again, I plead not guilty. Just because Nick has weird sexual fantasies that he projects onto the internet does not mean that they're true. That Will Heron interviewed that chick Kay that goes to all of Nick's court appearances and everything. I don't know if you saw it or not, but so like she's been going to Nick's appearances and she's been talking about how she, as the child of an addict mother, is noticing a lot of unfortunate things in Nick's behavior that she went through as a kid. So she's been going online and saying all this shit and pointing all this shit out. And this was like, so it's again another one of those moments where like, there's the guy I know. There's the guy I know showing up in public. There he's dropping the facade that he has on Twitter. Oh, boy. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into this. New guy. New guy is such a steel toe hater that he cannot accept the truth. He goes, it'll be funny when Nick and April can talk about what really happened. They have already.
It will be funny, won't it? This is where so everything after this is new to me. This is where I'd stopped watching earlier.
Wow. And they've been proven to either confirm what I've said or out and out provably lied. I mean, I don't know. To quote Patrick, new guy, Nick is not a I apologize to Sean. To quote Sean from Potentially Criminal, Nick is not a reliable narrator. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. Take it from the guy who pays his bills. So let me get to the confession. All right. This is important. I need to cleanse my soul. Speaking of Nick, I know we had a lot of fun about Nick's main home going into foreclosure. And before I go too deep with this, let's just say this: he's not losing his home.
Correct. So I'll briefly tell this story. While I was super depressed and in a bad spot, my auto pay on the mortgage missed in June. I got arrested in May, and then the auto pay missed in June. And what I didn't know is that when the auto pay got missed, I didn't even know that happened for reasons I'll explain in a minute. And then once that happened, it canceled all auto pays going forward. It's like, oh, you missed one. And so all auto pays going forward got canceled. I didn't know this because I wasn't checking the mail. I was deep in the throes of depression. I didn't know what to do without my, without my kids around and stuff. And like, I just, by the time I got, we got the kids back and it's like, holy shit, time to pick up the pieces. I looked at the mail and we had just stacks and stacks of mail at the post office. And I got the notice and I was like, oh my God, one of the mortgage payments got missed. And I open it up and I'm like, I'll just call them. I don't get this. So I call them up and they're like, yeah, you've missed some payments. I'm like, oh, some? Right? Like I'm dumbfounded by this because I'm thinking it's just, I'm thinking that auto pays have been happening this whole time. And she's like, yeah, your house is in foreclosure. Did you not get the notices? Like, no, I didn't. I didn't get them. Like they may have been mailed to me. I don't know, but this is the first time hearing anything about this. Like, holy shit, how far is it? And like, oh, well, like you owe $20,000. And so then it was like, whoa, okay. So I could either come up with $20,000 or I could sell the house that I've been wanting to sell for several years and then just pay off the mortgage entirely. So that's what I ended up doing. It was very shocking to have that happen. So like it's one of the ways that your life gets disrupted that you don't think about because you set up auto pays so that shit doesn't happen. But if they miss and if you miss the notice, like it just gets missed in translate, or it gets like trains passing, right? So that happened. It was fucking wild, but it was like, okay, well, I mean, I can fix this. The unfortunate thing is the timing of it. Because if it had been a month earlier, like there wouldn't have been a public notice or anything like that. It's just the way the timing worked out. It's like, well, okay. Like, I guess this is the way to handle this, and it's going to suck. Like people are going to make fun of you, but coming up with like 20 grand in cash, in a very short amount of time turned out to be just as easy as selling a house. So figured I'd sell the house.
People are like, people are rooting for that. They're like, he's going to lose his home. Good. Fuck him. Not losing his home. He's selling the one. Yeah, he's going to take pretty much every dime he makes off of that house. He's going to have to take to catch up with this current house. And then remember, you still have. Yes.
Keeping that house required the mortgage in the first place. Like that's all. That's what happened. So that's where the mortgage wasn't necessarily reflective of like where the owing happened. Like, I don't know how to describe this. It was a better move to take a $300,000 loan out of a $700,000 property than it was to take a $300,000 loan out of a $320,000 property, for example, right? Because loan to value is much lower. And so you get better interest rates. You don't have the same types of insurance requirements, stuff like that. So you take the mortgage out on the one property rather than the other because it's a better move. But the whole reason we kept that house is because right at the beginning of COVID, we had some friends who were evicted, and we were going to sell the house, and then they were evicted. They needed a place to stay. We thought they were going to stay for 6 months. They stayed for like 3 years. 3 or 4 years, and it was a great blessing to be able to to share that with them and give them a place to raise their family when things went.
He has talked shit about these people before numerous times. He wanted them out of that house. He bitched about it constantly. It was a huge problem for him, right? Like this is part of the lore.
South for them. That's why we took the mortgage out on the house and kept it. rather than just sell it and take care of it that way. So, like people can make fun of it all they want. I would have loved to keep the house. I don't know that would have happened. I would have had to probably sell it anyway, no matter what the circumstance was.
Property taxes and insurance and all that stuff, you're still gonna have to pay. So you got to pay your your lawsuit attorney. You got to pay 3 criminal defense attorneys. You got to keep your lifestyle while making no income. Sam Show. Nick Rekieta told me I could shove a pineapple backwards up my ass. Suffer, bish. Yeah, we can talk about that. April's charges getting dropped. Yeah, I guess Nick probably feels guilty that he got her hooked on coke and got her in all this trouble, although she made her own decisions.
I don't feel guilty for decisions adults make. I didn't get anyone hooked on things. I offered someone something that was probably a mistake or whatever.
You're surrounded by addicts. You've driven away everyone who's not an addict. Like, I've never, like, oh, I don't feel sorry for what decisions other adults make. What are you talking about? Like, you ruined all of these lives.
But they made their choices, and that's okay. Like, the people can make their own mistakes. It's fine.
And as part of his plea deal, he's getting her charges dropped, which, you know, we know that Nick got, you know, pulled away by wild horses from his side piece.
Well, I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about here. Like, pulled away by wild horses from a side piece. Like, I think he's mixed up 7 or 8 metaphors and doesn't get them. But yes, the idea of having the charges dropped is because it was literally me. It was literally my stuff in my safe that I bought, that I had. Like, that's it. The reason that I pled guilty and asked for the, you know, dismissal of the other 2 people who had been charged is because it was mine. It was my responsibility. It was my bad decisions. So I stepped up and I took responsibility for my bad decisions, and I didn't try to pin it on someone else. And I didn't want anybody else to suffer for what I had, like, suffer legally for what I had done. It was me. How the fuck how do people not understand what accountability and responsibility actually are? Like, that's the name of the game. Like, this is your shit. This is your mistake. This is your mess up. So you say, fuck, I don't want to do it this way, but there's not really another way, is there?
So is this a way for him to try to, you know, keep that option open? I don't know. But enough about Nick Rekieta. No, that's a cheap shot. That's a cheap shot. That's not nice. I'm being playful. It's all over. Forgive and forget. Move on with your life.
January 29th. Forgive and forget. Move on with your life. Oh, okay, cool. You gonna do that?
Let me go. Just let me go. A broken heart heals over time, sweetie. And then there was that tragedy with her father. We drove her to the airport in the middle of the night. We did everything we could for her. And then when all the shit goes down because she can kiss up to Nick and maybe grab grift viewers off of it, she goes, I think Aaron may have corrupted all of them. And it's like, you know, fuck you. You know that's not true.
Annoyed might be a better word.
This is why you don't have any real world friends. Is because you just do shitty people. You just do people shitty like that. People who were nice to you, good to you, you know.
Is he talking about Keanu right now? That's kind of funny.
My life would be in a lot better place if I had never booked your ass. Oh, M's off his game then.
Yeah.
You guys, come on. Coyote NV said, Nick said you like to drink. Oh, my God. I was a teetotaler compared to that fucking guy.
Has anybody noticed? Again, this is a person who went to Al-Anon and whatever, and then was preached about sobriety and all this stuff while like holding liquor in his hands. Like, you gotta get that stuff out of your life. You can't just do that. You can't be an alcoholic. I watch this guy start drinking at 9 a.m. so many times. It's embarrassing. It's great.
Well, that man's made a lot of claims.
That man said a lot of shit. I mean, it's amazing. Like, especially when it comes to me, I'm telling you, that guy lies like he breathes. It's unbelievable. This is going to be in my Google.
Lies like he breathes, strugglingly. Too many drugs.
search history now, which means Nick's going to see it. Is
that was kind of funny.
Is there a word out the day, multiple times a day, 7 days a week for just 4 or 5 months? And I mean, with Nick, it was multiple years, according to his admission. It was, 2 years of just regular, constant using of cocaine.
Regular and constant are different words. Like they're different. Regular is more apt than constant. That was a better choice.
It ages you fucking terribly. I mean, Kate Meany too. Kate Meany look.
Glad I'm not on
I'm a ton of fun, but I am old.
that stuff.
Okay. See, Will, I'm just trying to.
I think when people are like, Nick looks old. Like, I am. Oh my God. I'm ancient. What are you talking about? Whew.
I'm gonna go up for a run.
If it were the 1300s, I'd be an elder.
Deflect, kind of like when someone has to admit they left drugs next to a kid, and then they deflect by lying about it and saying it was locked when it wasn't. It was just a little bullet. I don't understand why Nick said that.
I didn't leave drugs next to kids.
The bullet of cocaine he left next to my daughter was locked.
I don't remember saying that, for one thing, but two, I didn't leave any cocaine by your daughter.
I grabbed it and I took it. I didn't know what it was, and I was like, don't. And I kind of had an idea. I'm like, don't. And all I had to do was unscrew the cap like that. I open it up. You're full of powder. Then $2 Ace writes Nick's wig. Did you see what that
I only wear a wig on my pelvis.
fucking drunk cunt said about me today? If I weren't on the moving onward and moving upward path in my life, me about 9-10 months ago would have been on the phone with a fucking civil case lawyer, I think, today. But me now, it just, honestly, I looked at it and I felt pity. I felt sad. In fact, on Twitter today, I even tweeted out an AA quote, and I was like, just repeat this. Nick is apparently so embarrassed about the cocaine thing, as he should be. The fact that his daughter tested positive, the fact that, he said, oh, we never.
No, I'm not embarrassed about doing cocaine. It was a destructive decision or whatever. I'm not embarrassed about it. The daughter stuff just didn't happen.
He was never around kids, and I had to call him out on that. I'm like, well, that's not true. Somebody chatted in today, and they said Nick can't stop talking about you again tonight. He's on someone else's stream, and he said, I used to make more in a month than Aaron makes in a year. First of all, used to. Second of all, spent it all. And
again, this is a person who doesn't understand the echelons of business that he's in versus the people he's talking about. And the reason I brought that up is because he's talking about income. He's talking about like audiences and stuff. It's like, you have no idea. Like, you don't even know.
Nick, I can play that game too. Like, watch this. I paid my mortgage more times in a month last year than you did in the entire year.
That's actually not true. Because my first missed payment was in June. And so that means I paid 6 months, or well, I guess 5 months prior to that. So that, wrong even on your bad joke.
See, it's not that hard. Oh my God, look at this. Addicted to super chats is now super chatting me about my dick. Look, if you believe what Nick says about any of that stuff, after he's lied about literally everything else because he's ashamed of his life, I think you've over-hated Steel Toe too much. I think if you buy that, you're a little too obsessed with my penis. I'm not going to correct the record on any of that stuff. I'll tell you why. A, it's fun watching him flail and seethe and lie to a group of PDF fans. And number two, my audience doesn't want to hear about people's dicks and stuff. Like, we're not as gay as you guys. Says, now that your court situation is being resolved, are you going to rebuttal some of the things Nick is saying about? Do I need to? It seems like everyone kind of knows he's full of shit because
Now that your court situation is resolved. Yeah, that's how it went.
I mean, he's kind of contradicted himself over and over and over. I take my drugs with me all the time. When you were arrested and they found the drugs in your house, you were driving at the time, okay?
That's amazing. If there were other people home, like, what is he talking about?
Lie. The cops put the drugs in my daughter's hair. Aaron might have put the drug, given my daughter the drug. Aaron was gone for 6 weeks. I thought you said it was a false positive. Wait, now the cops put it in there? Now he's a little scared of me, and he's like, well, I didn't say Aaron put it in there. It could have been anybody. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I know. I'm not sure. That's the thing. So when you have no idea what happened, or if it even happened, again, this could be a lab sample error or something like that. There could have been a sample swap. Don't know. Don't have the info. They never got discovery on it. None of that stuff. We never got to fight it, so we never got the info on it. Don't know what happened. So all you can do then is go, maybe this happened, maybe this happened, maybe this happened. You try and find the most plausible set of explanations. Because I know the one explanation that didn't happen. Like, I know what didn't happen. I know that she was not exposed by us to this substance, period. Like, I know that for a fact.
I didn't know. I mean, imagine my surprise when I find out they tested positive. Wait a minute. We have court records that show that you knew she was going to test positive. The court records say, hey, by the way, if she tests positive, it had nothing to do with me. Like, don't go on and, like, get angry and get all worked up and fuck Aaron and this and that. Don't do. I would even say the same to Nick. Like, bro, you got to get off of drugs and alcohol or you're going to go to prison. Don't let
3/13/2025. I had been off of drugs and alcohol for quite a while.
My life affect your life like it is. You're going to relapse and you're going to fucking go to jail, dude. You're going to go to, you got 5 fucking kids.
Do I?
Don't go to fucking prison.
I didn't know that.
Let me go. This shouldn't bother you. And then I didn't know this, but at that show we did, that Chrissy, it was supposed to be Chrissy, you know, the one where I met the beautiful and talented Nick Rekieta.
First true thing he's said all night. The beautiful and talented Nick Rekieta.
Riley was there, and he's like Dick Masterson's errand boy.
Yes, Riley is notoriously Dick Masterson's errand boy.
They didn't reach out afterwards. They just ran with the fucking story, didn't talk to me, didn't ask me anything. I'm going to say they're on the take. I think, Nick's family has money, and I'm going to say they're on the take because they gave
my family bought Fox News.
Nick a fucking Swedish massage in his news coverage, and his fucking child tested positive for cocaine. So I think there's some, to quote My Lost Interest, some tomfuckery going on there. Oh, shit. You do understand you're 2 men talking about each other's dicks. We're going to start calling you Rekieta boys pretty soon. By the way, I did see that Nick, oh, poor Nicky boy. He was a little confused. He threw some shade at me on Twitter today. He was a little confused about something I said. He thought that I said he himself paid off Fox 9 to do a shittier, like, dagger in the back fucking report on me. Nick, you're not paying off anybody. You're fucking broke, dude.
Broke.
You ran through all your money. You're on.
How do you know?
You're on family money now. You're on those scheduled payouts from the old trust.
What are you talking about?
I can believe that Opie's being a cunt about Anthony's return to radio. I have a jealous ex currently who can't stop. So I understand having a jealous.
Is that Ashley or April? Like, which one is it?
Ex. Nick is the Opie to my Anthony at this point.
Oh, that's weird. I don't remember doing a radio show with you. I did the one show with you.
But ripped this apart and said Nick's a fucking hack and he's fucking terrible months ago or a year ago when he played this clip. Mel was like, no, I didn't. No, I did. Like, he bites on that shit so easily. So someone literally posted the clip for him, and then he didn't address it. But, yeah, and
did Melton say it was bad? I'm going to install handlebars in that hump and ride it around Las Vegas.
By the way, closed circuit to Juju, closed circuit to Dick. I don't believe Nick. I don't think you actually said that. Like, I'm not of the mind that, like, oh, yeah, Dick Masterson was a steel toe guy. He just said that to be nice to Nick, and Nick didn't pick up on it. So, I don't.
I mean, I just relayed what he said. He's like, oh, yeah, I've seen that show. It's sometimes funny. Like, okay.
I never counted Dick Masterson as one of the steel toe faithful.
He wasn't one of the steel toe faithful. You asked me if I could put you in contact with him so you could like do a show, and I was like, sure.
I don't think we're for him. I only know that because his show's just really not for me.
You asked to be
just
on
because you're laughing like a hyena at it doesn't make it funny. It's this guy right here. Look, I think you can tell by him. What is it? Not raging out, crashing. You can tell by Nick's crashing out. Nick and I don't like.
Oh, now he's using the same terminology as my children. Good job.
Each other. I don't even blame him for my shitty decisions. I blame me. I blame him for his shitty decisions and the impact it had on, his life and whatnot.
Imagine saying that sentence unironically about someone. Why blame them for their decision and the impact it had on their life? Why? Why do you like that? That doesn't make sense. Why are you holding blame over what happened to someone else's life because of what someone else did? Like, that's not you. You don't need to blame anybody in that situation. No! God! I have to find... Shit. We were in April. Here it is.
That I wanted for what I was putting together. That I wanted for what I was... Something I said. He thought that I said... Yeah, and by the way, closed circuit to Juju, closed circuit to Dick. I don't believe Nick. I don't think you actually said that.
Like,
I'm not of the mind that, oh, yeah, Dick Masterson was a steel toe guy. He just said that to be nice to Nick, and Nick didn't pick up on it. So, I never counted Dick Masterson as one of the steel toe faithful. I don't think
I just
we're
made
for
them a
him.
little bigger.
I only know that because his show's just really not for me. Just because you're laughing like a hyena at it doesn't make it funny. It's this guy right here.
Oh, the laugh at Dick's show.
I think you can tell by him, what is it, not raging out, crashing. You can tell by Nick's crashing out. Nick and I don't like each other. I don't even blame him for my shitty decisions. I blame me. I blame him for his shitty decisions and the impact it had on,
Here we are. We're
his
caught.
life and whatnot. But my shitty decisions are all mine. Then she posts on Kiwi Farms later that day as they're asking for clarification. Nick sent me a DM seething about an email I'd sent a couple of days earlier to Aaron for his attorney. He absolutely had access. Also, Nick had tweeted things out that my lawyer and I had emailed about. He had referenced things that me and other attorneys had been talking about. So he was definitely in there doing that.
You mean the shit you talked about all the time? You realize I'm an attorney. It's really easy to figure this shit out.
And then she actually posted the receipt of the screenshot, or the receipt of the DM that Nick sent her. So on November 3rd.
The receipt of the DM. She posted the receipt of the DM. Like, did I buy it somewhere?
Alyssa had some screenshots that I wanted for what I was putting together. And she sent me those screenshots. So in November, I went to the police with the whole accessing my emails and files and backing it up and all of that. By the way,
this person has accused me of organizing people to make police reports. He didn't even say false. He just says police reports.
Thank you to Patrick Melton, who said, oh, yeah, Nick sent me a whole drive and it was full of all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. We were able to get that. And we were able to make that a big part of our evidence package. So I appreciate him doing that, letting us know that that existed. So then Alyssa Clips screenshots my email from November 3rd, where we were exchanging screenshots and I needed some things from her. So then Nick is in my email, so he sees that stuff. He sees the emails that are being sent.
He sees the
and
emails.
4 days later sends Alyssa a DM. She would leave this show 8 times in a show and not.
Again, figuring out that Alyssa was talking to Aaron behind the scenes was not difficult at all. Alyssa hates me and has for a very, very long time.
Go in that bathroom there, but go all the way to that bathroom up there.
Deductive reasoning is something that most people have the ability to do if they think for just a moment.
And, you know, Nick was I said no coke in this house, and Nick was sneaking her the bullets of coke during the show, coming back with, how are you, everybody?
I was not sneaking her the bullets of coke. Like, what? I wasn't there. What is he talking about? Nick is sneaking her the bullets of coke, coming back. What are you talking? Like, I told this man, if you ever want me to not have anything in your house, just ask. And he didn't.
Whoa, my eyes just went for a ride. So there was that. You know, if Nick treats this like an L, how do I say this? If Nick treats this like an L, you guys will know where the motivation to bring this up came from. I mean, again,
April 11th.
I did a bad thing. I'm
This is 1 year. So we've finally got 1 year, April 11th to April 11th. We have about 20 minutes left.
happy with how it ended. I'm glad it's ending, and I'm glad I got to take responsibility. But if you're mad about this, hey, you know what? Let me encourage you. If you're mad about this, it didn't happen to you. JH says, Aaron, who's worse, Moody or Nick Rekieta? That's a tough one because Moody has advocated for AICP, and Nick had a drugged kid.
I did not.
I think having a drugged kid from your own cocaine stash is probably worse than just advocating.
One, no one knows where the alleged test results came from. Two, my kid was never drugged.
Something, so I would say Rekieta is probably worse than Moody. Red Scoper says, are you sure you aren't Nick's former lover? He wanted me to be. He wanted me to be.
He wanted me to be. If I wanted you to be, you would have been. Come on.
Colleen, all my friends, I love that name, says, you're too close to the camera. Yeah, but if I go any further back, you're not going to have to see, you're not going to see how adorable I am.
Ew.
And I don't want to deprive you of that. Nova says, now that Nick is sober, will he get a hooker with teeth this trip to Vegas? Camelot said Nick liked the rotten teeth ones.
Notorious for liking the rotten teeth hookers in Vegas. What is going on?
When he was on the dope. I don't know. I know that Nick never got any pussy when he was younger. So he's probably just trying to compensate.
Yeah, correct. Never. No, like that's true, I guess. I was a virgin until marriage. What? That's not true. But I was a virgin until meeting the person I would marry. How's that?
So, I mean, with his shitty personality, it's not difficult to see why he struggled, you know? Isn't Nick like shitting all over all of his friends? So, like, I can't imagine that's going on very well. Like,
yeah, but only because they pay me for it.
Like, Joe was a guest on Nick's stream one time, and he realized Nick fucking sucked at the trial streams, and he's not.
Yeah, Joe Neerman notoriously hates Nick Rekieta. We're the biggest of enemies. Joe's like, this guy sucks at streaming.
Not his guest anymore. Like that Branca guy abandoned him too.
Branca hates me. That Branca guy abandoned Nick. Okay.
Well, when people aren't buying, so now people are buying views to fuck with Nick.
That was
he like
weird,
can't
man.
break 2,000 anymore.
Can't do it.
It just keeps going down. And this is
just down. Down. I'm gonna say it.
was like a super popular trial. And then today I saw Alyssa clips, and he was clearly, whether it was prescribed or whether it was not an illegal substance, he did seem like he was under the influence of some kind of stimulant. His voice was high. He was very jittery. He was scratching his arm again.
I have a literal heat allergy. I don't know what to tell you. He's scratching his arm. I break out into hives when I get too warm. That's a real thing. I've had it for since I was 35 now, 8 years. It's very uncomfortable. He knows this, by the way. He knows specifically that this is true. So it's that's pretty funny.
It was sad. So yes, it would be very humiliating to Nick if that was the case. The worst he ever did was he slept face first in mine for months, but I don't think he knew that. I don't think he was aware. But
this is such a weird story. Because what the fuck?
What do you do? People feel about Nick, they just see him as a cartoon character.
The cum eating story is the funniest thing ever to me. Like, I just laugh because it happened and it broke him completely. Here's the great thing about that story. It doesn't matter who out there believes it, right? Like, I don't care if anybody in this audience or any audience believes that story, because I know that there's one person out there who knows it's true. I know that there's one person out there who knows it happened. And it got mentioned sometime in like, I think it was September. It was like September 26th or something like that, where it got mentioned. Tookie asked me a question, and it was, there was also a tweet about it. Might have been October. I don't remember the exact dates. I could go find them, but I don't really feel like going through old DMs. It just comes up. It's a very short thing, very small. And it has been eating away at him. It has been eating away at him ever since it happened. And the best part, it's because he knows it's true. And it's like, there you go. There you go.
Character for them to laugh at. So he shows all the texts and they're like, and then they show me roasting them and they applaud and then they go, all right, good night, everybody. And then Nick goes up to sing karaoke and the entire venue clears out and they have a picture of nobody there. Rain.
Yeah, no, everybody was like, God, I don't want to do karaoke with Nick. That would be terrible. That's exactly what happened. That's a true story about Vegas. But the thing that Aaron isn't talking about here is he knows I will sing karaoke alone for hours. I'll sing karaoke alone for in my house for 2, 4, 5 hours. Like, I love singing karaoke. It's what I like to do. So like the story is definitely 100% true. People hadn't moved into the booths that weren't in the picture. None of that had happened. They all got up. They're like, oh God, Nick is going to sing a song. We're going to get up and leave. All the people who bought tickets to go to Hackamania to see all this stuff, like they got up and they're like, I mean, why would they stick around? Right? Like, because if they stuck around, they would hear how bad I was and they would make fun of me or whatever. And like, no one wanted to. I think I'm getting mixed up on how this story is supposed to go. But that definitely happened. But I'm stupid. I would sit there and sing on the karaoke stage I'd be like, great, now I don't have to wait through 12 people to sing again.
Like, as you can see Nick's brain is fucking gone. I mean, that's cocaine, booze,
Gone.
and the huffing and all that stuff. But like, no, I'm scared of that shit. I always thought it was funny that Nick was like, Aaron's doing coke on his show 100%, and now his cope is Aaron was too scared to do coke. It's like, well, no, the second part is absolutely true, 100%. Doom says nitrous seems scary as fuck. Well, look what it's done to your boy Nick. And by the way, I'm not, stop. Before you even get mad, I'm just doing it because of where you're at. I'm just fucking with you. I'm saying your boy. My dad and I always do that to each other. It was like, your boy so-and-so. The lawyer that she worked for sent an email to someone saying, I saw Nick's videos. And I'm paraphrasing, he's full of shit. She never did that. She was great.
He's talking about my former nanny who gave my daughter alcohol. And also some other crazy things and a bunch of stuff that we found out after she was gone. And I talked about them. And, you know, like, I don't know, people do things, and when they do them, you know, and you know that they did them, you can say that they did them. And that's what happened. And so Aaron gets an email from someone purporting to have hired this person prior, years and years prior, because she worked for us for 3.5 years. And they say, they would never do that. It's like, that's not how things work. Like, you cannot say what someone would or would not do. Like, you don't know what life circumstances they'll face. And so all I know is what happened. Like, I don't know what someone would or wouldn't do.
Nick didn't have the balls to say my name. So I quote tweeted it and commented for him. Nick said, to the person who's simping for my nanny, she thought you were gross. She thought we were all gross. You know why? Because we were fucking gross.
This person who he's talking about, he has spent a collective maybe 2 hours talking to.
Especially you coked out pig. We were all gross. You're running out of real estate, Jack. You're running out of room. The coward's escape has been sealed. Do you think Nick's just, as that body cam footage is about to come out, do you think this sound is playing eternally in Nick's head? Nick ever mention a guy named Ron Toy? No, but that's a guy that I read about from time to time.
Why? Why are you reading about Ron Toy? What are you?
I don't know anything about him. He's a piece of shit that went after Vic. Nick talked a lot of shit about Vic. I
did not.
He was like mean. Like Nick was almost like a bully when he would talk about Vic, call him gay and shit. Like
Vic wore, I don't know if he still does. He wore gay pants and gay shirts. It's hilarious. I talked to him about it. I made fun of him all the time, right to his face, because I thought it was, but he wore them because fans made them for him. And he was like, Vic is a consummate pleaser of fans. And so that's what he did. So yeah, I made fun of him. Who cares?
Like make fun of his, mannerisms and his voice.
Well, his voice is kind of high pitched. It's funny. That's what made him such a good voice actor. What is going on here? Oh man, you can't rip on your friends for having like a high pitched voice and wearing gay pants everywhere.
He was kind of a fucking cunt now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Nick had a lot of Twitter DM battle. Of course, Nick is in the DMs fighting with people because he doesn't have.
Ron Toye started messaging me, you weirdo. You don't know anything about this story. He started messaging me, and I said, I'm going to put all of these online. Like, I'm going to talk about them on my show all the time. He's like, go ahead. So we did. Conversations, they were great. They were really funny. But everybody knew the score. He was sending me DMs to try and increase my emotional intelligence. I'm like, no, I'm emotionally retarded. Leave me alone. I want to stay here.
Real friends outside the internet. Nick would call him a cuck all the time. Turned out that Nick was projecting. Yeah. Yes, Beardo, he was indeed projecting. Nick is, I think, still in full-on meltdown mode.
I'm melting down.
He's doubling up on his lies about the nanny. I think he's getting frustrated because nobody believes him.
I don't care if people believe me about the nanny. I said what happened, and then that's it. I don't talk about it. Like I didn't do any like crazy stuff about it. It's just like I said it. It was I don't remember if it was a response to a question or if it was just on the subject. It was interesting at the time, and then it stopped being interesting. That's all.
Because fucking why should they?
Yep.
And as Keanu and Gino are hosting the show for me, they start talking about the Nick stuff. And they start talking about some of the things they know. And some of the things they know trigger the shit out of Nick Rekieta. One of them being that April declared Aaron never abused me. Now, April also said this on Twitter. The reason we know Nick...
This is not true. Like, this is a thing that Keanu just... Yeah, April said Aaron totally didn't abuse her. That's not true.
And by the way, fucking sue me if this isn't true. Nick was tweeting from April's account because...
Okay, like, I guess I have permission? I have permission to sue you now because it's not true?
You'll remember the next day after Nick tweeted all these really disgusting things about his family, about April and Nick and all these things. It seemed like a drug-addled rant.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
The next day, April said, that wasn't me tweeting. It wasn't this version of me tweeting. It was somebody else. And then she also did the I was hacked thing, and I've been talking to Twitter communications and everything. I 100% Nick told her to say that. It sounds like a...
No, I would never tell anybody to say that. I think that would be insane unless it happened. Man, I wasn't in the same place as her at the time. So I don't know. Like, this is such a weird room. Like, oh, that was totally Nick. That one, that's not how I talk. Two, I wouldn't tell people that at all. Like, there was no way I'd be like, oh yeah, you know what you got to do? You got to say you were hacked. Although there is someone out there who's like, I was hacked.
Stupid fucking retarded cope that Nick would come up with.
I'm hacked.
Yeah. And also, I know firsthand that Nick would...
Stupid retarded cope that he would come up with. I'm hacked.
was writing her texts because when he was scared, he was nervous that he needed April and I to dislike each other. Everyone else at the home has chlamydia and gonorrhea.
So weird.
What does it matter? Deutsch Chad says Nick's got the Lol Cow of the Year award won again. Yeah, see, I don't.
You can't take it from me. You can't. No one can get that. I'm going to win it for the rest of my life. I own that fucking website. They have no chance. Your stupid Lol Cow of the Year award, send it to me every year because it's mine, bitches.
I don't know, man. iDubbbz is doing pretty well. iDubbbz is doing a good job.
Not even close.
Brian says it was hilarious watching Nick melt down on stream. Well, like I said.
But am I the witch from Wizard of Oz? Like, what is this melting down thing?
I know that Nick. I know a far worse Nick. That's him. If he can't control people, if he can't control the situation.
Oh, this is probably when I screamed at Keanu for being a dumb bitch. The Smoking Lesbo says, towards the video fund, keep on keeping on, Nick. Anyone at any point in life can make mistakes. No one leaves this world perfect. Thanks for the stream. Thank you very much, Smoking Lesbo. How do you feel about being called an elbow? Just curious. Like, do you find that offensive, or are you okay with that? I'm just like, I've never asked. I've never asked a professional trench diver if they're okay with being called an elbow.
That's who he turns into. Why do you think his only friend is a pedophile and a weak-willed beaver-looking motherfucker, Bucky Beaver?
Who's a weak-willed beaver? Is he talking about Moody? That's weird.
Like Carl, and some creepy, weird, has to have some kind of a shady past New Zealand Pajit. Why do you think these are...
Wait a minute. So it wasn't the New Zealand Pajit. Pajit. Isn't he Iraqi? Like, isn't he his heritage or whatever he's talking about? He's not a Pajit. Do you even know what that is? Fucking weirdo.
His only friends because they won't challenge him. They won't dare. They need some kind of content, and their content is we hate Aaron. And the only thing that's left on the we hate Aaron train is Nick's vehement hatred for me, to the point where he writes text messages and letters from other people as himself and passes it off as them. Like the guy,
Okay. I'm confused. So the accusation is that I write text messages and letters from other people as myself and then pass it off as me. What is he talking about? I have no idea what this is. This is out there. What the fuck?
He even said in a clip recently he wants me to die. Now, why would you say something like
I don't think I said I want him to die. I think someone said, "Are you done?" or whatever, and I said, "No, he's not dead yet." I think that's what I said. I don't know if I said I want him to die. I might have. I don't remember saying that though.
like that? How dare you? To someone who was your friend. You want me to die. That, Nick, I don't want you to die.
You've said you want me to die countless times.
Because I believe that life is far more of a hell for you right now than the sweet release of death.
It's the classic Keanu problem. Look, I've got all these text messages.
You don't need to die. You're wearing that shirt.
I don't want to release them. Just stop lying.
Right, exactly.
And it all ends.
Is it?
Okay. No, never mind. We're not going to do that. I'm not going to do this.
Bad that there's part of me that wants Nick to keep lying.
I just love the fact that I really love the what is it, the Sophie's Choice.
This person is asking the court to intervene again, asking the court to intervene because he is allegedly terrified of me.
That Nick is kind of sitting in now.
Right.
Like, well, I don't want this to happen.
But I can't help myself.
Don't lie. Fuck.
Well, you're telling me I can't lie anymore? Wait,
well, one of these things has to happen, you dumb bitch.
no drugs, no alcohol, and no lying?
That's not no lying is not actually a term of probation. I don't know if you know that. Like that has nothing to do with anything.
What am I supposed to do?
There was this guy named God, I think his name's Shmuley Buckman. That's a real guy. And he does a show, and he was apparently at Hackamania, and he was talking about Nick.
Nice guy.
Nick. And he goes, Nick ain't doing so well with this sobriety thing. Now, first of all, Nick isn't sober. He's doing whippets. That doesn't count as being sober.
I'm not doing that well with the sobriety thing. Oh, okay. Keep telling me about it.
So, this Shmuley Buckman guy, Shmuley Buckman says, oh, yeah, Nick was sweating profusely in the bar, and he was tapping his leg, and he was not.
Yes, I have ADHD and a heat allergy, and it was warm, and I'm wearing a full suit all day, standing up the entire time. Yes. This has nothing to do with sobriety. What are we talking about?
Not looking good at all. And I think this Shmuley Buckman guy he's in recovery. He's an addict, and he's been sober for a long time. And he said Nick told him, I'm so bored. I'm so bored. I'm so bored. And the guy's like.
So when you do when you have a party lifestyle and then you can't do the things that are associated with the party lifestyle, you have to find something new to do. If someone comes in and says you can't do the things that you do, like you just have to stop cold turkey right now, it takes a while to figure out what to do. It takes a minute.
That's the number one reason people relapse is because they just don't know how to live without these substances. And he also said that, Nick's...
it's not about the substances at all. That's actually completely incorrect. That might be correct for some people. For me, it's not.
Special.
For me, I like to go out dancing and sing karaoke, and I like to go to a bar and drink alongside those things. Because it kind of lubricates the activity, right? I liked those things. I can't do those. I can't go to a bar and go out dancing and singing karaoke because the drinking isn't there. So now I have to just find something new to do. That's what it's about. It's not like, God, I wish I could have liquor. It's like, I used to do this one thing and now I can't. It doesn't fit into my schedule and lifestyle right now. So I have to find something else that does. And it's not easy to just go, I'm going to do that thing. What if you don't like it? It just takes time.
He got a lawyer, he got a degree, a legal degree, passed the bar. So he's got to be at least at some level a smart guy. And
No, I'm dumb.
He goes, those people are the hardest to keep sober because they can rationalize anything they do. Sound like anybody?
Oh, weird.
So this Shmuley Buckman fella.
Doesn't it suck when someone can make arguments about why they do something? Isn't that unfortunate when you're trying to tell them like how to live their life and they're like, but this, and this, and then they lay out like logically why they do something. It's like, can you believe it? Like they're too smart to stop. Please insult me again.
I guess he knows his stuff, and he says, yeah, it was not a good. Like every time people recant stories about Nick and Hackamania, it's just always what a bad look it was.
That's what happened. Yes, that's 100% true. If you go, I dare you talk to anybody about Hackamania who is there, and what you'll find is they'll all say like, man, that was a bad look for Nick. Like terrible. All of them, every single one.
We've set it all up. These are the notes from TM2 as they watched the arrest body cam footage. It's important to note the pictures Nick showed were not pictures from the body cam footage.
No, they were pictures from a cop during the raid with the EXIF data being literally the 23rd, right? The day of the arrest at 9:24 a.m. through about 9:36 a.m. It was a cop with an iPhone 12 or iPhone 13. I can't remember exactly which one. It's on the EXIF data. And he goes around and he takes pictures. And they are the pictures from the raid. There is no way about it. They're not from the body cam. They were taken by an iPhone. They're much more clear than the body cam is. So I have not shown any pictures from the body cam because I won't. I'm not going to release it. People don't get to see it. That being said, every one of those pictures is from the it's from the raid. They're like, oh no, that's from some other time that CPS came back to check on it. No, there was no other time that CPS came back to check on it. And the person in the mirror taking the picture is a cop, not CPS. So it's just nonsense. It is a huge cope from the people who are like, nope, couldn't be. It had to be worse than it was. And my house in those pictures is not clean. Like it is not in spick span shape or anything like that. It's just not disgusting. It's messy. It's cluttery. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff. We had a ton of laundry out. We own a shitload of clothes. You have no idea. You have no idea. That being said, like the cops wrote that there's like mold and stuff. That's just not true. Like that wasn't there. There's no pictures of that. There's no body cam of that. The one thing that's most accurate is there were dishes in the sink. Absolutely. There was some clutter on the counters. Absolutely. And then there's the vents in a bathroom, right? That vent out the air. They had dust on them. Yeah. Yeah. Those things are a pain in the dick to clean. I'm lazy. Sorry.
So if you want to point out the pictures Nick showed yesterday, those are different photos than what these people are describing here. So I think Nick tried to obscure that, and he tried to be, oh, no, this is how it really was. What Nick showed and what we're talking about here are two different things. Now, Nick could prove all of these people wrong one way.
By showing the metadata, time, date?
No. Fuck that. Well, I mean, yeah, but fuck that. Show the body cam footage.
Oh, yeah.
Show the body cam footage. And if you're a
No. This obsession with the body cam footage is crazy. Like it's way beyond at this point. Like it has become an idol.
Sleeper, I'm really interested. I'm not. I'm really interested to hear your cope on that. Because if everybody else is lying and everybody in the world, the cops are lying, the people who have watched the body cam are lying, CPS was lying, I'm lying, everybody's lying except Nick. Now, there's low odds on that anyway. But if you're a Janny, I want to confront you for a minute. Basically, a show saying that myself, and this is what I got from just reading about it on Twitter, myself and Nick are two sides of the same narcissistic coin. They snaked him. They snaked Nick.
That's not actually what happened.
Nick. Oh, no.
Also, yes, women are allowed to have their own opinions. I don't know if Aaron's familiar with this concept.
Oh, now, I don't mind. I mean, those girls calling me part of a narcissistic coin, I mean, I'm impervious to that shit. Those girls say shit like that about me all the time. Then again, these are two women who supported a guy who probably beat his children. These are two moms who stood up for a guy who wished death upon women. And
who probably beat his children. You're talking about me? I do not beat my children. I have not beat my children. This is insane. This is a crazy person.
It said multiple women should die. So these aren't
only when they deserve it.
The best judges of character.
What?
I tell men they should die too. It's like he said multiple women should die. Well, like if I'm going to say that there are men out there who should die, there are also women who should die. I am agendered on saying that some people should die. Like some people just need to go. I'm not going to kill them. I don't want anybody to kill them. But there are some people who it's like, well, you know, I'm not so bent out of shape about it. Don't give a shit.
Antisocial girls. So I wear it as a badge of honor. But to see them snake Nick, who they were sexting with and sending all the pictures with.
I love this one so much. That's right. I was sexting with Haley and Jackie all the time. Still am. Constantly. Just sexting away. Just can't stop. Like so much sexting going on. The sexting is out of control. Haley and Jackie, don't tell anybody.
You know, Nick sending them the posing crack addict, you know, Christian.
Yes, this was the joke. This was the joke, is that I sent the picture of me looking like a fucking corpse. I was like, God damn, I was sexy. It was, I don't know. I found it hilarious.
Bale in the machinist photos, and they snake him.
He snaked me by what? Putting him online and making fun of him, which is what I asked them to do? Yes, they nailed me. Holy crap. But it never stopped the sexting. That continued forever.
They say he's the same as me, which in that world, him being the same as me, he might as well be Lucifer, because I'm he who shall not be named.
No, you said we were two sides of the same coin. So if you call me Lucifer, you're calling yourself either Christ or God. Like that's how that would work. That's the two sides of the same coin. It's like his brain automatically narcissisted his way through that analogy, and then he like didn't know how to finish it. Though he's like, I'm he who shall not be named. They're literally naming both of us in the actual video. Like we're constantly named. It's like he who shall not be named. Like your name is all over it. It's in the title. Your face is on the thumbnail. What are you talking about? They do whole shows dedicated to you. Like he who shall not be named. Like they name you constantly. You've gotten after them for it.
Over there. So, God damn, you know what? I'm going to say it. Credit to, I'm going to try and get their names right. Jamie and Haley.
F minus.
Credit to those two. Credit to the pretty antisocial girls. They snaked the guy. They finally had they got more balls than Patrick Melton.
You call me gay enough, you know that I like snakes, so don't worry about it. Snakes.
Does. They said he's a piece of shit. He's a narcissist. He's as evil and as terrible as Aaron. Wow. What a sail down.
Everybody should go watch that stream on the Pretty Antisocial podcast YouTube channel. Haley and Jackie are great. Go watch the Two Sides of the Same Coin narcissist video. Go watch it and see if this is accurate, because it's funny.
The River Girl.
They also put together a really great show.
Girls, wow, you do have guts. They were inside you the whole time. I've never been more wrong about anything.
They were inside you the whole time. Like the guts, or were the people? I don't know what he means.
In my whole life. Good job, gals. Aaron's proud of you. Sam Show says, I just saw Nick and wanted to say shalom, stayed for the tards. Well, God bless you. McBuster says, choke slam Nick sweepers. Is that the name we're going with now? Choke slam Nick? Table is the...
Yes, the random chatter who said that's the name we're going with now. That's how that works.
Kid said, Daddy, I miss Aaron. I wish he was my real daddy. And Nick just, boom, goozle, up, down. That's a real problem, because a lot of people are going, Nick.
Did he just insist? Okay, I'm sorry. I missed. I think. Did he suggest that a kid of mine came up to me and said, "I miss Aaron and wish he was my real daddy." And I grabbed them and chokeslammed them. Is that what just happened? Like, is that what happened there? That's amazing. So the completely unfounded and completely dismissed allegation that I chokeslammed anyone was about my oldest son, who is 17. So I don't think my 17-year-old son came up and said, "I wish Aaron was my real daddy." It doesn't seem like the thing that a 17-year-old would say.
Do you even know your son?
I don't know what else to say about that, but this is such a weird fantasy. You know, the one thing I'm mad that's not in this video, and I might I'll have to reach out to Win by Two and ask him if he has this. There is, and because I want it actually separately. There is a segment on one of Aaron's shows within the last 3-4 months, I think it's within the last 3 months, where he goes on an extended descriptive slavering fantasy about anally raping me. It is the most unhinged thing I've ever encountered. Like, I'm like, whoa, my man, you got issues. Like this, it was the weirdest thing. He's like, "I'm going to measure how deep his asshole is by shoving my cock in it and finding out where the shit ring ends." And I'm like, whoa, that is amazing. Where did you come up with that? What have you been reading? And it is the most wild, unhinged thing. And like, I need that clip. So I'm gonna ask Win by Two if he's got it, or I'll reach out to some other people who've been looking for stuff like that. It is fucking insane.
Is not strong enough to choke slam a kid. And that's true. But he was filled with such retard strength because his son told him that he wishes Aaron was still here and was his real daddy, because he actually fed him something more than illicit substances.
So the accusation is that by the internet is that I fed my daughter an illicit substance. And the other accusation is that you made SpaghettiOs one time for my daughter, which is also the one who tested positive. Like, you're the one who made those SpaghettiOs. It's one of the only times that that she would have been unsupervised around, around someone like that. So I don't know if you want to be talking about that too much, because that's kind of a strange coincidence. It's very odd. Dabble Babble says, "Dude, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, alleged that a detective reached out to him to talk about the domestic violence abuse that goes on in your house." No, he said he spoke to an investigator. He was talking about Gabe Hoffman. Gabe Hoffman only seems to investigate things involving children, which is weird.
And that Nick got such a retard rage being reminded of the one who got away that he just chokeslammed him right through the fucking table. Multiple sources.
Again, so the allegation is that in a public place, the chiropractic office, in the lobby of the chiropractic office, where the lobby is right next to where all the people are there, it's an open floor plan. It's not like a closed door place, and everybody could see that I chokeslammed my child through a table, and no one knows about this. I wasn't arrested. No one seemed to mind. They were all fine with it.
Sources. If that was a family member that saw that, and like the whole family knows about that, and Nick didn't have his fucking legs broken after that, I'm disappointed in that family.
Or maybe it didn't happen. Like, maybe that's what, maybe the reality is that it's complete bullshit. Like, it's nonsensical. And it's like, oh my God, if nobody did anything. Yeah, isn't that weird? And Aaron has tons of these stories, and like he always ends it with like, man, if that happened and no one did anything, that'd be insane. And it's like, well, yeah, like doesn't that tell you that maybe, just maybe, like it's not true?
If you've like, I know if it. Now she has Nick blocked, and I think they both have blocked each other on Twitter. And she put up a tweet about cabins and Father's Day and shit like that, right? Mm-hmm. The pretty antisocial girls find it and send it to Nick so that he can then harass her, which he does.
I didn't harass her. I made fun of her for having an obsession with following my family and literally following my family around. And having a Father's Day tweet about how she's having a good time, and out of nowhere talking about me. Like, what are you doing? You're a fucking weirdo. This chick needs help.
It's just fucking cute. JH with a good point. He goes, Nick should go with that cope for the positive test. The nanny was giving my kids Celsius.
I didn't know.
But she didn't do that. What she did was paid my daughter and her friend who was staying over the night money to drink 2 Monster Energy drinks in a row. These children are, I think at the time, 11 years old. Like, what the fuck is she doing? She's like, she thought it'd be funny. I don't think that that's illegal, but it is a completely inappropriate thing to do for a child that age.
That's what it was. Because Aaron basically, got one over on Nick, left, said, fuck you, I'm out of here, and made him break down. I mean, I caused the Rekieta breakdown, 100%. I am the catalyst for it. Cannot deny it, cannot be honest with yourself without admitting it.
Wait, what? Like, what? So it turns out it wasn't the cocaine, the ketamine, the Molly. Like, it wasn't any of that. It was actually just Aaron. Oh, whew. That's good to know.
Which is why Nick's so good at denying it. So Ralph just can't admit that he's a Baldo guard, that he's a sweeper. He has to act like there's some made up personal beef between the two of us. I don't know where this came from, but Nick's.
Well, I mean, you did mention that you reported him for, streaming your hearing to the police, and then they did have a nationwide warrant against him, which prevented him from seeing his son when he wanted to see his son. Like, it's not a made up beef. That's a real beef. That's a thing that he didn't really appreciate. He probably shouldn't have streamed the thing, but
lawyer was so busy partying for Karen Reed, he didn't show up for Nick's hearing with Monty today. Fuck. Is that? I mean. I'm assuming that's a bad thing.
It's not accurate. There's a whole lot of context to it. There's filings on it. We'll figure it out. Figure out a time to talk about it later. But no, it's not accurate.
RFK.
There we go. I think that's the whole. That's the whole video.
Holy fucking shit!
Whoa,
He
that's
sat
forever.
there seething over
But,
Aaron
I mean, obviously-
for about almost 5 hours.
So all I asked
Unfucking
for,
believable. Do you know how much I got
all
done
I
in the
asked
past
for
5 hours?
was
Like, I went out
one
and
mention
did
per day
stuff
where I'm mentioned,
and just let the stream run. Like,
and it was 2 hours. Again,
does this regularly?
the estimate of how many times I'm actually mentioned is over 40,000 times. Between April 11th of 2024 and yesterday. 40,000 times. And apparently the restraining order needs to be placed against me. Well, guys, I have to go to the bathroom so bad. So we're gonna wrap up and end the show. Video's over. I hope you enjoyed this. Thanks. It was a lot of fun for me. It was kind of weird, but I hope you guys have a good day. Like, I'm gonna pop. I'll catch you soon. Peace. Peace. Play the.
Oh, he drinks a fair. How unbelievably lame was that? Like, insane.
Just unbelievable. He sat there and seethed for 5 hours. Like, what the hell was that? Like, I don't know if I could have, like, sat there and reacted to it even if I wanted to. Because, you know, I was out doing stuff. Like, you know, I'm doing a bunch of other things right now. So, like, you're telling me that Nick Rekieta, he seethes about Aaron constantly. And for what? Like, all he does, like, oh, it's not true. It's not true. It's not true. He's like a PC gamer. You know, trying to gaslight you into thinking that Nintendo Switch 2 is like has somehow failed or that like Mario Kart World isn't successful. It's a cope, you know, because that goes against their entire worldview. But like, yeah, it was bad. Like it was like watching one of those guys. You know, it's just unbelievable. I mean, I'm glad I didn't sit here and watch that. I'm glad you guys were willing to sit here and watch, like, a blank stream, which is transformative only because of the crickets in the background, you know. Let's give it up for the crickets, guys, for making it completely impossible for Rekieta to take this stream down. You know, he threatened me, apparently. I didn't actually see it, but, like, he threatened me, apparently, and yet the stream is up, you know. People saw it. I can't imagine he'll take it down after the fact. Well, I don't know. like, what's he gonna do? Oh, you're gonna take it down? Like, people have probably already seen it, Nick. Like, come on. Like, it's not Alyssa Clips. It's not like, you know, these other people. Like, it's you, okay? Oh, man. W. Creek. Man. It's just unbelievable. Like, I wish I was paying more attention so I could, like, give more commentary, but, like, I don't know, like, what is there to say, really? It's, like, it's the same thing he's been doing for months, like, trying to gaslight you into thinking that, like, that, like, nothing's true and that, like, Aaron's lying about everything, and, like, it's the cops, it's Kiwi Farm, with Aaron, like, come on, take some responsibility. And I think he's, like, backtracked on some things now. Let's see. Let's change the video title. There we go. Okay. Harman Smithstroh. Okay. Okay. You didn't watch it? Yeah, I wasn't watching it at all. I did not give a fuck. I was like, I promised to like do a live reaction to it like 2 days ago, like right when he first announced it. I was like out watching like Godzilla movies, okay? So like I come home and I'm just like, I realize it's like 5 hours. And I just, over the last 2 days, I just wasn't willing to like take the time to do it. So in the end, I'm just like, okay, fine, I'll just restream it so other people can watch it. And yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, so here we are, back to East 9. How could I have been so stupid? I will kill you dead. Wow, so this is the end of the quest, huh? Wow. So that's the end of Iris' plotline. I don't even remember who she is. Okay. Is best. I would say 8 actually. Maybe 10. I don't know. Yeah, 10's a prequel, so 10's probably. Yeah, definitely not this one. Yeah, I'd say 8 or 10. 8 was my first. So. Um, a 2D one? Yeah, a more. Yeah, I mean, it was okay. Like, I think it's the worst one I finished actually, but it was okay. Okay. Oh, there he is. Shit. Those are the other planes. You cannot keep these locations straight the year. Okay. not sure how long I'm gonna play. I've kind of been like, I don't know, reading a lot more lately, so I haven't been playing a ton of games. I'm probably just gonna like scale it back a little before Bonanza comes out. I don't know. Okay. Ooh. Well, where's the shield? Oh. 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 Oh.
What did I beat? Surely that was 15? Switch. Oh, well, I get it, because it's a game on the Nintendo Switch. That's why he says that. Wow. That's Kino. Uh-huh. Mm. 15 mushroom monsters. Oh. Ooh. Well, there aren't that many of them. I think I'm ready to play something else. I've been playing a little bit of this off stream, so I'm not super fired up to keep playing it right now. What do you guys, Fast Fusion? So last night, I played a lot of Fast Fusion. I was like lying in bed, unable to go to sleep. Yeah, so I ended the stream last night because I was too tired. And then I ended up sitting up for hours playing Hitman and Fast Fusion in bed. Like, I played until my battery died. And then I stayed up a little bit after that. I was very upset. Like, really? I don't know. I napped for a little bit. That was definitely a weird occurrence. Okay. Ding. Yeah, I actually I didn't play the newer Hitman missions. I played like some of the older ones. So I just grinded a lot of the challenges and like the prologue, and it was a lot of fun. I think I still have a lot more to do in the game actually. Some of the things you can do in that game are just unbelievable. Ooh. Okay. This is Fast Fusion. It's Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive. Oh. 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 Yeah, you're supposed to jump there. Like every time I go down there, I keep making that same mistake. Oh, what? Oh, wow. Ah. Yeah, there's a jump button in this game, and the game does expect you to jump at certain gaps, and I don't know the tracks well enough to know when they're coming.
Oh. Casey Cusson. Okay. Ah, come on. I meant to jump. Ah. I screwed it up. I'm in 9th place because I screwed. Ah, again? Wow, it's not even worth playing, finishing the circuit if I'm going to get in 9th place. What do you guys think? Should we play some more X? It's been a while. We haven't actually played it yet on Switch 2, so. Yeah, look at all these bullshit games that I don't have time to play. So does this game not have a Switch 2 upgrade? Every time we play this, I end up just getting more and more fed up with it. The intention of this remake was to beat it this time, because this remains the only Zelda game I haven't beaten, actually, so. I'm a little bit hungry after that run, so I probably should just not eat. I think I've eaten more than enough today, actually. It's definitely going to be difficult, like, being more active and, like, not eating. It's just... I just can't do this anymore. I just can't. So burned out on this game. I much prefer that I look out with you. Yeah, we're actually gonna pick up the Noah and Neo amiibo at some point in the future. So we'll probably play 3 again. I feel like when I dropped it, I still had like a lot of things I wanted to do in it. So. All right, all right. Yeah, we didn't even get the skills, honestly. If you want to know just how quickly I got fed up with this game, it just yeah, I remember like after I got the skills in the Wii U version, I just stopped playing. I just don't have fun with the game. I just okay. Boy, I sure do love my Nintendo Switch too. There we go. Okay. All right, we got that one done. What? Oh shit, we're still in combat. Play RTU in Mario Kart World? No. I already said no. All right. All right. Missions. Okay, where the hell is this? I thought it said Noctilum. That's where we're going, right? Hundum Peaks. Where the hell is that? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I hate that. Like, Noctilum technically starts, like, on Primordia. That pisses me off. Like, I don't know why we classify it that way. Well, it's forest, but it's not the same continent at all. Like, you need to stop. Like, this is Primordia. Like, yeah, it's not the first time that's happened to me where I'm just like, wait, there's nothing in Noctilum. But no, they mean this. Yeah, maybe it's been long enough now where I can start grinding through this again. Yeah, I think all the Xenoblade fans in the chat have already beaten this and done all the story content. I haven't even gotten my scale yet, if that tells you anything. All right. Yeah, I'm not really. I'm playing other games right now. I've played a lot of Mario Kart World, but I'm taking a bit of a break from it right now. I want to like get through Hitman, and I have like Rune Factory that I have. I bought Rune Factory a couple of days ago and still haven't even touched it because I keep playing other games I haven't finished. Yeah, we had Nick Ricada in the stream earlier, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, Nick Ricada and RTU in the same stream. That's kind of ridiculous. That's kind of crazy. How about that? What the fuck? Wait, hang on. DSP ever shown up? No. Never seen DSP. He like he did a Star Fox review, Zero review, in 2016, and I called him out on it, and he did respond to me on that. So yeah, I've had interaction with DSP. That's my problem with him is that he tried to push like the Star Fox Zero as bad angle, which is one of the quickest ways for me to not take you seriously. That game is awesome, and is proof positive just how great the Wii U actually was. Uh, I don't know. Does Rich really have like nothing better to do but like come on my show and give me money and me views? Like, I just don't understand. Like, does he not have anything else going on in his life? Like, I just watch like, well, I mean, I put Nick Ricada on for 5 hours and I couldn't sit through it all, so I just went out and did stuff. Like I have so much going on that I can't even like do reaction content to one of my most one of my most hated individuals on YouTube. So. I do hate Nick Ricada more than RTU, by the way. Just so we're clear here. Okay. Like Rich is a nobody. He really is. wrong with the tracker? It seems to be, like, pushing me in the wrong direction. Makeda just threw his life away? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's kind of sad. I mean, he had everything I ever wanted. I don't know, man. I guess that's what happens to the trust fund kid. It's just, I grew up around those kind of people, so it's kind of weird to kind of see like what they're gonna turn into. I don't know, because I grew up really looking up to them. Uh, so why was the tracker like pointing me in the wrong direction? What the hell? Wait, huh? What is going on? Why am I not leaving combat? Yep, please support my Patreon. Please support my books. DSP, Rich is playing Mario Kart right now. Is he? What the fuck? How am I fighting that thing all the way up there? Hang on, let's get some distance. What the fuck is this? So I guess I was just in combat the entire time. What the hell was that? Alright. Yeah, the proficiency exam seems pretty easy. I don't know why we stopped playing. Because we're pretty much always... Well, we're going to have to get the flight module after this as well. Yeah, this seems like quite a bit easier than stuff we were doing already. Kind of my mindset about this. What am I supposed to gather? I don't get it. They're on the map, and yeah, I don't. I guess you have to beat this thing. Yeah, once you get the skells, a lot of these bigger enemies aren't so much of a threat anymore. But of course, there are the super bosses that you can only beat with the skells. We're not doing any damage at all. I wonder why they released this for the Switch, not the Switch 2. They didn't update it. Yeah, so that thing just one-shotted us all. Unbelievable. So it looks like we're at the grind. It's probably what we were doing before, I gotta get all the way over there.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Move in and keep the rhythm going. Move in and keep the rhythm going. Shadow strike. Move in and do some damage. Melee attack.
I need healing. Now this, I need.
Shadow strike.
Come on, get pumped. You never lose.
Nice work. Come on, you and me.
I'll get the jump on him. Attack up close.
There. Now, knock them right out of their blues. Shadow strike. Nice. Move in and do some damage. Light. Now, melee attacks. There. Now that's how you save. You can do it. Carnival. Primer. Get your adrenaline going. Flash grenade. Melee attacks. Prepare. Furious Blast! Yes, we can. Shadow Strike! Fire Carnival! Move in and do some damage. Move in and keep the rhythm going. Light! Tougher than they look. Help! Flash grenade! Shadow strike! Fire carnival! Now triple them! Nice! Move in and do some damage. Primer! That's the sense of them. Move in and keep the rhythm going. Prepare. Light and night. Move in and do some damage. Shadow strike. Furious blast. Back up. Going.
I could have taken them on alone.
All right, so
Let's see what you've got.
yes, now get in close.
Shadow strike. Hit him again for me. Fire carnival. Yeah. On top of it now. Move in and do some damage. Side slash. Side slash. Shadow run. Shadow strike. Furious blast. Upper hand. Stuff nice. Move in and do some damage.
Hey, Colonel, want to go shopping when we get back? Hell.
All right, so
We should weaken them just to be safe. Furious blast. Slide down. Melee attacks. Scream edge. Side slash.
Yeah, I think I've gotten back into the game. I just have to figure out a grinding method that works.
Shadow strike.
open fire.
Furious blast. Nice. Move in and do some damage. Upper hand. Side slash. Side slash. Move in and do some damage. Shadow strike.
Okay.
It's going. Hey, move in and
Rank
strike.
up. Okay, so even if you don't level up, we can just still rank up. Interesting. All right.
If they see us, I'll get the jump on them. Attack up close.
Move in and strike. Full spectrum. Furious blast. Move in. Side slash. Upper hand. Side slash. Light. Shadow strike.
Victory is ours.
I could have taken them on alone.
All right, so.
Way to mix things up. Use a buff.
Fire carnival! Fire! Furious blast!
Move in and do some damage.
Prepare! Fire blast! Upper hand! Side blast!
Shadow.
Shadow strike!
Nice. Move in and do some damage.
Watch me lay this one!
Bulk effect.
Fire carnival!
Upper hand.
Side blast! Furious blast!
Blast.
Let's see him chew on this.
Tendons destroyed. Move in and strike.
Victory is ours.
Problem solved.
Open fire.
Healing me.
Now crystal! Scream edge!
Nice. Move in and do some damage.
Shadow strike! Side blast!
Back to attention.
Well done!
Move in and keep the rhythm going.
Watch me lay into it!
Early bird. Now that's how to fade. You can do it.
Side blast!
That will dent in him.
Let's
Move in and keep the rhythm going.
crystal! Shadow strike!
Nice. Move in and do some damage.
Furious blast!
Yes. We can.
Primer! Blast!
Never lose.
Move in and strike. I could have taken them on alone.
Yeah, we're playing this instead of the far superior Wind Waker. I don't know what's wrong with me. I want to do it. We'll get back. You know, once we beat this, why don't we play Ben Kaitos? Yeah, it's on sale right now, and I seriously thought about picking it up.
They look pretty strong.
Anyone that holds back has to answer to me.
Target is fire!
Take this.
Side blast!
See him chew on
Bulk
this.
effect. Upper hand! Now crystal!
Good idea.
Tougher than they look.
Okay, coming your way.
Shadow strike! Side blast! Scream edge!
Okay.
Furious blast!
Take this.
Upper hand!
This
Shadow strike!
What?
Guys.
The fuck was that? How did it wipe my entire team?
Like it was dead. Like, what the?
Open fire! Follow me!
I've got shadow flash.
On ice flash! Take this!
Okay. It hasn't been that long since I beat 3. I think I might still need to take a bit of a break from this.
Shadow strike! Nice. Move in and do some damage. Nail flash! Now critical! Upper hand flash! Early bird. That would dent it. Move in and keep the rhythm going.
Wait, what? Guess we need to do some more missions.
Listen. Listen.
And people are still playing this game. Okay. Yeah, I'm just so bored. Like, every time I play this, I'm just like, ugh. Yeah, I just really don't like this. 3 is way better.
2, 3, 4.
I don't know how much of a hot take that is, but I think 3 was way better. No, I'm wondering if I might like 2 more than this as well. I definitely don't like the original, but like I don't know, like I've really
check it out.
Come around to kind of thinking of 2 as like having things I really enjoy about. Maybe I just need to play through it again. 3 doesn't have mechs. Well, it has fusions, which are better.
Whoa! What's wrong?
I can't believe we're getting aliens.
Am I right?
Like this game is so unbelievable.
Ren, no.
One, two, three, four.
And no more husband. What are you talking about? He was a meme. Why is she? I don't understand this.
One, two, three, four.
Her husband was a pathfinder. We have to do this.
Listen.
Hey. Fascinating, right?
Okay. I'm a kid. playthrough is worth it. My reaction, really. Yeah, I said 8-2 for the record. Oh no, she's stripping right in front of everyone.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Her name's Victoria, by the way. Unbelievable. So after all that, so wait. You're telling me that like Manon canonically do not wear underwear? Like that's kind of my big takeaway from that. They don't fucking what? Huh? What kind of sick depraved like individual created this game? Like, wonder we have lollies in Nintendo games now.
Open fire!
I mean, I like Pauline, but I think we do have to be like a bit open about this. That like it's kind of a slippery slope thing. Is that she is a lolly and is being treated as one by the community at large.
Use an aura. Get control of the battle. Light. Thunder. Shadow strike. Nice. Move in and do some damage. Upper hand. Victory is ours. We got him. Let's move.
I'll ask you politely to stop. Wait, Vic Ricada as a Manon? Like I don't get it. Yeah, someone just hit me up on Twitter to tell me that like, oh, they're gonna take down your entire channel. Like, I don't fucking care. Ease for more. Oh, did I actually say that? Oh, yeah, I'm a big fan of you saying. It has to be like that has to be the one of the best third-party games I played on Switch. I can't think of any others I like more. Yeah, I love that game. It's great. Yeah, that was kind of my recommendation when I finished Use for More. Is just like just play Ys 8. Like, that's kind of the good starting point. Maybe I should like pick it up as a gift. I don't know. I was like considering it, but I don't know. Yeah, the next gift I'm giving is Princess Peach Showtime, actually. Yeah, it should be coming in tomorrow. We have a lot of birthdays in like the summer in the family. I was kind of surprised. We've had like 3 in the past month. I think it's not aggressive. Why not? Yeah, I guess all you do to grind in this game is just get, like, just do everything. It's just... I mean, I have a lot of problems with Ys 9, but I'd much rather be playing that than this. I don't know. I love RPGs, but like I really do need to scale back playing them because I am struggling like playing everything I have. Like I gotta get through Suikoden and Dragon Quest 3 and Raito, like and this I suppose. Like I definitely want to beat this before the next one comes out. I'm 100% certain that they are gonna produce a sequel to X, like on Switch 2. So I do need to get through this. Why do I have to walk so much? Like, what am I accomplishing? Like,
Open fire. Targeting Furious Blast. Shadow Strike. Nice. Move in and do some damage. Side Slash. Prepare. Burn. That's what it's at. Move in and keep the rhythm going. Shadow Strike. Upper hand. Furious Blast. Nice. Move in and do some damage.
I could have taken them on alone.
And we're stuck on a whole different land and nobody's looking at you.
yeah, I can't stand the combat in this. That's true even for like 3, which I generally like.
this.
Way
I just don't like the combat in these games at all. They're just so.
Now
And
it's
3's
my
the best
turn.
it's ever been, but
Furious Blast.
still
Fire
pretty bad.
Carnival. That's move in and keep the rhythm going. Fire the backup. Side Slash. Shadow Strike. Upper hand.
Man, that
Come on. Furious Blast. 3 minutes to destroy. Move in and strike.
He's banning the mention of Aaron. So like what? Aaron sent a restraining order after him, so now we can't like talk about him on stream. But he just did like a giant extravaganza. I don't know. He didn't mention a restraining order at all. Is that a new thing? That's what I saw like in the chat that people were bringing it up, and I had no idea what he was talking about. Only one moon on this planet. Okay. Like I think Ys is just better overall. Like it has better combat, characters, art, like story, a better gameplay loop. Like Xenoblade just kind of is overly reliant on like the spectacle of it, and it doesn't really. It doesn't really like have the same level of quality that Ys does. Like Ys is like on a strict budget, and yet you can tell that the people who make it are just like amazing at what they do. And this one is just, I don't know, it's the opposite, I would say. Where like, Monolith Soft have all these resources, and yet they never really have hit the same level of quality, I would say. Fashionista. Okay. Okay. Well, it's advancing the. East is even Falcon was being serious. Yeah, Trails is now, right? Like I think East is older than Trails, but like Trails has become this like huge deal among like otaku and stuff like that. It's like the most JRPG thing ever, honestly. I haven't played much of Trails. I own it. I got filtered by like that chick who like goes up behind other girls and like gropes them. Like I didn't like that at all. I was just that upset me. I'll probably get back into it like at some point, but like yeah, it's like that was too weebish even for me. Yeah, that was a yeah, that's the thing. Like, I have a problem with like whenever like Filecom makes a new announcements. Like, it feels like Trails fans really don't give a shit about Yeast at all, and that frustrates me as a Yeast fan. Uh, Mario Kart World is getting review bombed. Yeah, and nobody cares. Trailblazing. What the fuck? So what am I supposed to do? Like, I hate these missions that require you to do like a whole bunch of other missions. It's just, come on, just give me one concise thing. Hitting up Legal Eagle? Uh, no. I mean, Legal Eagle really is just like his left wing equivalent. Like, I don't like I feel as if like every single one of these like legal YouTubers aren't like real practicing attorneys, and um, I do think. Would I have to kill this guy? Fuck. What? Huh? I I don't know. I don't trust YouTubers in general. Like, I don't know. Like, I honestly don't blame people for like not wanting to buy my books because probably people probably imagine it's just gonna be like a blank, just like a blank set of pages bound together because that's the level of quality they've come to expect from other YouTubers. It's like they're all just unbelievably trashy. Like all of them, they're all really really bad. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Like, is it taking me the wrong direction? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, I want to go. Yeah, their release schedule is insane. Yeah, like I can't keep up with them. Like I got into like I bought like three I think right when four was coming out, and now they're like I don't know. I think they're remaking Sky now, so I think that's probably what people should start with. But yeah, I was told by like everyone to like not start with three. I don't think it's too bad. I don't know. It reminds me of like when you're a kid and you read some like you don't have access to like the first book in a fantasy story, and you just read the sequels. Like it happens. Like people. YouTubers will be gone. I don't know. It feels like they're kind of gone already because like I've noticed like I was on V the other day. Like Scott the Woz was getting like railed on. People were like really pointing out the fact that like he's not a gamer and that he's more interested in like the history and like merchandise and stuff like that. Like I was surprised because I've been saying that for a long time that Scott's a poser, but like I don't know to see it like be stated outright like that. And like out of nowhere too. He hasn't been like involved in that many controversies, in my opinion. So it's really interesting to just see people like make a normal observation about him. And like, that observation is gonna tank his career, Like it's like who's gonna listen to Scott talk about games? When like he doesn't know the first thing about them. He only likes Chibi Robo. Yeah, that's what I said too. Yeah, the Chibi Robo thing. I really wonder, like, if Chibi Robo getting re-released in Switch 2 is going to be like a huge blow to that game's reputation. I've never played it. I know nothing about it, but like YouTubers like hype that game up as like one of the greatest things ever, and I just don't think it's going to live up to the hype. It's like the new Earthbound in a lot of ways. I would say it seems to have that same kind of reputation. I don't know. It's like YouTubers hyped it up like way past like reason. Yeah, the heir to AVGN, yeah. Yeah, he does not have the longevity that James does. Like James actually does play the games when he makes the videos, so that makes him better than Scott. James actually did play games when he was younger, so that makes him better than Scott. So GB is a cool, unique game, but it will not live up to the hype. Yeah, that's about what I figured. Like, I feel like a lot of like these super obscure Nintendo games are like that. I feel that way about Mother 3. I feel that way about like what's another example? Yeah, what are people hyping up these days? Like, are we at the point where people are like defending Devil's Third yet? Because I've been doing that day one. Yeah, I'm curious at what point like people are gonna start defending like Star Fox Zero or the like. Well, I mean, I think Star Fox Zero is interesting because it's not hated because of the player base. It's hated because of furries upset that Crystal isn't in it. That's like the real reason for it. Like all the other complaints you see are like about the controls are just like it's just a smokescreen. Like the real reason people are pissed is because of Crystal. What the hell am I doing? What? Huh? So wait. I could have just given her the Meridium right then. Why did I have to go to Oblivia? Whatever. Yeah, I can't imagine that like anybody who still owns and plays a Wii U will come away from it thinking it's a bad platform. I got into it with I actually tweeted my most hated YouTuber of all time, Fraser Agar, today, mocking that. Because he tried to say the PS5 was, like, almost as bad as the Wii U, and I just kind of clowned on him because, like, the Wii U was fucking awesome. Like, the Wii U 100% is going to have, like, more fans than the PS4 the PS5, like, 20 years from now. It's, like, it's really interesting seeing this happen in real time because it's the same thing that happened to the GameCube, honestly, where like these boomers just spent their entire like the life cycle of the console bitching about it while like younger people were like actually playing the thing. It's not going to live up to like any scrutiny. And like the giant cope that everyone has, like, oh, these games were ported to Switch, that just proves the console was great. It's just, yeah, the Nintendo cycle. I'm curious at what point it's going to implode. I feel like the Switch is going to be seen as like the console that kind of like destroyed that narrative though, because like it just hasn't really taken off at all. You know, everyone's like still trying to complain about it and still trying to bitch about it, and yet they just don't have like the capability to do it. It's kind of crazy. I can't believe we put this much time into the game. How long have we been playing it today? Yeah, this is the most we've played this in a while. The last couple of times we played this, we rage quit it, so it's nice that we're making some progress, but at the same time, it's my favorite non-Nintendo console. I would say the PS1, but that's probably only because I grew up with it. You know, I played Suikoden recently, and I kind of came away thinking it's not that great. You know, I played Metal Gear Solid recently, and you know, it kind of dawned on me just how much better the N64 lineup has aged. Like, yeah, I like the PS1 for what it is, but it's definitely not on par with what Nintendo was doing at the time. Yeah, people still try to make Crash Bandicoot into a thing. It's kind of embarrassing. Wait, what? Oh, shit. Wait, huh? Fuck? Yeah, do you think TV Robo's on the list of, like, most pirated Nintendo games? Oh, this is the proficiency exam. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, I wasn't even trying to do that, but we got that done. Okay, okay. Ah, damn, we only have one mission left. That's just... Oh. Okay. Hang on, where is it? Oh, are you serious? This fucking bullshit. Oh. This is what I didn't do? Why didn't I set this up to begin with? Holy fucking shit. Okay, so if you don't remember, this gives me nightmares. Okay, so if you don't know, the game seriously expects you to set up like Frontier Nav, where you get a certain amount a shot, and it's just unbearably annoying. Yeah, I'm supposed to get like what, 1,500? Yeah, I don't even think I have enough probes for that. Uh, yeah, 13. Shit. Yeah, I don't have the probes. Ah, shit. Yeah, I could probably do it if I just... Yeah, who plays the PS1? Yeah, nobody, that's who. Yeah, 100%, that's true. Man, I completely forgot about that. Well, I mean, I didn't really forget about it, but it's like, wow. Yeah, Halo Halo was never good. Like, Halo basically, like, took off because it was, like, a launch title game on Xbox that, was running on new hardware. It's like, if I said that, like, 1-2 Switch was a big deal on Nintendo Switch 1 because it sold, like, 3 million copies. Like, no, obviously not. But that was the Halo brand. Like, yeah. Okay, yeah, okay, we got the booster probe too. Yeah, we're gonna get some new probes, I think, if we're gonna. MGS, yeah, they'll re-release MGS4 or something. I can't believe that game's never been re-released. And it's kind of amazing how no one cares. Like, I saw more people bitching about this than I ever saw, like, bitching about MGS4. Like, MGS4 did not stand the test of time. Like, even when it came out, like, anybody who wasn't a blind fanboy was talking about how shit it was. I'm seeing, like, DSP, like, talk about Death Stranding being bad, too, and I believe it. Close Encounters? Shit, what can we do now? 24? Guess we could do that. How the fuck do I pin it? Why? No, what the fuck? That. It's the R button, okay. Yeah, I don't know if people are willing to acknowledge that Death Stranding 2 is a disappointment yet, but, like, at the very least, you can 100% say that it is just a rehash of the original at this point.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What is that?
Hey, look who's here. Thanks again for the help last time.
When did you work with Elma's team?
When a certain someone decided to just wander off and leave us high and dry?
Oh, yeah? Well, I hope whoever it was got chewed out good. Looks like I owe you one, Elma. Order something if you like. My treat.
Really?
Oh, Tatsu filled to bursting with food and joy.
Death Stranding is
Now
unbelievably
good and
bad.
generous
I still
friend.
haven't played it.
I said order something, not everything.
Like, I've seen, like,
It's
the
okay,
game
Lau.
journals do their
Next
thing,
meal,
but, like,
it'll be Tatsu's
it feels
turn.
like it's been rejected by the general
So,
audience.
Shingo, you gonna say
Like,
something?
if you
Go
want a
ahead and
walking
ask.
simulator,
Sure
Xenoblade
these
Chronicles
ladies
X
will
is right
give you
there.
better
So,
advice than I can.
so but
Having
yeah,
trouble with something?
I've seen so many people, like, try and say that it's some deep, meaningful
Ooh,
title.
I
It
know.
just isn't.
Shingo has a crush on
I don't
someone.
know. And I think, like, actual gamers
what?
are falling for it.
How'd you
It's
know?
Like, it's all just industry
Oh,
people.
come on. Seriously?
Like, it'll be really interesting to see if Jeff seriously tries to give it Game of the Year. I don't think so, but I don't know. This really should be the end of, like, Kojima's career, I
know,
think.
right? He's a total open book.
I get that a
Boy,
lot.
we really do need
If
to
you're
talk
done
about that, how
making
his
the poor
career's
man
over.
sweat, why don't you hear him out?
But look, if this is about winning a girl's heart, Lau is probably the guy
I
you
hate
want
how I
to
put
have.
everyone in these shitty armors.
He knows you a lot
I'm
better
too
than we
lazy
do
to, like,
since we work
change the
together
fashion.
and all. Plus, he was married, so he can...
Sorry, Shingo. I should get going.
Right. Of course, sir.
Good luck. I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. We don't really talk about Lau's family.
Oh my gosh. I didn't mean to... still
It's
feel
so
like a
like-
total.
I have a
oaf,
hard
though.
time believing it's
Ugh.
not, but
He wasn't angry, Lynn. You heard him wish Shingo luck.
Yes, yes. Angry loud not talk like that.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, so if you don't mind, I really do need some advice on this. I'm at the end of my rope.
Sure. Whatever we can do to help.
matchmaker. I'm not even paying attention to what's going on. Ah. I don't want Alma in the party. She has maxed out affinity, so switch her out. Win. I don't know. I don't like how the party system works in this game. I never have. Like, when I first played this, I just kept Alma and Lynn in the party all the time.
So that's her, huh? And you say her name's Dorothy? She's beautiful.
Oh, gosh. Thanks.
Not quite sure what you're taking credit for there, but okay.
Tatsu will go and ask Pretty Lady for her favorite food.
You stay put, you.
Man, she's too beautiful. She'll never go for a schlub like me. If only I could make her happy somehow.
Give her a present?
What? Just out of the blue? Shouldn't I start with dinner or something?
Dinner dates are nice and all, but any schmo can ask a girl out. A surprise gift? Now that'll leave an impression.
You sure it's not weird?
Unusual, maybe, but that's not necessarily bad. If the way she's dressed now is any indication, she's obviously into fashion. Why not give her a little accessory when you ask her out? A bracelet or something.
Wait,
That's
why are we
perfect.
taking advice from Alma? She's a fucking alien.
All right, I'll give
what
it a
does she
try.
know about human mating rituals?
But where am I supposed to find nice
And
jewelry
Lynn
here
is
on
like
Mira?
13. Like,
Tatsu
why are
have
we
an
listening
idea.
to a 13-year-old
Cowardly
girl?
friend should
She
get
doesn't know
Pretty Lady a
shit.
shiny rock. That how Tatsu Dadapon win the heart of Mamapon.
Hey, not bad. You're
Yeah,
kind
never
of
go to
smart
women to help
for
you.
a Nopon.
Smash.
Says friend who
Not
the
gonna
whole
happen
team
with
to
her.
ask out girl. What does friend think of this?
Oh, that's lovely.
It Nopon matchmaking stone.
What? It's a spoiler
Super
that he's not
valuable,
going to get the
worth
fucking
more
girl?
than almost any food.
Okay.
Sounds like a winner to me. Let's go track one down.
Okay.
We'll need someone to set it in a bracelet once we've found it.
There's a jewelry shop in the commercial district.
The game's
We can
10
try
years
bringing
old.
it
I
there.
think we can, you know, talk about certain things.
Careful. Did you hear?
Well, has Alma ever actually had sex? Like, that's a very valid, you know, like, observation here. Like,
Now this is a stunning specimen.
It better be, considering what we had to go through to get it.
So, how much to put that in a bracelet?
Sorry, not gonna happen.
What?
Why not?
I tested its hardness. That rock puts even diamonds to shame.
Seriously?
I'd really like to help, but my tools just can't handle it. Sorry.
play the game.
And after we
Ross.
went to all that trouble.
I never imagined it couldn't be done.
I met a Menon craftsman a while back who works with rare minerals. He's not cheap, but he's good. Why don't I introduce you?
Sir, that would be amazing.
Lau, about before.
I know you've been working hard to help out one of my crew, Lynn. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course.
How about letting me join in the fun from here?
Heck yeah.
Is Lynn considered a lolly, or is she too old for that? I actually have no idea. Okay. How the hell do I... Oh, it's the Manon ship. Okay. Why do they have an entire section of the city themselves? Fucking Manon are taking over.
Should hear this.
Hey, May.
Leave this to me, okay?
She looks like a Twyla. Like... Humanity has fallen, yeah. You know, come to think of it, it's kind of crazy how the Manon, like, all speak English. You know, something that third worlders aren't capable of. Okay. Where the hell were we? Okay.
Cool.
So how's it look?
It's tricky, you know? Very, very tricky. But nothing is impossible for the right price. So long as it's high enough.
How much are we talking?
Pizzas? Oh, man.
Wait, that's it? Seriously?
Really? They like pizza? So wait, what was Lau's bullshit? Like, oh, he's not cheap. What are you talking about? I never understood that cliche, like the idea that aliens love, like, human food. Like, I see it all the time, and yet I don't.
Listen.
What, Camilla? Wait, is this her?
Yes?
Make chocolate and stream. Okay.
Yes?
Well, yeah, but, like, I don't know. I kind of like, I'm too lazy to do it.
Oh?
Where the hell am I going? Wait, over here? Like, oh, okay, this guy. Army pizza? 10,000 credits. Why the fuck did I have to come down here? Why couldn't I call? Like, why did I have to... Just let me get delivery! Like... This is Xenoblade Chronicles X. Like, why did I have to go down there? Like, just let me order over a phone. Okay.
family, huh?
This thing has had sex.
So you'll make the bracelet then?
Gave you my word.
Yo, this guy's had sex. Why don't you go to him for a relationship advice? Okay.
That's okay.
I don't know.
Man,
There's no way this
Dorothy's
is gonna work.
love
I am
this.
like, I am telling you right
It's
now,
gorgeous.
this guy is gonna get his ass
Thank
rejected.
you all so much. I'm going to go ask her out right now.
I'm glad that worked out. I really hope she says yes after all this.
You didn't even
Should
ask
we
her
go see?
name.
You know it.
Like, do we even know what her name is? You stupid bastard. Like, oh, I'm gonna make her a bracelet and give it to her like it's a Harvest Moon game. That'll make her love me. Like, what? How about you start with her name? Okay. Okay. Yeah, 4, like, people don't want to admit it, but 4 Remake was a disaster. Like, people 20 years from now will still be playing the original. Like, I'd say the remake is already...
Looks like that went well.
What? It
Everything
worked?
go according to Tatsu plan.
Like they say, even a broken clock.
That fucking worked!
Never really saw the point in Mim relationships. But hey, I guess if it makes him happy.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Just talking to myself.
Yeah, weren't you married, Lau? Stupid bastard. Okay. Yeah, doesn't, like, Lau betray the party or something? I never actually got to that point. Doesn't he, like, die in the original? I can't imagine he stays dead in this one. Because I think you get locked out of content, right? Where the hell are we? Uh, 38, no, 42. What is with all this, like, uneven... I'm not sure I've ever done hopes. I'm sure I did, but I don't remember doing it. Yeah, my thing about hopes is how it makes you go to Cauldros. And I'm just like, no, I'll just fly there. Little Rich Girl. Frontier Spirit. Yeah, more frequent story bracket. Like, what the hell is this? That's incredible. Okay, Schneider, the Cliff Burscher. What the fuck is this? Belatra. Oh yeah, the most forgotten game of 2025. At what point is like the Bellatro dev gonna come out as a trainee? Because like with the way people like tried shilling that piece of shit, like it's gonna happen. Aldo Taro? I don't know. I don't think that works.
What?
Fuck, here. It's a fucking Torterra. So Xenoblade Chronicles X ripped off Pokemon. Which ripped off Dragon Quest, which ripped off Ultima, which ripped off D&D, which ripped off Lord of the Rings. Like, oh man, Nintendo's so unoriginal.
Forget about me. Just
I'll never get over that. Like, that infographic of, like, the Dragon Quest and the Pokemon, like, I think that is the single, like, worst take I've seen, like, in the past 10 years. Like, I can't think of, like, any other, like, anything stupider than that fucking image. Like, it doesn't make sense to me at all. And it's especially frustrating because, like, the people who post it are people who obviously don't play Pokemon or Dragon Quest. And it's just, like, a giant cope for them. It's so bad. I saw, like, the Angry Vigilante Gamer unironically try to use it the other day, and it's so unbelievably retarded. I just can't wrap my head around it. I don't know. It's gonna implode, I think. I don't know. I can't imagine like actual Dragon Quest fans are like advocating for that. Like, I've never seen one do it. It's all like PC guys. Final Fantasy is a ripoff of Dragon Quest. Well, because the point is to downplay Nintendo specifically. Like, they don't care about what everyone else is doing. And like Final Fantasy is a good example of how like being a ripoff of something can work. Because like Final Fantasy like came up with its own style and vibe and like, you know, innovated, you know, like having 4 party members instead of 3. It's like Final Fantasy like improved on the formula essentially. And obviously Dragon Quest kept improving on itself, but you know, Final Fantasy is like a really good example of how something can be like a knockoff product and yet like grow into its own unique thing. And yeah, Pokemon, it's not a knockoff product at all. You know, like it has its own unique mechanics, design philosophy, like. Balatro content? Yeah, I haven't heard anyone talk about Balatro at all since it since it was like forced into the Game of the Year awards. But that's the last time I've heard it. I can't figure this out. Where am I supposed to go? Okay, Schneider. Splatoon. Like, I'd say all of them are better than Titanfall. They're better multiplayer games, they have more interesting mechanics, better single-player campaigns, yeah. Splatoon stomps that. Devil's Third did as well.
Have a fire.
I don't know. Like, I think, like, who are they trying to fool, though? Because, like, if you're not an RPG enthusiast, if you don't, like, play them all the time, like, no one's gonna take you seriously, you know? And that was the issue. Like, having Angry Joe or whoever, like, sit there and tell you that, like, Pokemon ripped off Dragon Quest. He doesn't know anything about either of them. So, like, nobody's gonna take him seriously.
I need healing.
Like, I'm very interested in seeing how, like, the anti-Pokemon narrative is gonna collapse, because it's definitely happening. People are really sick of, like, this kind of nonsense, especially in Japan. They did not take the Power Wolf thing right. People are saying Pokemon is a ripoff of DQ. Yeah. So, like, there's this really shitty infographic of, like, claiming that, like, the original 151 Pokemon were all ripped off from, Dragon Quest designs, which is, like, obviously ridiculous. They look nothing alike, you know? You basically have a bunch of Pokemon that, like, a bunch of characters that are based off of, like, real animals, right? So, like, if anything, that kind of, like, goes against their entire point, because, like, Pokemon looks more original than Power does, because it has its own distinct, like, vibe to it, a different personality. Like, it's not overly cartoon. Like, it's different. Angry Joe will end up like Doug Walker, yeah.
Like, I can't imagine him continuing this way for much longer. Like, all he does is sit there and, like, scream about how much he loves Warhammer 40k, and it's just... I could see, like, James Gunn Superman being, like, a huge thing for him. Because if you're like if you're that guy with the glasses lore enthusiast, you'll know that, like, Angry Joe was the only guy on the platform who actually defended Man of Steel when it came out. So you just know that, like, that's going to be brought up when talking about, like, James Gunn. 'Cause he's going to do that thing he always does and just say it's the greatest thing ever just because it has Superman in it. And it's going to be, like, a really shining example of just how, like, people like that will just eat up anything as long as it has, like, the brand attached to it. And that's kind of my problem with Joe and the Superman brand in general. Like, he doesn't enjoy things, he likes brands.
Nailed it! Break out those guns!
Yeah, Dragon Quest is awesome if you don't know. It's definitely my favorite turn-based JRPG series. Way better than Final Fantasy.
Heal me!
Which is something that I think a lot of people in the West have trouble wrapping their head around. But
Rising Blade! Magnum Edge!
what combat? Oh yeah, we are in combat.
Follow me!
Well, the game just kind of plays itself, so I don't really have to do anything to it.
Getting woozy. Got him in sight. Fire! Huh? Heal me! Hurry! Rising Blade! I'm not doing any better. Roll armor! It's not over. Follow me. Okay. Rapid slaps like this. Furious blast.
Okay. Are Superman Bros back? No, it's over.
They're tough.
Hey man, like when Superman goes into the public domain,
Rising Blade.
I'll get a hold of him, and you'll see firsthand that Superman is a little bitch. Which everyone always kind of knew anyway. I'm so tired of that, you know, like acting like Superman is like some great character.
Ultra
He just isn't.
Nailed it. Break out those guns.
Like, I don't know. We still talk about like the ancient Greek heroes. Superman is not going to stand the test of fucking time. Like, he's not. He didn't even like really survive like. You know, the first decade. You know, the narrative has always been that, like, well, Superman's the first comic character, so that's what makes him great. Like, no, you. I don't know. I have a big problem with superhero worship, and thinking these stories are better than ours. Like, I don't like Alan Moore at all, but I do think he has a point when talking about like how man children just obsess over the characters.
I guess that's that.
And have to like do this thing where they hype them up to be like way better than they actually are. And the Superman power level thing is a really good example of that. The idea that like he's invincible and can like beat anyone is just laughably dumb. Because that's not even true like in verse.
Furious blast!
Superman is an immigrant. Not true, he was adopted by Americans. He was found as a baby. Okay, but anyway.
Move in and attack.
Don't give me that like he's an immigrant crap. That's not true.
Rising Blade. Repair. Much for keeping everyone safe. Forget about me. This is nothing.
Holy fucking shit, what am I
Follow
doing?
me. I'm in the zone.
Why
Leave
is
this to me.
Okay.
You okay? We can do this. I don't
Okay,
want it
shit.
to end like this.
Yeah, I was not expecting to play this tonight. I re-downloaded this on a whim, but I don't know. I do think we're gonna have to grind through it. I want to beat it. Hang on,
Oh, they've seen us.
the hell was that? Ah, shit.
I'll pin him down. Fire. Chew on this. Move in and attack. Furious blast. Okay. Here comes the pain. Getting woozy. Rising Blade.
May as well just attack his fleshy underside.
Ultra slash! Nailed it! Break out those guns! Maria splash!
Yeah, well, I mean, Titanfall, like, that was like the most blatant attempt at like making some like mediocre IP into a thing I've ever seen in my life. It was pretty bad. But 2010 is filled with that shit. But like Titanfall was like one of the worst.
That's what I need.
It was never gonna go anywhere. You know, it's not even the most relevant like Titan-related thing that
Now it's
decade.
your turn.
If that tells you like anything, like Attack on Titan is gonna go down as like, you know, the greatest story ever told. But yeah. Meanwhile, Titanfall is just completely forgotten because nobody cares about it. It's just
Move in and attack.
Xbox and EA. Yeah, that was like supposed to be the Xbox One's big day one exclusive. And what happens? It just implodes. Okay. Shit, we still can't beat this thing. I don't know. We probably should call it quits because, well, I'll play something else because I'm just so bored. Gundam or AOT? Yeah, AOT is like way more of a mech anime than anything else.
Leave it to me, okay?
Yeah, I need to watch more Gundam. I haven't watched anything since I finished Mobile Fighter 2 Gundam. I don't know when I'll have time, but like I gotta finish The Cattle Have Fangs. Yeah, I gotta finish The Cattle Have Fangs, and I gotta get it published. I gotta make sure I make $1 million, and I gotta make sure I like, shit. What the fuck am I gonna do after that? I have no idea. I've been stuck on the whole like making money phase of my like life plan for so long. I have no idea what the fuck is gonna happen once I actually get it. I don't know. Probably just the same things I'm doing. Like I'll probably just fly out to like Minnesota or something and just like, I don't know, troll Ricada in IRL or something. I don't know. Was the AOT ending? Yeah, it was okay. Like, I don't know. I'll need to reread the entire thing again before like talking about this in depth. But like, I will say, I think anybody who says that the ending invalidates the entire series is just bullshit. I don't think that at all. I don't know. I definitely had problems with it. I don't know. Not to the extent that like other people have, but like I don't know. It's just. Yeah, I haven't really looked like I wasn't part of the fan base for the past 10 years, so like it reminded me a lot of like Harry Potter when that ended and how like everyone for a long time said the ending was like complete garbage. And it kind of like faded away over time. People don't really think that anymore. I'm sure like you can still find some like tryhards like pushing the idea. But it's like it's more of a fringe thing. Like you're not really gonna see like there were like Harry Potter boomers for a long time who would say that like the series went to shit after the 5th book or something. The 4th book. Yeah, Born Rip trying to get it. Yeah, I really wonder what would have happened if like I actually had everything that like everyone else had. I don't know.
Let's tear.
That's an interesting question. I don't know. I imagine I'd be doing the same thing, but
We can
I don't know.
Furious blast! Good idea. Nailed it. I'll break out those guns.
Like, I think I wouldn't have had to give up tennis when I did. Because I had to give up, like, immediately after high school. Actually, like, before I even left high school. Because I had to work while everyone else got to have fun. Before, during, and after high school. Like, I don't know. I'll never get over that. That was just a complete waste of my time. Like, it just completely destroyed, like, everything I'd done up to that point. It was just... I wasn't training for my career. It just... No, absolutely not. It was... I'll never get over that. Never.
Furious blast! Magnum edge! Right, nailed it! Break out those guns! Prepare! We're stopping the whole... No, with the guns again. First grenade!
Furious blast! I can't seem to get fired up.
So we have to play them. Ticket to board flight plans against.
Well, like... That's my thing, though. Like, I had a career plan, you know? Like, I knew what I wanted to do. Like, there were plenty of things I wanted to do, but like, oh no, we can't pay for you to like go to college or do this. Like, you're gonna have to work, and like, it just doesn't happen because like, I'm doing more than just paying for my education. I'm paying for like basic essentials that my parents should have been taking care of, and that's like the core issue of it. Is that like I never got started on an actual career because of that. But yeah, like I have worked a lot to get to where I am now. It has worked out for me.
They're tough.
But like,
I need healing.
It was completely unnecessary because I am 100% the kind of person that like could have become successful before I was 20 if I had like actual support from like anyone around me. And that's just the long and short of it, is that like there was just nobody around. Like, I'll never get over this.
Move in and attack. Okay. Comes the pain. Magnum edge.
But yeah, not a single person did anything for me at all.
First grenade.
Okay. I mean, like my work.
And here I
right?
thought they'd be
like,
tough.
when did I think like in May, I was at like what, like 30,000 words in the Cattle Have Fangs? No, was it just before that? Yeah, so like I'm at 70,000 now. Okay. So I after a brief like, struggle period where I couldn't work on the book much, finally buckled down, worked on it, and we're 40,000 words into it. Like, the Cattle Have Fangs right now is longer than Playing Dirty. It's actually quite a bit longer. It's not even finished yet. Like, Playing Dirty was published in December. So, like, in 6 months, I have, like, I'm, like, 70,000 words into a new manuscript with a much more, with a completely different book, with its own, like, unique personality and, like, appeal and stuff like that. Like, it hasn't even been a full year yet, and I'm already, like, thinking about, like, I do think it's gonna be, like, it is going to be finished, and it's going to be, like, reasonably good. I don't know. One of my things with this book is that, like, I don't know how much of it, like, is, true to my original idea, because I think because of that, like, struggle period I had, I kind of feel like I lost sight of what, like, the story was supposed to be about. But I don't know. I mean, it's good for what it is, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of... Maybe I'll fix it in the editing process, but... What was I saying about Playing Dirty before it came out? Like, I was really enthusiastic about that one. Like, I barely remember, honestly. Like, I wrote that book so quickly that like I realized that like I forgot the male lead's name for a bit, and I kind of had to like think about it and remember. I don't know. I'm coming up with so many characters right now. It's very difficult to keep track of them all. But yeah, yeah, I've been like working a lot on the books and like the channel and reaching a new audience and like just doing everything I need to do. This is all stuff I should have done like 10 years ago. Like, but it just wasn't possible at the time, and that's what I'm like. That's what I'm so upset about is that like nothing I'm doing now was unobtainable like 10 years ago. It was entirely because I was in a bad position right from the get-go, and not because of my own actions. Because I keep saying like I imagine that's like what the cope is. For my parents is that like everything was entirely my fault. That is not true. It never was. Never will be. I don't know. It's been... Yeah, these things are too high level. Is this the stream that was sniping Mercada? I mean, yeah, it was. Yeah, I don't know if I should like draw attention to that fact, but because like he came on here and was like threatening me, so yeah, I was stream sniping him. Not really stream sniping him. I was restreaming some of his exclusive locals content, which I'm not supposed to do, but it's like, sure. Seal Sansi. Yeah, so I just restreamed it for, so it's readily available online for anybody who wants to watch it. Yeah, apparently, like I had like a huge like explosion of viewers when I was out at the arcade, so I don't know what that was about. Like I had like 50 when I checked it after I got there. It was investigative journalism. Yeah, that's the way I see it. Is that like yeah, this is a real like serious issue. I can't allow myself to like be worried about like violating TOS or anything like that when like there's this like a chronic abuser on the loose that needs to be dealt with. It's like, no, I don't think I'll be comfortable until like Riqueda's in prison. It's just kind of my feeling on it. I can't like allow myself to be intimidated by him or anything. And Riqueda's not the only person I feel that about, but like I'm so personally invested in this that like I have to see this happen. I get disability and SSI check. What? So wait, are all my like detractors fucking retarded? Like everyone's on SSI, everyone's on disability. Like what the fuck? Like they all freely admit this too. Like they're proud of it. Like, oh, I'm retarded, and that's why I hate Harman Smith.
They got the drop on us.
I'm reporting you. Wow. Yeah, for using mean words. I'm reporting you. At what point is like reporter going to be like held with the same amount of condemnation as retarded? Because I think they're pretty much like synonymous. That is the makeup of the average PC gamer. Yeah, I agree.
Where did they all come from?
Like, is that why they're like? Can't you do like write-offs on like PCs? I wonder if it's like a tax evasion thing. Oh, it's a piracy thing. That's it. Yeah. Wait, what the hell is this glowing thing? Wait, why am I here? Where am I? What am I looking for? The Harman Smith detractor, that was a first. You're gonna have to be a lot more specific to that with that one.
What's keeping everyone safe?
Like I don't know who any of these people are. You know, like that's my thing.
More enemies.
Is that there's so many of them and they all come and go. It's like it's really impossible to like shit on them like I did for like bro. I'm getting like Nick Ricada and Review Tech USA in my chat like seething at me for different reasons on like the same night. Like I don't know who these nobodies are. Like I'm at the point now where I'm going after like I'm like known and feared among like major YouTube personalities. It's just like I've grown so far beyond you. Just that guy, yeah. I fucking hated that. I hated that asshole. There we go. Yeah, I was not a fan of Justin Deans. He's still around, but like all he does is like play obscure JRPGs on Steam. Like I don't know. He's yeah, what the fuck did he used to say? Yeah, he was a major Power World shill, wasn't he? That was probably it. I don't know what he does now.
You guys, that wasn't.
He's ableist, sexist, homophobic. None of these things are allowed. Well, see, I really hate Republicans. So you see, if you censor me off of YouTube, that would be violating my free speech and would undermine like everything we are attempting to accomplish and overthrow the Burgoy and commit to the revolution. If you take me out, we'll never become a communist country. So yeah, YouTube's not going to do shit. Okay. YouTube doesn't do free speech. What did I even like bring up free speech in that argument? Like, I don't know. What is with these people and like thinking that like, well, if I just say you don't have free speech, then that means I don't fucking care. I don't know, man. Like, I feel as if, like, YouTube desperately needs to, like, retain everyone it can. Because, like, if it keeps banning people for stuff like that, like, they're not going to have an audience. They will be replaced at some point. And I think in a lot of ways they already are. Oh, hello.
Listen.
Hi, you. Just the person I was hoping to see. Yes! Yes! A novel. She likes books? Oh, wow. What kind of mad genius came up with that? They don't have novels on her planet? What genre do you like best? YA novels? Oh, come on! If you're supposed to choose YA novel... Fuck. Wait, about being reborn in another world? No, that's an isekai. Wait a minute. Wait, huh? Wait a minute. Did they translate this wrong? Did they not expect you to choose that option?
1, 2, 3.
Because, like, she's describing an isekai. Superpowers like candy? That is interesting. Okay. That felt like a weird bit of localization. Yeah, that was not consistent at all. Yeah, YA. So they associated YA novels with fucking isekai? Why? I don't know. I have, like, more respect for, like, isekai than I do fucking YA. I have such a hate boner for, like, YA and, like, the people that read them. It's one of the reasons I was kind of reluctant to choose that, but I'm just like, well, I don't want sci-fi, and she won't understand through the Japanese equivalent. Like, would it be, though? Like, isekais are, like, you know, targeted towards, like, miserable middle-aged men, right? I don't know. Like, our isekais are classy. We have, like, Narnia. I don't know. There must be good isekai. Like, I've never really tried to watch one. But, like, everyone, like, sees about them constantly, so I've never actually... Like, the stereotype... Isn't the stereotype that it's just about, like, one guy just, like, becoming overpowered or something? Isekai anime or adaptations of light novels? Okay, yeah. I don't know, do you think I could, like, write and, like, an isekai and, like, publish it in Japan? I don't know. That might be interesting. I don't know, that's... Yeah, I feel like my, like, I don't know, I take such an influence from Japanese media, and I'm kind of worried what the Japanese will think if I ever make it to their shores. I'm so paranoid about that. It's one of the reasons I've never tried to publish American Ninja, is that, like, I just feel like I butchered the culture. Yeah, anime. Yeah, I need to get back into it too. I mean, yeah, I put on Baki and, like, One Piece on Netflix, and that's kind of what I like doing, is, like, putting on, like, anime I've already seen and just working. Like, that's what I like doing. I don't know. Watching new stuff, though, it's just, I don't know. I really don't like the idea of just sitting and doing nothing. It just bothers me to no end. And, like, every time I do it, it's like a fantastic experience. You know, Mobile Fighter G Gundam was phenomenal. What the fuck?
Power dive! What?
Yeah, I don't even know what I was watching. I think I picked out an anime to watch after Mobile Fighter G Gundam, and I just never got around to actually. I guess I could, like. Yeah, I'm still subbed to Crunchyroll for some reason, even though I have Netflix. It's kind of redundant, but yeah, I think it was The Adventure of Dai actually, which was great, but I just haven't gotten back to it yet. Speaking of One Piece, I just got charged for One Piece Volume 1010, which is awesome.
What?
Yeah, they're still on Egghead in the volumes, at least for now. Okay.
Flash grenade!
Rent-A-Girlfriend is the most... Why is that the first thing I see? I've seen so much bitching about that show. Yeah, it was Dragon Quest.
Break out those guns!
I've seen so much bitching about that show that, like, I don't know. I can't imagine. I don't. That's kind of what I. That's kind of a really good example of what I'm talking about when, like, I say I hate Japanese romance, because
I need healing.
You're not trying to form, like, this partnership with this other person. Like, you're trying to, like, pursue this chick that you're obsessed with, even though she doesn't give a shit about you at all. Like, that's not what you should be doing. I don't like that at all. It's just like. Like, wasn't the big major controversy that, like, it ended and, like, she rejects him? So they spent like, I don't know, like 200 chapters or whatever, like, and didn't pay off. Like I don't understand. Like, if people are like, if people hate the show so much, like, why are they watching it? Are they all just hate watching it? Like, does it have an actual audience? Like, do people find it relatable? Like simp behavior. I mean, I guess he's giving her a bunch of money, like she's a YouTuber or something. But, like, I can't imagine paying a chick to hang out with you. That just doesn't sit well with me at all.
Furious blast!
Yeah, I think they used to do it in the area, but like I don't know if they cracked down on it at once. I haven't seen it like in a while. Maybe I'm just not paying attention. I haven't been around a lot of Asians lately. Like 10 years ago, I felt like they were everywhere, but now it's like a bunch of Pajeets.
Ultra slash!
Which is very, very unfortunate.
This team never loses.
Let's keep it up.
I don't know, man. I'm a. Yeah, man. Once I get the electric car, I'll be charging at home and not going to gas stations. So, yeah, sorry, Apu. Your business model is obsolete. Yeah, I'll be ordering my snacks online. I won't be going to your shitty like run down out of like shithole with no bathroom. Like I drive electric. Is it a slur? I've never actually. Yeah, I had no idea it was a slur. I mean, I feel like nobody likes them. Like nobody. Like just the shit I've heard from like hardcore like anti-racist liberals about them. It's just insane. Like it's unbelievable. They are legit going to like make hating other races like mainstream in America again. It's going to happen. Especially because like they're racist against other Indians. Like that's the weird thing about them is that they'll tell you that like all of the stereotypes are true, but they'll like try and convince you it's like it's the lower castes that are doing it. So it's just like they'll just say it doesn't apply to them, which is not true. But yeah, I feel like the American response to that should just be to say that like Americans are in a higher caste than like the Brahmin, and that like America should be like reserved for like that caste. Okay, PPP is sick of them. Yeah, like it's worse in Canada, I'm told. It's not too bad in my area. Like I don't see them like in anywhere I go. I mean, I specifically like try to avoid like minorities in restaurants and stuff like that. But like, yeah, after like the subway thing, like never again. I straight up like don't go to Subway anymore because of like how nasty they are. It's like specifically because of that. It's why like they're doing it so badly is because of that. Because they won't stop hiring them.
So much for keeping everyone safe.
What the hell was that? Like,
sorry, guys.
Have I leveled up at all? Like, it takes way too long to level up in this game. Like, what? Why am I like? Indian hate ramped up after that documentary attacking. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because, like, the Apu thing is really interesting because, like, Apu is, like, intended to be a propaganda character, you know? Like, he's supposed to, like, represent this, like, ideal of, like, Indian immigrants that, like, doesn't actually exist. Like, this idea that he's, like, a hardworking guy. Who, like, loves America. Yeah, that's not true at all. So, like, the propaganda failed, and that's really interesting considering he came from, like, the 90s. You need to learn how to actually play the game. Like, okay. Well, clearly playing the game involves me leveling up more. I don't know. Yeah, I've spent this much time with the game, and, like, I still haven't gotten anywhere. Like, I didn't accomplish anything tonight. Let's see here. I mean, maybe I can look at, like, regular missions. I don't know. Where the hell is the... There. It's all his fault, yeah. Wait, can I do that? Oh, wow. Oh, shit.
Man, these missions blow chunks. This planet must have more to it than picking flowers and collecting junk. You got any inside tips on something with a bit more kick? I'm jealous, Bard. You get all the fun. There was a guy got a bribe around here to get a piece of that action. Hey, I know. What say you and me go sniff around the city for leads? Maybe we'll catch wind of some juicy rumors. Sometimes old Joe Lunchbucket knows more about this stuff than us blades. When I was in the military back on Earth, I used to get all my tips from locals. My buddy and me would even sneak off base and moonlight as bouncers at seedy bars. Alright, Bard, let's do this. City's our oyster, baby. We'll meet at the Sunshine Cafe once you scrounge up a solid lead.
Eh. Hello. Okay, let's, Where the hell is it? Hey, where are we going? Fuel bottle, man.
Hey. How goes?
Who am I supposed to talk to? This bitch?
Listen.
Where am I supposed to go? It's right here. Japanese Mario 2. Yeah, that one's pretty hard. Am I supposed to talk to Chuck? I guess so.
Got a second? How goes? Got a second?
Okay, shit.
How goes? Thanks.
Where am I supposed to go? Wait. Huh? Oh, does it have to be at... that's probably it. It probably needs to be at a certain time. In the commercial district? And...
Yeah.
We just running up and down the street like idiots, just listening to convos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see one. I see them everywhere where I am. Like,
Here's the deed.
some guy talked to me at the arcade, and like I saw him leaving, and like he got into the Cybertruck. So yeah, they're pretty common around here. Like, it's so bad that I've seen like Redditors complaining about like my coworker on Reddit, and we know it's him because like his Cybertruck is just really retarded. Yeah, get the. I don't know if I should like.
Yeah. So listen.
Tell that story, but like, yeah, he did something to it, and it's very distinct. So like, it's easily recognizable, and like everyone's saying that like he's running them over and shit like that. I don't know how true it is. He's an asshole. He didn't put money into his 401k so he could buy it. So, I don't respect it. Yeah, that's the only reason I wanted them, is that they do look like N64 models, but oh damn it, we have this entire range of radius. Like, there's plenty of things to do. What are you talking about? Yeah, none of these guys are known. This guy, like, Project D platform Harman Smith, like, nobody knows who he is. Like, nobody cares. Like, Harman, he says some mean things sometimes. Like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Unbelievable.
What the hell am I supposed to do? There's nothing. Like, why is it not giving me a specific... What am I supposed to do?
Yo! Well, you're...
White whale in Oblivia. This is Settlement Carnival's house.
Whoa!
Forgo your common sense. Is it that late already?
Yeah. So listen.
Huh. Wreckage from the White Whale in Oblivia, huh? I don't think any reclaimers have been out that way yet. Could be the Motherlode. But every discovery up until now to shame. I'm sold, Pard. Sold hard. Nothing and nobody. Next stop, Oblivia. Let's go find us some ship guts.
Yeah, people are spurging out about Mario Kart so badly. I think they're going to be completely blindsided by Bonanza. Eavesdropping on people? Yeah.
Listen.
What the hell does it remind me of? It reminded me of something. Batman does it in the Arkham games. Yeah, wasn't there some other game we played recently where we had to eavesdrop on people? Like, I don't... Where the fuck is that? Wasn't there some other game like that? Let's see, Fast Racing, Hitman. Oh, yeah, Hitman. Yeah, Hitman loves doing that. I don't know if that's what I was thinking of. I can't believe we bought Rune Factory and then proceeded to not play it. I don't know what I was thinking with that. Yeah, like I said, like, they're all autistic. Like, Anti-Harman Smith is, like... It's, like, a bigger indication of autism than, like, liking Sonic the Hedgehog. It's really that bad.
Fire! Follow me! I've got your edge! Rising blade! Maria Splat! Nailed it! Break out those guns! Huh? Huh?
I hate how things chase you across the map. Like, let me be. Okay.
A woman who's gonna wreck your life.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm definitely anxious to see when the next Monolith Soft game is coming out, because I don't know, like 3 feels like it came out a long time ago, but that was in 2022. We might be like 3 years away, and I don't know. This is the first time I've been like anxious for a new Monolith Soft game. But F-Zero X is the best racer Nintendo made, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I still think that. Yeah, I put more time into X than I have Mario Kart World, actually, on Switch. I don't know. I imagine once I really get into Mario Kart World, I'll put a lot more time into it. I don't know. I want to take a break. Like, honestly, whenever I play it now, I want to do, like, time trials and stuff like that. I'm shocked there's no giant fish that come out of the water. It sure is fortunate this planet is like has an Earth-like atmosphere and elements. I don't know how likely it is that other planets will have water and cloud. Because I feel like, you know, generally speaking, planets are gonna be like have radically different makeups. I can't imagine they're all like Earth. Yeah, you think we'll live long enough to like discover life on other planets? Like, it's crazy how that's like the big question right now. It's like, we live. Oh. Guys can swim farther than like Link can in Wind Waker. That doesn't make any sense. All the life on this planet. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a long way off. Kind of sucks that like I don't know we're not close yet. I don't know. There's gonna be like so many crazy scientific discoveries in the next like 100 years that.
Great.
I guess,
More
like,
of those
getting
things
off the
crawling on our
planet is,
wreckage.
like, the big deal right now.
What do you figure
I
their
think that's
kind even
kind of
makes of
inevitable
the
at this
old
point.
ship, huh? Yeah? Well, now it's eviction time. All right, let's get over
I don't
there
know.
and make
I
with the
think once we get off
blasting.
the planet, that should end like all environmental concerns. Yeah, I'm very interested in like what are the problems going to be like once
They've
we're
seen
actually
us.
out the planet. I guess it's just going to be like
Hurry up,
limited to like,
Flash!
certain parts of the universe, or I don't know.
Now it's your turn.
I want a real life back.
Back with backup.
Yeah, we're not gonna have like we're not gonna have spaceships or anything, but we're gonna have like
Nailed
turbo
it.
wide
Break out those guns.
shit like that.
That wasn't very smart.
Tougher than they look. Help!
It's all on me now. Hope you don't mind me taking this one.
Everything I try to do, I get filtered. Oh wait, maybe I should just I don't know. Maybe I should just use like my best characters. Yeah, that might be the problem. Is that like I'm using different blood numbers. I was trying to boost my affinity when I hit this.
No. Guys. I hear voices, but no one's talking to me.
Okay, let's call it quits. I don't know, man. I keep feeling as if like I constantly struggle with this. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not really enjoying it at all. Like I don't know. I want to get through it because I love 3 so much, but like there's a reason I rage quit it so often. And I hate the fact we haven't beaten Rhino. As good as Nintendo does. Yeah, I don't think so. Strategic use of arts. Yeah, should we try fast rate fusion again? Nintendo keyed my car. Yeah. What you should do is that like you should try and like pretend that Nintendo made you an incel. Like that's what I would do if I was like trying to downplay Nintendo. Is that like I would blame them for like never having sex and being like a fat fuck. But that's what I would do if I was like, if I was a Nintendo hater. I would just blame like, oh yeah, yeah, like oh I can't make money because of Nintendo. I can't go outside because of Nintendo. It's just, that's probably the way you should. I would angle it. I don't know. Like Rich from Arrow 2. Yeah, Rich is like who he is because he grew up on like NES. Like he was there when like the Atari crashed. Doesn't he claim that he remembers like the video game crash of '82 when like he would have been too young for that? Uh Too many RPGs. Well, I guess one thing at a time. Huh? Fast Fusion. Wait, what game do we physically have in there? Oh yeah, yeah, it's East 9. Yeah, we played East tonight. Already. I can save AOC. Like she's kind of old now. She's kind of getting a little chunky. Like I think college age AOC was fine, but like now, like I don't know. That's gonna kill her brand when like she stops being fuckable. I'm kind of wondering how her career is gonna end. I feel
feel like I haven't heard about her in a long time. What do you mean exaggerated? It killed like Atari, which like essentially created the video game industry. Like it made it so mainstream in the U.S. Like Atari was a huge deal. Like realistically, like Atari really should have been like a major Nintendo competitor. Like fuck PlayStation. Like Atari was like the established brand in America, but because the crash happened, Nintendo swooped in and basically like everyone like who wasn't an Atari boomer who do exist, basically everyone started playing Nintendo instead. Yeah, we don't talk about that much. We talk about NES boomers, but then you have their like fucking older brothers, like the Atari boomers, who like never owned a Nintendo console. Yeah, we don't. I don't feel like we hear enough of like a lot about those guys. I mean, I guess that they're in their 50s now, but like, I don't know, and I guess they're over it. Like, I feel like NES boomers are kind of getting old too, so. Like, I don't know. We're at like, I think it's common for like GameCube boomers to be a thing right now. And no one cared. Now people cared about 9. It was 11 that people didn't give a shit about. Like again, like I feel like Mega Man was like the cool thing to like in 2010. I don't know. Like I really wonder what that was all about. Like I guess it was just that platform feels like it is not close enough to make that jump. I feel like people really thought that like Mega Man was just everywhere for a long time, and then like he just wasn't, and that's kind of what like led to people bitching about it. But like they weren't really fans. It was kind of noticeable to me personally, like seeing people like talk about the series and they didn't really know anything about it. There are Mega Man fans out there, but like it's certainly not the mainstream. Mega Man numbers mixed up. Yeah, 9 was keynote. Like this was the big revival for the brand, and it was a pretty big success. Now, like, I would say this is the last time Mega Man was ever relevant, honestly, because this was a huge like nostalgia trip. Like, I think this is what they should have done to like keep the brand relevant. Just put out a new one every decade or so, and like keep it high quality and like keep it interesting and fresh. But like, I don't know. I don't think it was really. Yeah, I don't think 10 or 11 were really necessary. This game doesn't fuck around. The 2600 NES is like 2 generations now. And the NES was a beast at the time. Yeah, this game is hard. It's like the hardest Mega Man game I've ever played. Like I've really been struggling with it. Like every time I try like playing it. Like I'm not a big Mega Man fan, but like I love this game. I feel like beating this is gonna be like a pretty big milestone for me. I did not care for like most of the Mega Man games, and I genuinely like this one a lot. But of course I had to beat it. I don't know what like Keiji Inafune was on when he made this, because like this is the last. Like I can't think of any other game he worked on that was like this good, like ever. Okay. It was probably even more obnoxious than the Mega Man 2 ones. Wait a minute, I'm pretty sure I've done this before. Yeah, that wasn't bad at all. Oops. That seems familiar. Like I've done this before. Have I played this stage before? What the fuck is? Yeah, I think I have actually. Yeah, there's a reason like NES took off the way it did. Okay, yeah, I think this is definitely an easier stage. I think we should probably just keep grinding at this till we beat it. Whoa, what the fuck was that? That was a wall? Okay, I didn't see that coming. RGT? I don't know. RGT will talk, he'll say positive things on everyone that isn't Nintendo. I don't know. I don't really care about what RGT says about anything. I think he's opposing. This is infuriating. Shit. I guess we'll keep grinding on Plugman stage. Yeah, it's a hard game. Every time I play it, I just get filtered. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the last time I was like genuinely challenged with the game. Because usually I get enough checkpoints to like get through everything, no matter how hard it is. But like this one is pretty brutal. Shit. How many lives do I have? Yeah, what are we gonna play next? I want to play Dark Souls. Okay. Yeah, it never became 3D. Yeah, I think a lot of classic franchises are like that. Castlevania, especially. I forgot. Okay. These 9 Monster Knocks. What do you guys think? Righto, squeak it in. Look at all this bullshit we have to get through. Ugh. Yeah, I never actually played Castlevania 64. I need to. I guess we could play Suikoden. Yeah, we haven't played Suikoden too much, so I haven't, like, gotten bored of it. Silver Face, Silver Eye. Yeah, there's a character in No More Heroes 3 that has a silver eye, like Kamui Uehara. Yeah, I kind of wonder what his deal is. He's from some other game that, like, I've never played before and never heard of. Yeah, SMT5. I Yeah, I have it sitting out in front of me. I have SMT5. I am planning on coming back to it. Do I have Persona 5? Oh. No? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess SMT5. I don't know. I think Persona 5 is so unbearably cringe that like I can't bring myself to play it anymore. I got past like the UFO. I grinded past that and immediately was just beset by some like some of the most autistic just story beats ever. Like I don't understand like with how long the game is and how much time they have to set everything up, how like it all feels so forced. Like I don't understand it. Like I can't. Ugh. Nobody has finished Persona 5. It's too long. I mean, I'm pretty close. You know what? Yeah, let's We've been playing a lot of like. We are gonna get it off the shelf. I'm gonna finish it, and then I'm gonna give it like a review trashing it. I'm gonna call Persona 5 bullshit at some point. Yeah, I've rage quit this game so many fucking times that. How many times have I rage quit Persona 5? Like, quite a few times, I think. Like, I just think it's unbearably cringe. Like, it's I think this is the incel game, honestly. Looking back on it and its history and its legacy, like I can't think of anything else that's like resonated as much with incels, like as Persona 5. It's just that's right. I was gonna take a snack. Persona 5 is the cringiest, most like uninspired. Like it's crazy with how much I love like other SMT games. That Persona 5 is the one that's popular and it's the one I can't stand. Like I don't know. I guess this is stereotypical for like SFT fans to like SFT but hate Persona. And yeah, I guess I'm a stereotype at this stage. I've played enough like mainline SFT or like the spin-offs to like tell you just how trash Persona is. Now that being said, Makoto is best girl in Persona 5. Like, not even a question. It's not even really a debate. I don't know why you would ever go with anyone different. Like, I've said this before, but like, Dongen is your best playthrough. Like, do you still go back and watch it? You keep bringing that up. I've seen you like say that before. The Unicorn Youth Brigade. Wait a minute, is that a Unicorn Overlord reference? The pride and joy of this town. Before that bastard Elaine enforced monogamy on us. Okay. You're a traitor like your old man. That's what my dad said. You really think you should be here? A traitor? It was like the Yakuza 0 fans. Yeah, I agree. Like, Yakuza 0 is like, I don't know, that has to be one of the most overrated games of like the new 10s. When I played it, I was like kind of shocked at how it didn't live up to the hype. I don't know. I'm so conflicted on Yakuza in general because like I put so much time into those games, and yet like at the same time I don't think they're very good. It's kind of weird. Like I don't understand like why don't they make them better? Why don't they fix the problems? Like I don't. I love how characters that don't have like character portraits, like you won't be recruiting, so nobody else here matters at all. The Atreides boy. The boy from the dojo in the Center Shrine. Yakuza comes out too frequently. Well, like, just don't do that. That's kind of my point. My son is dead because of you. What? Really? Oh, come on. Yeah, if they don't come after you. I bet you look cool. She's blind. Not often you see a character with a disability in speaking in JRPGs. It's like GTA then. I would like say that like Yakuza is basically like the adult equivalent of Persona, where it's like it's the same kind of like Japanese waitress film like bullshit, only targeted towards like men as opposed to like teenagers. So it's like the fetishized idea of what being a yakuza would be like, as opposed to being like a magic Japanese schoolboy who can bang his teacher. I'll never get over that. Like, you have like some students who like have Jean as their teacher, and then you have Joker who has Kawakami, and like they try and make Joker like banging her out to be like a giant W. Like, bro, she probably bangs like everyone in that class. Like, she's probably like doing the maid thing for every single one of them. Like, and you're gonna like act like pulling her as some major accomplishment, bro. She would do it for free. Like, I don't know. Kawakami is like the biggest horror I think I've seen in anything ever. It's so ridiculous. Like how they try and like make her like a sympathetic character with like an engaging backstory. She's not. Like, teachers deserve no sympathy. Like, why don't you get a real job? Why don't you find a man, you stupid whore? Like, I just don't get it. Like, the character is like legit one of the most despicable like creatures in fiction, and yet like you unironically see people like fetishize her while like demonizing like Kamashita. It's just, it makes no fucking sense. Has DSP played Suikoden 2 yet? I think you beat the first one. Why the fuck? Like, if they're coming after me, why the hell am I... And, like, they don't know me? Like, are they really just gonna, like... War is hell. I'm gonna rat you out. Yeah, you sure, you little bitch. Yeah, everyone else has seen me already. Like, are they not even gonna listen to me? Like, why did we split up again? You are no longer an Atreides. Wow, treason? Where's Joey? So why the fuck were they just, like, believed, you know? Like, if that was true, I wouldn't have come back, you know? It's just... So am I supposed to go north? Like, where the hell am I supposed to go now? Like, I thought I was supposed to go see my sister. Did I need to beat up Joey or what? Joey or what? I'll never get over the fact that his name is Joey Atreides. Like, I saw that and I'm just like, Atreides? That sounds kind of like Paul Atreides. Like, I don't know, there was a Griffith in the first game too, and I feel like this guy really... the writer must really, really like, Okay. I don't know, I'm kind of interested in seeing where it goes, but... I don't know. Suikoden 2 is the one they say is like the GOAT, so... I don't know, I reasonably like the original, but... I definitely came away from it thinking it wasn't like the greatest thing ever. Like, the big thing for me is just like, you know, the Jowie character, I would say. Like, everyone else just doesn't seem to have resonated that strongly. I don't know. It is, yeah, I've been playing mine a lot too. Yeah, Suikoden seems to have a bit more of an edge to it than most JRPGs. Like, I guess, like, it's the Berserk equivalent of the genre. Nobody's allowed past this point. So I left town, and, like, where the fuck is Jowie, though? Astral Chain? Did they update Astral Chain? Like, Bayonetta 3, like, I think, looks way better on Switch 2. I don't know about the Astral Chain. You're a traitor like your old man. Yeah, I haven't played Astral Chain in forever. Yeah, I'm kind of crazy to believe it's been 6 years. It's Cody, stop. If it isn't Cody. What's with these girls who don't seem to give a shit about the fact you're a traitor? It has to be better than Silent Hill 2. What is? Suikoden? I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting playing all these old games and, like, figuring out which ones are good and which ones have been overhyped over the years. Because, like, Metal Gear Solid, I think, is definitely been overhyped. Ninja Gaiden 4? Yeah, definitely interested on that one. I mean, I would like to play all the old ones, but, like, well, 1 and 2. I've beaten 3 already, but... I don't know, like, I'm a big Ninja Gaiden fan, but, like, they just haven't... I want Ninja Gaiden Black, specifically, on Switch, too. Like, I don't want to... I'm not a fan of Sigma. Captain Joud is amazing. Fuck you, Peter. Okay. Yeah, I have Ninja Gaiden Black, but I haven't been able to finish it because, you know, I don't like playing on Xbox. Very frustrating. I mean, I hope I beat it one of these days, but, like, I don't know when it's gonna happen. It's just one of those things. Yeah, where's my sister? There's nothing here for you anymore. Yeah, I thought she was in here, but like, yeah, I guess, am I supposed to go north? I guess. Yeah, like it's 100% better than DMC in every single way, shape, and form. But like, because it was Xbox exclusive, the gaming media buried it. I agree. It's kind of shocking just how much better like Ninja Gaiden is than DMC. But like, yet like the narrative has always been that DMC is like the greatest thing ever. Yeah, where's my sister? Like, Naname should be at your home. Yeah, I don't see it happen. They want to push Sigma for some reason, and that's just, I. Where am I supposed to go? Where is my home? You're not allowed in here. Naname. I mean, I have no hope for Kamiya as a creator. Like, he had, like, his golden opportunity at, like, to, like, make something great at Platinum and just completely fell flat on its face. And, yeah, I don't really have faith in him as a game creator anymore. And after the whole Assassin's Creed thing, I do think gamers need to, like, condemn his actions. I don't think I'll ever get over that. That's, to me, is, Wait a minute, this is a completely different... Okay. I thought this led out of town, but this just goes... Oh, yeah, okay. I always hate it in, like, JRPGs where you go back to your hometown that you've never seen before and just wander around trying to figure... Like, that just drives me nuts. Like, I should know where I'm going. And why is my house bigger than everyone else's? The Harman curse is a hold of him? Yeah, the fact that is scary, honestly, because I condemned him after the 101 Kickstarter, and that's I don't know, that killed his career. Like, I don't think he's ever gonna come back from that. I am very interested in seeing like how Okami 2 does, because I imagine the vast majority of the people who hyped up the original like aren't never actually played it. I imagine it's one of those games. I don't see like Okami 2 doing well. Like, the only thing they could possibly do to like make fanboys into it, I think, is like turn Amaterasu into a hot chick at the end. Like that's like the only possible way I think anybody would get hyped over. Oh, by the way, like, you have like Sakurai making Air Riders, and you have Kamiya making Okami too. Like, I imagine Air Riders is going to do way better, which is really interesting considering like how those games have been treated over the years. You know, because like the narrative has always been that like Air Riders was this huge disappointment, and that like Okame was this like underrated gem. It'll be really interesting to see if like Air Riders outperforms it. I'll be like very interested in seeing that, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting really fired up playing this game. Honestly, I'm really into it. I mean, maybe it's because I played so much Xenoblade Chronicles X, and I'm playing like a real PlayStation RPG instead of this Nintendo bullshit. Yeah, Chibi Robo, F-Zero GX, Mother 3. Yeah, we really should put together a list of like beloved, like all-time classics that are actually shit. Because like F-Zero GX is one, Mother 3 is one, Okame is one. Yeah, we really should do that. Like, that might be a fun like top 10 to do. Well, I guess like Undertale will always and forever be number one. Yeah, I would say like Disco Elysium. A lot of like I think the difference, like these days, like indie devs are putting out games, so like the games that people are worshiping and overhyping are like indie devs typically. But what ends up happening typically is that they age really badly and they just fall into irrelevancy. Like Braid and Fez are like really good examples of that because they were like huge deals when they first came out. You know, indie game, the movie. And now like no one gives a shit about them. When like I played Braid like last year, like I was shocked at what like an obvious ripoff of Mario it was. It was like legit Power World tier of like just plagiarism of like Mario concepts and ideas. I was just baffled by it. I like they spent so much time hyping up that game up for supposedly being like original, but like all it is Mario in a business suit. It's like it's so shitty, you know. And like Undertale, I think it's like the successor to that. Like, oh, it's Undertale, but it's for cute, quirky zoomettes. Like, actually, does the average Undertale fan even know about Earthbound? Like, I get the impression they don't. I forgot Braden Fez exists. Well, congratulations, you're just like everyone else. Like, that was my point, by the way. Not me. Yeah, I don't have this relationship with my sister. How are you? Are you okay? I hate how like lolicons have perverted this kind of dynamic. I really do. We don't talk about it, but it really has ruined anime. How does she not know who it is? How did she not know? Everyone else did. Is Mist? I've never played it, so I have no idea. I love Soldier Boy's Rio Break. That is like legit, real talk, the greatest piece of like game journalism like ever. It's like Soldier Boy called out like game journals and like the indie scene before like anyone else. Before like I was on the scene, before like Gamergate, before anyone. You had Soldier Boy calling out Jonathan Blow and his nonsense. That was phenomenal. Wow. Let's run away. Okay, she believes me instantly. I'll always be here for you. She's kind of peppy. Yeah, I think this game is definitely better than the original. I would say the beginning of Suikoden 1 was the strongest point, too, so. Oh, Grandpa died. Oh. Oh, she actually joins the party. I mean, they didn't try to fuck with my sisters. Oh, no.
Oh, wow. She knows Kung Fu. I did not think she had it in her. Huh. So 5, like, heavily armored goons couldn't handle, like, a couple of kids with Kung Fu. Wow. Oh, come on, we beat the battle. That's why you shouldn't skip workouts? Why are they going after the sister, too? She didn't do anything. This is retarded. Like, so they just let the sister go free even after they told everyone that. Wow, we're right back where we started. What do you mean caught you? We went into the village. Like, we should have just gotten Nanami and fucked off. I don't understand why we ever went back there. Loud. The prince. A sacrifice? Oh, no. No. If it's never uncovered, what a douchebag. Wow. Wow. Is this gonna be a rehash of Xenoblade Chronicles 3? Wow. Shilia. Well, hello. What is with these peak waifus in this game? I'm innocent. Oh no! Not in my life. Know your place. Oh no. You're saying this to an Atreides! You are already fucked! Like, if someone named Atreides said that to me, I would be freaking the fuck out. Okay? Like, have you not read Dune? Do you not know how this ends? Like, yeah, I can definitely see some Griffith influences in Jowie. My bodies. So, like, he's Griffith, but he's the one that gets fucked over. Definitely an interesting direction to take the character. What a fucking bastard. no! Wow. Straight out of Radiant Dawn. No. We let him go? Oh, man. My body is ready. Oh, man. Jowie has joined the party. Victor has joined the party at level 25, really. It's kind of shocking. Okay. They got not out of shape in the last game. Why'd they disappear after the original? Oh no. Oh no. Amazing. What the hell is that? Wow, she just amazing. Yeah, she just made that up on the spot. Amazing. Yeah, I hope it keeps this level of quality throughout. That was hype. That was Kino. How'd she get out of the cell? But anyway. Okay, let's get going. Shit. South exit. Okay. Wow. Ooh, outside the border, so we're safe, I guess. Oh, come on. Ugh. Yeah, I guess we're going back. So this is basically just Dune, but a JRPG, I guess. So it's like Dune and Berserk, I guess. I mean, the original kind of reminded me of Berserk, too. Yeah, I don't know. One of the things I really thought when, like, I played Shenmue for the first time is that, like, I really wish
I was raised in a dojo because that sounds cool as fuck. Okay. Yeah, that reminds me. I really need to finish Shinmu. Okay. I'm getting really into this all of a sudden. I mean, the combat's still not great. Oh, wow. You and your crazy ideas. That mercenary. I guess I'm part of the resistance now because I have nowhere else to go. New recruits. Oh, he's. So many fun details. Okay. A horse. Wow. An actual horse in a JRPG. Leaving her behind. Okay. This is how you change your party, huh? Okay. Hole. He begged the boss to save you. Where is Paul? Is he in the basement? Fort's log. Have fun again today. What? He's acting like I didn't leave. Okay, I was expecting some kind of reference to it, but... Flick used to be called food. He was never called that. I don't know. Should I be exploring? Should I leave the area, or...? The cat. Yeah, there's plenty of animals before. We just leave. Is that bleeding? Ricky Morrow. Okay. Okay. Rikamaru. Rikamaru has joined you. Sure. Millie has joined the party. Okay. Yeah, she's an archer. Okay. Oh, Bonaparte. She calls him Bonaparte? Like, really? You've been worried about Bonaparte for a while. Do we have any equipment? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, stretchy snails. It's a rock. Oh, it's those bastard boars again. Yeah, the instant. What is with this game and like boars just kicking my ass? This is not the first time this has happened. Oh, she has a boomerang. I thought that was a bow, but no, it's a boomerang. Jowie took the L. Yeah, Millie is leveling up. Okay. So what is Bonaparte? I can't imagine it's anything other than a dog. She was very unspecific about what it was, so is it going to be a twist where it's just something ridiculous, like a bear or something? Don't hear. She said it was lost in the mountains, so I don't see him. Well, there's no one here, so let's just go. The literally me game. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna get through Yeast 9 first. I think that's gonna be the game we're focusing on for now. I think we're gonna play this casually, play X casually. I don't know. Playing all these RPGs at once is ridiculous. I just went the wrong way. What the fuck was that? So it's a monster? She keeps it as a pet? Holy the fuck, it's Kirby! What the hell was that? She keeps that as a pet? Why? The Mongo from the sea. Yeah. Yeah, Pokemon's addicting. It's really easy to get through Pokemon. I mean, there's a reason they're the most popular RPG ever, because they're so addicting. But... Isn't he adorable? Yeah. In return, I'll tag along with you. So wait, can she use that thing in battle? Like, well, what the hell is it? That's what I want to know. Oh wow, what? Shira. What are you doing here? Companion to join us. I feel like, recruitment is kind of rushed, but alright. Shiro. Hell yeah. Oh, Shiro has joined you. Okay. Vision has joined your party. Yeah, remove the furry. Okay. Okay. Joey, what's a furry? Okay, well... So is that all I'm supposed to do now? Is just go around, like, recruiting people? Yeah, I love how you get all these crazy characters and yet no explanation as to who any of them are. I hope we get some more reoccurring members in the first game. I don't know. How does the 108 stars work? Because... Is it for, like, each individual conflict? I don't know. They were very vague about that. So surely Victor and Flick joined the party for good eventually. Like, what are they doing here? This part of the world, I don't know. Yeah, the Elite Four are like brutal in Gen 4. And Cynthia is still, I think, considered the toughest champion ever. I don't know. They've never really tried to top her, honestly. She's such a popular character. I'll get you some. What, do I just wander around recruiting people? Like... Have fun today. They can. Did they convert my jail cell into a storeroom? Ah, well, I think we're done with this for now. Yeah, we're definitely gonna stick with it, I think. Great. We're playing way too many fucking JRPGs at once. I'm trying to get through them all, but it's just, ugh. I don't know, man. I guess I could just rage quit Xenoblade again. Yeah, Rido has gotten neglected. It's been like a couple of weeks since it came out, I think, and I haven't played it much at all. I wanted to beat it before Bonanza came out, but I don't think it's gonna. That's so disappointing too, because Rido is Kino. So get this, I actually spent a lot of time last night, like running around this game and just like randomly getting into mischief. So it was real talk, like a 10 out of 10 experience. I played the first two stages like over and over and over again, like just getting a bunch of challenges and the likes. Oh, by the first two missions, I mean the prologue. Were these like an actual? Were these added for the World of Assassination, or I don't know? I'm kind of confused about. Okay, challenges, death by proxy. So yeah, set up the KGB officer. Okay. Yeah, I actually figured out where the poison was in the ship. Finally, it was just out in the open.
An authentic 1979.
I thought they would store it somewhere
The high
specific, but
point-
no, it's just in a random spot. Yeah, you can play these stages over and over again and just learn something new every time. It's great.
Right now. Fall from the jet. Eh, it's on the clipboard. Look.
Like, check this out. I thought you had to like throw coins, but what I like doing is just. Ooh.
I don't care which one of you does it. It's mandatory. Just tick the box.
Yep,
and get
sneaking
it
in
done.
here.
Being me and experiencing things like this, it's not like anyone. You are the only one who can.
I'm a hitman. Yeah, so I actually did the kill when you climb up into the scaffolding and like take out the lights, and it was legit so satisfying to pull off, especially because they all thought it was an accident. Rat poison. Alone in here? It's another security officer, I think. Okay. I'm trying to find a soldier. And maintenance guys go up? Uh. Yeah, I can drown him, or yeah. What are my challenges? Let's see. Challenge. Death by proxy. Yeah, so you have to like somehow electrocute him. Oops, hang on. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I think the way you're supposed to do it is
Hey, good to see you, man.
okay. So I am welcome here. Okay.
To the Soviet ambassador. He was one of Janice's people.
Mm-hmm. Man of peace, voice of reason.
Okay. 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 How do I get him to you can fuck around with the chessboard? Why? So what am I supposed to poison to get him to drink?
Wait. Could it be so simple? No.
Okay. Alright, here we go. Okay.
Mr. Mechanic, what's up?
Fuck.
That's what he said.
Think he's back home? This is Cuba. Vodka? A military airfield?
I know, but at least pretend you're looking. Dad, those guys don't take too kindly to failure.
I hear you. Just him with
It look concentrated.
Yeah, that's orange juice. Trying to solve some chess conundrum.
Those are military secrets.
Bunch of projector slides, travel route or something. Pretty dull, really.
Well, there's a soldier coming by. Friendly advice.
Hey. Hello, Prime.
Hey, who are you, buddy?
That was close. Ugh. Chris. Okay. Solve his chess problem.
Mr. Knight, join me for a drink. Suit yourself.
No. No.
What's the problem? I don't get it. Did I solve it? Press the button.
Ah, the fabled vodka. Well done.
Well done,
Yes.
Initiate.
Just the
I
move
should
I was
say a
contemplating.
toast is in order.
I appreciate the gesture, friend, but one genius is more than enough. On earth didn't I think of that?
This guy's watching me.
Hey man, who are you? I'm not sure I know you.
You! Yeah, you! Are you deaf? What do you think you're doing?
Look like you done something you shouldn't. Jay, soldier. Something was really fishy about you in that outfit. Give up the rifle! You heard me? Target, stop the strangling, right now! Scumbag, drop the rifle! Right? Gonna regret this! Push him out!
Defending myself. Okay. Wasn't sure which glass he was gonna drink from, so. He came into the window. It was the sound of a crescendo doodle.
Hey, hey, get down from there!
Asshole see me.
Well done, Initiate.
Just
I
comply
should
with
say a
consequences.
toast is in order.
I appreciate the gesture, friend, but one genius is more than enough. On earth didn't I think of that?
There we go. He's sick.
Oh.
Huh?
Hey! Oh!
Nobody even knows
Down.
what happened.
You did it. Now head towards an exit.
No one's the wiser. There's too many open windows for a heavily guarded facility.
Congratulations, Agent.
So we got the rat poison one and the Chester weapon. Labo? No, I never got Labo. I wasn't interested. Lockpick. New challenge unlocked. Cool.
I hope you know what you just did.
I hope you know what you just did. A slide mistake. Daniel Radcliffe destroyed his career. Why? What did he do? Okay, yeah, the projector. The projector. So we're gonna kill him in a completely different way this time. I hope this demonstrates just the creative ways in which you can like do things in this game. Okay, let's see. This is why the game is so key now, by the way.
Okay.
Did you print out the safety protocol for the jet?
Too comic accurate. Yeah. I kind of want to do a different approach, but like I'm so used to doing it this way that.
Hell. I don't care which one does it. It's mandatory. Pick the box and get it done.
It's happening again and again today.
So what? Okay, so we got to get the slides. Okay. Yeah, there's so much stuff going on here. I don't know how you would ever figure this out on the fly. And I guess you do. I guess when you know what you're doing, you just make a beeline straight to it.
That's him like, huh?
Does look concentrated.
Yeah, that's orange juice. Yeah. Trying to solve some.
So should we? I might just do that. Those are military secrets.
Bunch of projector slides, travel route or something. Pretty dull, really.
Well, there's a soldier clone wanted to fetch him, so stay clear.
Oh, there was a demo for this?
Friendly advice.
Was there?
All right, I hear you.
Yeah, frame the KGB officer.
Carry on. Hey, who are you? Stop moving now. Sir, I'm talking to you, sir.
Man of peace, what's the reason? Quintessential good Russian. Is it all the way to the inner circles of Washington?
Good thinking, Initiate. This should keep Knight's attention for a while.
Plans to defect. So on the ferry?
I think you fuck with the fusion box when he comes to look at it. No, I hadn't seen it.
Think about it. Might know who Janice really is. Whoever he is.
How do I frame the KGB officer for this? I'm confused about how that works. Like, do I just wait until he leads him over here? Okay. Uh.
Good grief. You people don't piss about, do you?
It's not the Concorde, but it'll do the trick.
And my Sharon?
Special extraction. We launch her into space, then parachute her down from the stratosphere with a lifeboat and a pair of snowshoes. Little luck, she'll reach Murmansk in a couple of months.
What? Really?
What?
We'll put her on a plane. Jesus, Knight, you're supposed to be smart. Anyway, that is it.
It was a joke? Okay.
If Janice agrees to your terms, that's a big if.
Oh. Huh. Must be this wiring.
That could be the power
Well,
switch.
I minored in engineering.
Only one way to find out.
Easy as falling off a log.
Target down. You did it. Now head towards an exit.
Okay. Well, how do you frame him, though?
Hey, it's me.
I don't know if I framed him. I mean, I guess you could just take him out as he comes out and... Okay.
Kind of soldier.
Said and done for you? What do you mean? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. I mean, I've just been playing the stage a lot.
Congratulations, Agent. You are cleared for field duty.
I've played this a couple of times, yeah. Yeah, how do you frame the guy? Like, do you just dress as him?
I hope you know what you just did.
Will you just do it for you, though? Yeah, I think that's... Maybe that's all you have to do is just let him, like, turn it on for you.
The final test is based on an authentic 1979 mission. The high point of training director...
Okay.
Did you print out the safety protocol?
Okay. As he came into the window, the sound of a crescendo. You have the aimbot suitcase? Do I? I don't think so. I don't think I need it for this mission, but... Oh, what? Somebody saw me? Ew.
Someone help me! Hey, you. How about doing your job? So tell me, who are we looking for? I don't know. Have you seen anyone acting suspiciously?
You know that guy, Moscow? Oh, he's the... They say he hunts tigers.
Cooking.
Fuck.
That's what he said.
Think he's back home? Got tons of rum, but vodka? Military?
Okay.
10-year-old. That man is KGB and pretty high up.
Where do I find the guy with the slides? Where is he? Okay.
Those guys don't take too kindly to failure.
I hear you.
Dad?
That's like not like normal people. Just him with like oxygen or alcohol.
Yeah, that's
Peak, so shoot me.
I might just do that. Those are military suits.
Okay, she's refueled and ready for takeoff.
Hello, Private.
Disable the ejector seat mechanism.
Good man.
Hey, wake up. Pull yourself together.
So who is it?
What? Who are you?
To the Soviet bastard. He was one of Janice's people.
Man,
Good thinking, Initiate. This should keep Light's attention for a while.
I need help. Over. I'm sorry to say that the victim...
Poison-coated chest pieces.
Doesn't strike me as right.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Ah, the slides are right. About time. It is shut up.
Yep, everybody I know hates me.
Good grief. You people don't piss about, do you?
It's not the Concorde, but it'll do the trick.
And my Sharon?
Special extraction. We launch her into space, then
Oh. Huh. Must be miswiring.
That could be the power
Well,
switch.
I minored in engineering.
The one way to find
Be
out.
Easy as falling off a log.
Target down. You did it. Now
Yep.
head towards an exit.
Got an accident here. Signs of foul play. Just straight up shitty luck. Out.
He doesn't seem panicked.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
And they never behave the way you would expect after you kill someone. I don't know. I guess this game is just limited in what it can do. But... What is this bullshit, like, framing? Because, like, he's not being framed for anything. Like...
Congratulations, Agent.
Yeah, these really aren't
Cleared
as in
for
depth
field
as like a
duty.
lot of the later missions. So. Okay. Skillful ICA session. Okay.
I hope you know what you just did.
I hope you know what you just did. Do we have any more challenges? Yeah. I want to move on to Showstopper. I probably should move on to the finishing Hitman 3, but I'm having a lot of fun playing these older stages. Okay. A lot of options. Okay. Yeah, I really should go to bed, huh? Okay.
Bottles are looking so good tonight. Now. Not.
Okay. Should I just do like missions?
was in the bathroom and I heard these guys talking about
Make your bed. So you must lie in it. Go on. Go on the stage. Shift.
Sato,
I guess we should do the missions first, and then maybe the assassination challenges. I imagine they'll tie in together.
Man, I wish I had that jaw.
Stop, you look fine.
I know I look fine, but he's like a Greek god or something, you know? I can't believe he's actually here, you know, like in the same room as us. Helmut Kruger's been my role model since college.
Well, so if he kisses your hand, will you ever wash it again?
Yeah, I saw you blush earlier when you put on his makeup.
Oh, what can I say?
It's something. It's like a front for a problem. Come on in. Play there.
yes, Faddis.
Now be aloof. Nailed it!
Okay.
Dahlia? Helmut? Not yet. I go on in a few cycles, I think. I have. I think I'm in, but I want to be clear on a few details. Fine. I'll be up after the show. Yes, ciao. Hope you know what you're doing, Helmut.
According to our intel, Helmut Kruger is friendly with Dahlia Margolis. I suspect that Iago uses fashion models to infiltrate the lives of the rich and powerful, and Kruger is likely one of their spies. His face paint conveniently obscures his features, and the two of you already share a striking resemblance.
What are you doing? Stop suffocating that person. Go.
What the hell these guys come from? Okay.
Dahlia? Helmut? Not yet. I go on in a few cycles, I think. I think I'm in, but I want to be clear on a few details. Fine. I'll be up after the show. Yes, ciao. Hope you know what you're doing, Helmut. Yeah, Dan, it's me. Oh, you're watching the live feed? No, not anytime soon. Actually, I'm doing this thing for Dahlia Margolis. It might take a while. Don't ask. Look, we both know that I'm past my prime. I've waited long enough, and it's not like I've been in sight here. But this way, if I do this, I can leave the game with some startup cash. A lot of cash, actually. I can go into business on my own. Well, I'm thinking facial products. Maybe underwear? Anyway, I gotta go, Dan. I'll see you in Cali, okay? All right. Yeah, ciao.
Up on 2 feet. Come on, let's go.
Dahlia, Helmut here. Remind me again, where were you supposed to meet?
Second floor, Voltaire Suite, next to the auction.
Got it. You want me to drop by now, or?
No, it's essential that you walk the runway. Do the job, then come see me right away.
Wow. Walk the runway. Unbelievable.
Well, at least this line looks like real clothes. That intestine.
That is Viktor Novikov, head of Sanguine and ringleader of Iago. Quite the resume.
Russian.
Mr. Kruger, welcome.
Why do I have to get on the runway, though?
Mr. Kruger, need a touch-up, I see. No problem, just sit back and relax. We'll take a second.
Appreciate.
Sorry.
Like, how can you pass as him, though?
There, you are all set, Mr. Kruger.
Good work.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Kruger. Break a leg.
Okay.
I can't believe I'm pulling this off.
You look great.
Perfect timing, Kruger. Get out there and knock him dead. Hey, you are looking lovely. Ready, girls? You look fabulous.
What, did I do it right? What am I doing? I don't know how this makes any sense.
Don't know anything about fashion shows.
Come on, buddy, what's it too basic? The dresses are
Why does she want to meet me? Where are the stairs? Oh, there, okay.
Landowner and head designer hating each other's guts.
So wait, that's the second floor?
Why can't we go upstairs? Those fancy.
I thought this would be the second floor. I don't know. So then, did they call this like I don't know, the ground floor, and this is the first floor? I don't know.
Huh. Wow. Never knew this stuff was so kind of... What's this one for?
Yeah, that's the final. Novikov's expecting a heads up before he triggers the split.
Mr. Kruger?
Welcome, sir.
the next article you say.
Helmet.
Hello, Mr. Kruger.
Legends community in
Access to the auction and a private audience with Dahlia Margolis. Nicely done, 47.
Please, have a seat.
What am I supposed to do next?
So, Helmut, you accept my offer?
I'm in. What's the job?
Straight to the point. I like it. As it happens, I have the perfect assignment for you. Jessica Highmore.
Highmore Consulting.
The very same. That's why I wanted you in the show, so Jessica would notice you. Now, I want you to go to New York, seek out Jessica, and do what you do best. The girl is bright, young, beautiful. It should be right up your alley.
And yet she's not the mark.
My, you do catch on fast. No, that would be her father, CEO John Highmore. Jessica is your way in. Befriend him, get his trust. Highmore Consulting is planning a merger. I want to know with whom and at what price.
All right. Consider it done.
And that's for you. Keep it on you at all times. Last resort.
Cyanide. Good choice.
We've got trouble. Yeah? Well, it's a little late now, isn't it? No, I'm gonna deal with this immediately. Selena's a big girl. Well, she knew what she was getting into. Put a detail on her, and if she shows signs of cracking, pull her out. Fine. We'll talk later.
Well done, 47. Victor Novikov is next.
Actually, I read this book about the fashion industry through the ages.
That's really cool. Okay. Yeah, I've gotten so used to the game at this point that I feel like I understand how it works now. Because I was struggling with it for a good long while, but why don't they give a fuck about you jumping through the window? Okay.
Feeling my skin. Say,
She's nice.
love to call me. The West.
Why is no one paying attention to you? If you're so famous,
Helmut, you look dazzling tonight.
What the hell is a bare knuckle boxer?
What?
The sanguine boss, Novikov. He asked if I could make him one.
Oh, that. Yeah, shit. I forgot. It's a cocktail. His favorite, apparently. Palace owner, Mr. Laren, left us the recipe, but I think I left it down in the basement. I'm gonna copy it out and laminate it, but, you know.
Whatever. Who cares? Booze is booze, right?
Nah, I should really go look for it. Man pays our wages. Deserves a decent drink.
Any rat poison? There it is. Okay. That's what I needed. Okay. Yeah, I haven't even been down here before. This is new. thought that was a window. Okay, let's keep going.
I'd love a glass of Chianti when you get the time.
Okay.
Whatever. Charmer.
Nice work, 47. Time to mix up a storm.
You look like you know what you're doing. Make me a bare knuckle boxer.
Coming right up, Mr. Novikov.
Finally, a professional. Glad I hired one.
Hope they tip well here.
It's an odd sensation in my midsection.
Say what?
Feeling kind of
Are you
woozy.
okay? Was it something you ate?
Most inconvenient.
Oh, stop.
Huh?
What?
Oh boy, I know how you feel. If it's any help, it always does.
Huh. Okay.
Oh! Why did you just let me in here? Nah, whatever. Yeah, the AI is kind of limited. I don't know.
Both targets are down. Great work. Now head
I wasn't
towards the
spotted or
exit.
anything. You know, why did he just let me go in there? Yeah.
That one remind me of.
Okay, that was actually a pretty smooth operation, wasn't it?
Get back to work.
Get back to work. So many. Look at all the challenges we got this time. Wow. Crazy. Unbelievable. Patient mastery? Yep, yep. Yep. Entry. Hidden stash. Undercover at AV Center. Alright. Well, what's... Oh, a sniper rifle. Okay. Yeah, I think it's enough Hitman for tonight. Oh, that was a lot of fun, though. For sure, for sure. Yeah, I really love this game.
How was Moscow?
Amarov is gone. I set him up as a Langley spy. It's quite the scandal at the FSB. His death will not be investigated.
His death would not be investigated.
Your turn.
Your time.
Very well. The secrets of the global elite. 5 years of work, everything we've collected. This thing makes WikiLeaks look like a gossip rag. The pen beats the sword, huh?
I have found that whoever wields the sword decides who holds the pen. Smile, Victor. Your reputation is safe. Now run along. I'm sure you have pretty dresses to attend to. Victor. Good luck with the
Yeah,
show.
it's pretty late.
I have a feeling
I don't know what
it's going to be the one you will be remembered for.
It wasn't that long ago that we did this for the first time, and it's still kind of crazy. I think it still feels fresh and new. Okay. Planning. Let's see. Modern syringe. Sedative. Shuriken. Draw. I kind of like my fiber wire. Oh. 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 I really should call it quits. Yeah, tomorrow we really, really need to play more Wind Waker. Yeah, I'm very disappointed in the fact that I haven't played it in a couple of days. Showdown seems to be dying on me. Oh. Oh. Oh.
LLP.
No Rune Factory tonight either. That's crazy. me, bro. Oh, I didn't even see that shit. F-Zero.
I trust.
Nah, I'm gonna live to see the next F-Zero. They can go on here. Ooh. What's the next game gonna be? Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'm ready to call it quits. Yeah, it was a good stream. Tomorrow we're definitely gonna have to. I think we are gonna go back to Zelda Chronicles X, honestly, and squeak it in. I do think that's the priority now. This game is really good. I can't emphasize enough how good this game actually is. Ooh. 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 Fourth place. I think all we have to do is get the top 10, top 3 to unlock the next difficulty. Yeah, I want to say Fast Racing Neo was better. That's kind of my thinking on it. I think the tracks are more complicated. I don't think the fusion gimmick adds a whole lot to this. I don't know. Maybe I'm just. I don't know. Ooh. Zero. Does jumping make you go faster? I feel like it does. That doesn't make any sense. Jump on is kind of odd, I feel. Oh. F-Zero. F-Zero. Ooh. He's being up, jump, 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 jump. Barely got to edge out of the top 3. Yeah, I think it's time to call it quits. I think I can get a lot of money for that. Oh well, yeah, we're gonna have to try and like stick with it, I think. Yeah, we're gonna try to beat some of the Chronicles X. We're gonna do everything we can.